a guy who I might as well used to have known came to Willie's house to deliver him some groceries. And I was like looking at, the boxes that they use and the
plastic little trolley.
And I'm just like, I'm the one who stapled that big number 1 or number 2 tag onto the thing.
Yeah.
And then sent it up, and only to get a call later that the guy got high and lost it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's multiple people in your life that do multiple services based on your day-to-day. But, like, the person who brings up the groceries and does that thing is definitely someone who I'm like, you deserve the generous tip.
I once walked like 8 blocks. I walked like 3 blocks in the cold with no jacket for this ancient old man who lived in those shitty houses to the east of Dawson. Like his house looked like he was going to die.
I know that exact neighborhood.
Yeah.
Of haunted houses.
Yeah, and so you go in and everything looks like he stole it from a mansion and then jammed it into an apartment.
Yep.
And he's like, "Here you go, Sonny," and he gave me a 20, and I was like, "Fucking sick."
Yeah. I gave that guy.
Like, this is the sickest day ever.
I gave that guy a 20.
When you're making like, what was it, $8.15 an hour or whatever the fuck it was.
So it's like, full disclosure is, I used to think, I guess, my impression when I always saw the like livraison groceries or whatever, like the little whatever the hybrid word they use with the little fucking wheels as an IGA logo or something.
Livraison gratuite
or something.
Or livraison au domicile or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. And I always was like, yeah, I guess that's for like, the elderly / people who like are...
Well, if you used to be over 65, it used to be free.
So I thought the service was exclusively for old people and or people that needed delivery for accessibility issues. And it turns out, no, it's just a service.
Yeah.
And it's a regular service that everybody uses sometimes. I'm like, wait, so I can just do that if I'm busy?
Yeah.
And...
Go down, do your groceries, and be like, I don't have time to bring these home. I gotta go do important podcast
Very
work.
important things.
Very important things.
And to be fair, right?
Very.
And to be fair, it's one of those bits where like Steph's getting more busy with her like working and schooling and everything going on. So it's like, you do that, I can do this.
Yeah.
And like taking care of groceries.
It's called delegating.
Yeah. The task.
She's like, "Hey, Wolves, can you handle the groceries?" And you're like, "Got it, babe."
Yep.
And then you go to the grocery thing, and like my fiance told me to do this. Can you guys do this? And they're like, "Got it, man."
Go down to the thing.
Oh, you do the internet one?
I pulled my phone out, my friends, and I swiped some buttons, and I created a list.
Speaking of somebody who used to work in this exact thing and in fact did some of those internet deliveries myself, I'll tell you this, and it may hurt your feelings. You couldn't be more dead last on priority.
I get it. Do you eyeball me when you show up and go, "You're fine"?
No, it's the fact that the people who showed up to the store to buy their shit are more important because they usually live closer and then they're more likely to drop in and buy some stuff. The internet people are almost always on the fridges of the delivery zone.
Okay.
Which means they're the longest to deliver to, and
which is why that happened so late compared to the time I was.
You get put to the back of the truck, man.
Yeah, because they were supposed to bring them 2 hours before the podcast.
Now since you
they brought them 5 minutes before.
Since
the podcast.
you gave that guy a 20.
Yeah.
However, I bet you will get your shit right on time from now on.
One would hope.
I fucking bet, because those guys get less tips than you would think.
Really?
Yeah.
Because
people are fucks.
Yeah.
Because people don't give a shit.
Because it's optional, and you're putting it in someone else's hands.
The tip curve of humans
Yeah.
is a bell curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
The middle is I kicked him. I had $1 in my pocket. Okay,
but you see, like,
and then on the whole right side of the bell curve is nothing, and on the whole left side of the bell curve, it's like it's slightly increasing.
But that's not a job where it's like that's not a job like a waiter or waitress where it's like, oh yeah, we are gonna pay you it's according to the doc off of your tips,
like expected for there to be tips. This is just like, hey man,
yeah, and anyway, it's sometimes you look at it and you go like, yeah, you
there's a real
you did good.
There's a real eyeball to everything about that in the grocery business. Not the delivery stuff so much, because I mean the delivery guys, they get an address and they go.
Yeah.
But like everybody in the store, like particularly, hey, like anybody who's available and free moving enough to help an old woman to their car, you get to know the old ladies in that neighborhood real well. And you're like, okay, so she looks like she's almost done for the week, and she's in the pasta. If she's in the pasta, then it's much more likely that she'll hit cash 4 and 5. All right, who's on cash 4? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask Scott if he can get the boxes for me. All right, now I'm on cash 4. All right, here she comes. All right. Oh, hey, ma'am, do you need any help to your car? Oh, that's here. And the way that you tell that is you look and you're like, can that lady carry that? No way.
You ever get a Werther's original for your trouble?
I got a quarter once.
Damn.
And I was like,
damn.
And it was how do I put this? It was a very genuine quarter.
Right.
It was like
meaningful to her.
It was to them. They thought it was meaningful, and so I couldn't be upset. But I was like,
yeah. You detected
I blew 10 minutes of not doing shit that I should have been doing anyway.
You detected that quarter came from the heart. See, now, what happens though when, let's say I take a trip down to the grocery store and I notice that, today the local Bantam basketball team is sitting around doing the bagging and doing your job for you, and they're there shaking the boxes, right? So where's your hustle now? Because they're on your turf.
I'll tell you what. The people who work in a grocery store fucking hate those kids.
They're always the
boss always says, "Oh yeah, come on in, free labor." But everyone who's working there, these fucking stupid kids in their fucking basketball. So first of all, they suck up any possible extra money going anywhere to anybody.
Yeah.
Second of all, they fuck things up and cause more work for you than you would have had to do otherwise.
How?
By
not bagging properly?
So, okay. The usual way that a delivery goes at almost every grocery store in this city is I do my groceries and I go, hey man, I'm going to be home in a couple hours. I can't take it home right now. Can you deliver my groceries? I'll pay the $6 or whatever the fuck it is, right? And they go, oh, okay. Here's all that has to happen. The person who's getting delivered to writes down their name and address and the desired time onto a sheet of paper. The person staples it to one of the bags. Then they tear the pink one off to give to the person, and they keep the green one for themselves and for the delivery guy.
Yeah.
And then what they're supposed to do is walk over and to the little, usually there's a dumbwaiter, the delivery center, a stack in some places. They're supposed to take out a big-ass marker, and they're supposed to write 3 or 4 digits from the paper, in the bottom right of the little address thing, to show these bags go with this delivery. But if someone doesn't do that, and you have all these backed up fucking things, they go, well, is this part of this one? I don't know.
Shit.
Well, it's right next to it, so that's where it's going.
Shit. Yeah. Okay.
And the calls that come back, and the people that come back, and you standing there going for 10 minutes after having gone downstairs and rooting through the receipts to go through, okay, which one is this? Is this the thing? To try and cross-reference oh, no, wait, this one, shit, the wrong one went out. Now we have to redo this person's groceries and send it out. Holy fuck. And I'm not getting a tip because these motherfuckers are all my basketball jerseys.
And as previously touched, the moment the incorrect grocery enters the threshold of your door, it is now contaminated.
It's now contaminated with whatever that person wants to do with it, so it can never be taken.
Yeah. If I don't even know if it's leaving your hands or just entering your building, but the point is
did it get passed off?
Yeah, as soon as it's no longer good.
As soon as it gets passed off, it's not food. It's not a product.
It's there.
Can't take it back.
Yep. So that's wasted money on top of that, plus a free bag of whatever, depending on who or what.
Everything, and also they're all bright-eyed and shit, and they're doing things as volunteers that you would have gotten written up for like chatting endlessly with each other, and you're like, I literally got wrote up for that last week because I wouldn't shut the fuck up, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, but it's the
blah,
Bantam
blah, blah.
Boys basketball team.
I don't give a fuck about their basketball
They
team.
got to make it out to
I'm
Amma
working
Bay.
the shittiest job ever, and now I'm working it for substantially less pay.
They got to make it to the league championships in Richelieu.
And it always comes down to like, why did you allow all the volunteers to come in, but then also kept the same amount of staff? I'm literally just standing around going, I should just be at home playing Xbox right now. It sucks. I hate those kids. And the Doctors Without Borders, too, because that's even worse.
Come on.
That's even worse.
I've never seen that.
They're scraping for pennies?
Quote, open quotation, I hate the Doctors Without Borders, close quotation.
They're wearing like
Boyven.
like lab coat looking things. And
Shut up,
And
wait,
they're like,
no.
this is for the sick children's. And I'm like, come on, man, I'm sick. I'm a sick children.
We putting Doctors Without Borders in the crosshairs today.
Yeah, fuck it.
I was on board with Bantam Basketball Boys, but what the fuck are we doing?
There has to be a better way to fucking get charity money for the doctors thing without taking it out of my pocket against my will.
Wait, so do doctors show up in bag groceries?
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
It's weird.
That is...
And I'm like, oh, you're doing my job that I hate for fun. Good for you, Dr. Man.
I feel like
Wouldn't
the 10 years of med school would like
Wouldn't it
create such...
Wouldn't it be easier to just work one extra day in a year and take the money you earned from that and put it towards the Doctors Without Borders thing that you're doing?
I suppose, but also this is based on public goodwill, and it's also
Why does
about...
Doctors Without Borders need more public goodwill? It's like, hey, the Mira dogs.
Yeah,
you ever see a Mira dog? By the way, Mira is, I don't know if that's Canadian only, but it's the dogs with the little red scarves that were usually black labs, that they're puppies, and they drag them around to teach them how to help blind people out. Does a Mira puppy need more good PR? It's an adorable puppy that helps blind people.
Yeah, doctors going to places that need them is a pretty noble gesture. And on top of that, they're like lowering themselves to... Hey, you didn't go to 9 years of fucking training to bag groceries, bro. Come on.
You're right, I didn't, but that's what I did. I didn't go to 9 years of training to do this either.
No. The world needs ditch diggers. And
podcasts.
And
people.
podcasters. Absolutely. Can we get the...
I have a real degree from a real university.
Where is it?
My degree?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. When's the last time you physically put eyes on it?
I didn't have it. My mom said I should get it, so she sent out for it.
Uh-huh.
I think she has it.
I have a friend who was going for a job that literally, like, when the time came and it was like, yeah, so this is your resume, right? And it's like, yeah. It's like, hey, but do you have this, like, diploma by any chance? And it was like, no.
Why do you need the physical diploma?
Yeah, and
shouldn't it just be on record at your university?
And then it was like, okay, I guess I'll just like, can you go get it? It's like, okay, and they went back to go get it, and then they were greeted with a like, oh yeah, according to some weird technicality here, even though you like crossed the stage, there was something that was incomplete and and like you might actually need to go take a class. And this was like years
one
later.
bonus credit.
For a fucking nonsense thing, you know? So that shit does happen, and it's kind of wild.
I definitely graduated with middling marks from my real university.
And it did you good.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah.
I get to say that I'm university educated.
Sure.
Which is accurate.
Sure.
But I mean, that's really common. Like if you say, hey, I'm college and university educated, like 85% of the country is.
Like my program, sure, me too, but my program was more of a trade school than it was a college education.
You still have a college education.
Yeah.
You still had to take your general classes. You had to take your English, your French, your humanities. You probably had to take a philosophy class at one point. You had to take an economics class.
Boy, did I have to take a fucking economics class.
Did you take micro or macro?
We took micro, and then we did, oh my God, what was it called? Cultural geography. Is
died. That real?
Cultural geography class was just poison in your veins.
What is that?
it is the most boring. It is like it's like stat methods almost, but even drier because it's really just looking at population numbers in places and talking about
demographics.
Demographics is more interesting.
Okay.
Because it specifies a group target audience.
All right.
In a way. And like there's a topic that is a thing that a demographic appeals to, right? That is precise and thus more interesting. This is broader than that. This is just this landmass has this number of people on it. And it's the entire study of people in places.
That's great.
And the number of people in the place.
That's super.
And there's nothing else to distinguish it.
Hey.
That might be interesting.
Did you... Oh, man. I'm just trying to remember. There was a guy... Because we went to the same stage at me and Wolves. And I remember taking... I remember this one semester where I'm like, well, I gotta take your economics, and I go into the economics class, and it was this ancient old man who was very thin and had big glasses, and you got in that class and you did the syllabus class, like the first one, and that you still have chance to transfer out.
Yes, you do.
And like 80% of people transferred out immediately because he was old, and I don't know what his accent was.
Yep.
But he's talking about the syllabus, and everyone in the class, most of whom are bi or trilingual, are going, I don't know what this man is saying.
Okay.
I have no idea what the fuck he is talking about. And I'm looking over to a friend of mine. She's Lebanese. She speaks a little Arabic. She speaks English, French, Arabic. I'm looking over my buddy here. He speaks English, French, Russian. I had a friend of mine who spoke fucking Chinese in that class, and we're all sitting there with all of our language backgrounds looking at this old man going, nuh-uh.
It's not happening.
It's just not going to happen.
Okay.
It's just not going to happen.
Okay.
And the failure rate for his classes was astonishing. Because you just basically just had to learn from the book entirely.
We for cultural geography, we had a Dr. Phil looking motherfucker with a massive French accent that just had like it was someone where it's like you'd almost want to, I'm not saying you have to put passion into being like a cultural geography teacher.
Yeah.
But like you could tell that his life had nothing in it.
Oh.
And it was, I think I fell asleep in the first class, if not second.
Good one.
But it was just like there was no alternatives that semester. I just had to take it. So you ride it out. When I told the story before, but it's like when you walk into that first syllabus class for science fiction and fantasy literature, and you're like, okay, let's see where this goes. And this Ichabod Crane looking motherfucker says, sorry, that class is canceled. We'll be instead studying Margaret Atwood. And like people are like, is it okay at the 20-minute mark to pack my bags up?
Is it okay for me to just get up and leave the instant
he
says that?
Is it? And he gives you, and then he gave a window. He gave a window and said, so if that's not going to be a thing you want to do, then you can take this window. And some people took it.
The window gets taken.
I was like, I don't want to fucking go. You remember how course registration was?
It was the worst.
I am not going back through that.
It was the worst.
So at the time, right, this is like me in fucking college. I'm like, who's Margaret Atwood?
All right, let's find out.
Let's find out.
I'm going to expand my horizon.
I stuck around. I did not want to do the course load transfer again. I fucking finished that class. And, you've heard me and my opinions on some of that anyway. But,
I got to say, it's not higher education. It's actually high school. I think the funniest class that I ever had to take ever was my typing class. Because in grade 9, I took a typing class because you had to take it. It was required by my high school, and it was on. So grade 9 would have been 2001, I guess, and it was on fucking typewriters. And the teacher was she was in her 70s, and you were like, Mrs. Whatever, why aren't we on computers? Because computers aren't going to be used everywhere. You need to learn how to type for real. Now get your little bottles of white out. here.
Yep.
And she's trying to teach us all this shit about the home keys and all this shit. And I'm like, but I think
the ribbon though. Adjust the ribbon.
I think my favorite part was that I almost flunked that class despite being an accomplished typist at the time. Because I had self-taught back in like 94 or whatever the fuck when we started using the internet, right? And it's like, well, you don't keep your fingers on the home keys when you know the keys that they all hang out on. And also I'm like, yeah, but I don't make any spelling mistakes, and I'm typing faster than half the people in this class. Like, I'm above average.
But you're doing it incorrectly.
But you're doing it incorrectly. And I would like, okay, and I would put my fingers on the home keys, and here come the spelling mistakes, because it's not the natural like.
And did she smack your knuckles with a ruler?
No, what she did is she went good, and then she would go back to her desk and sneak a sip of the bottle of vodka she kept in her drawer that she thought we didn't know about.
Naturally, always, everyone's got one of those. God bless my English teacher, grade 6. Do your thing.
Yeah,
keep hustling.
You guys
take a sip of that water.
You guys just do whatever. I'm just drinking water. I gotta hydrate.
Yep.
Gotta hydrate.
Tenure, bro. You want to talk about fucking what is the closest thing to hyper mecha armor in this world?
Unfireable.
It is not whatever the military is working on. It is the concept of tenure. That is
I put my dues in
Hulkbuster armor, and
I'm here till I die or quit, whichever comes first. What are you gonna do?
I mean, that's power. I don't know of any other job that has that level of like.
You can't remove me.
No, like it or like. I have to be flinging feces in the air.
Yeah.
You know, and perhaps a certain volume or quantity.
Yeah.
You know.
Listen, I just threw one nugget. It's okay.
Yeah, that'll fly.
It's fine. It was kind of dry, so
it might be down to a volume. It's wild.
Now, to be fair,
yeah,
I have friends who have been teachers. I have friends that have taught adult ed. I have friends that have done social work. Teaching's fucking hard.
Oh, I believe it.
Because it's customer service in which you are never allowed to get rid of that customer. And not only that, but they're going to be around for months.
Yeah. I got to peek behind the curtain nice and early in elementary school, because one of my first jobs ever was my teacher in elementary basically hired me and my buddy Dwayne to go wash dishes in the teacher's lounge after school.
Okay.
It was for $5 a week. Right? And sometimes you get the leftover.
That's assuredly a violation of some labor law.
It was $5 a week, and sometimes you get the leftover like snacks that they put in the lounge sometimes. Oh, wow. Right?
That's the perk right there.
We were in there with that. But being there washing the dishes after school every day, you get to hear
some shit.
The people coming back from the trenches, going in and plopping down on their desks or at the couch or whatever. Yeah. And you're hearing the stories and the war tales and
that's so worth it.
And the filters and everything coming off, and you're like, these are not the nice people that I thought they were. Because they at a certain point their guard is down, because you're just
the teacher's lounge is a sacred room,
and you're just whatever, the dishes are being washed over there, you know, and we're kind of, it's like the kitchen section actually has a wall up, so if the sink is running, they might not even see who's washing the dishes.
Yeah, it's like,
so it's just no one's thinking about it.
Dishes.
So those are the moments where you
hear them go, I fucking hate him so much. He's stupid.
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally. Or can you believe this shit ass principal? You know, that the fucking board sent us, that because they switched it up on us, and they got this new one, and she seemed like a nice lady, but some other nice ladies didn't like this nice lady. Yeah. And you're like, but you're all nice ladies. Why? What's the problem? Yeah. And it's like, no, we want her dead. And that, you know, it is the inner
claws come out,
the politics of it, and you're like, wow.
And the gossip. oh, did you hear so and so fucking around with the new
and
teacher?
never anything like that. Never, never anything in terms of like the fucking personal lives or that never came out. But it really was just like a wild glass shatter of like, I thought everyone was Miss Frizzle. And then the ones who were mean outright.
Yeah.
Right? Like you had a mean teacher that was mean to you up front, and she was just like awful all around 24/7.
Yeah, I mean, everybody had
But
that.
everyone who was nice was probably nice 24/7.
Nah.
And then it's just like, nah, that's them being on.
There's the facade of like, gotta help the kids. Gotta help the most of the kids, except for that one kid. He's fucking it up every day. I swear to God.
Yeah. It's it was not. You're not supposed to hear those things.
No.
At that age.
That would fuck you up, probably.
Yeah. And I remember too that the way me and Dwayne decided one day
Oh God.
to take a stand.
Shut up.
Because we were like, $5 is beyond absurd. This is the stupidest, craziest thing ever. But there's no other way. We're like, just what other opportunities do you have?
Well,
right?
how old were you? Like 10?
Fucking what? Like, so
What do you got?
So
unless it's summertime, you're not mowing lawns.
So we basically just said, all right, we've been talking about it. And we're like, you know what, man? Let's just do it.
Yeah.
Let's just do it. Let's go and tell her. And we're just like, listen, miss, at the end of the day, like, we're coming in here, and sometimes we're doing, like, you guys are having, like, extra large events where there's way more dishes in a given day.
Yeah.
And we're doing these all for $1 a day.
Yeah.
And we're doing these all for like $5 at the end of the week and we think that our time and our efforts should be worth more than that.
Absolutely.
So we both here are saying that we are demanding a raise.
Okay.
And we're demanding a raise, and we want to, and we didn't want to say what number because we wanted to.
No, you always let them set the number.
Exactly. You know, and so they're like, we're demanding a raise, and like, it's just, it wouldn't be worth our time otherwise.
Right.
And she was like, okay, kids, thanks for all your help. Take care.
Like that.
And I was like, okay.
So the problem with that is that you learned quite easily is that if supply outstrips demand,
gee, where can I find two
dumb kids
in the school?
Yeah. Of thousands. Oops. Whatever, man. That's not.
Walked.
That was not a good use of your time.
We walked.
Yeah.
We walked for what it's worth.
You were principled and you left.
Learned the good old capitalist ways.
You shot your shot.
Shot my shot.
Yeah.
I learned the ways of capitalism that day.
Mm-hmm.
Not too long after, I traded in that copy of Star Fox and got the Toonie and the Looney and went, fuck me. That's how it go. And yeah, I got $3 for start trading in Star Fox. And I just thought about all the memories I had playing the game and how good it was as I was handing it over. And then I got a bag of chips and a Coke out of it. And I went, fuck all of this.
That was not worth it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be something when I grow up.
Dude, like, this was trying to make money in a time, because it was also an era where I was like, basically it was like my mom was not giving allowance at that point.
Yeah.
And so we just had to figure it out. And it was fucking rough. And like that's what led to the bullshit, like the stories I told about like the fucking kid with the ice cream truck.
Yeah.
You know, where just like you had to fight to get at this truck, and whoever could physically make it to it by the time they opened up was like, all right, you got it for the day. It's your truck.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Not a great situation for kids trying to
I
figure out how
shoveled
to
snow, and looking back, it wasn't worth it. Shoveling snow as like a 10-year-old, it's like your entire day, like it's only on the weekends, right? Your entire day is gone. How much did I make? $15, and my back sucks.
Yeah.
And it's weird as a kid to have your back suck. And like, yeah, I should have just not done that.
Yep. I remember when my dad thought he'd teach us the value of the dollar by having...
Go fuck yourself, everyone, ever.
By having my me, my brother, and cousins, like the Rat Pack household, he got us all to go out into the backyard and pick dandelions out by the roots.
Okay.
Basically to deroot the yard. And he said he was going to give us a wholesome dime for every dandelion picked. And
Per Okay, depending how much are out there.
And you fill a bag up with these big ass fucking dandelions, and you're like, yeah, bam, there it is. And then you count them up, and it's like, cool, here's $1.50.
Yeah.
Here's $2 for like what is an evening of work. And it's like, go fuck yourself.
Yes.
This is done.
Good.
This is done.
Good, yes. Learn.
Yeah. Like, where are the Foxconn nets being set up in my backyard for this level of absolute fucking horseshit?
When you're an adult, you can trick kids into doing all sorts of stupid shit for low pay.
It's bullshit because we have no options.
Well, it's not that they don't even have any options. They don't have the fucking experience in the workforce.
Yeah.
To know that a minimum wage exists.
Yeah.
Also, if I had to pay myself in the past the minimum wage to mow the lawn,
Yeah.
I would have just done it my fucking self.
Right. I guess by the time I was actually like of age where I was allowed to get a job, I probably had worked 5, but they were all this type of horse shit.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
I had one incredibly lucrative job ever. It was the most lucrative job I ever did until YouTube. And that was, I convinced my dad to go halvesies with me on a CD burner. And then I spent 2 years, my last 2 years of high school, lending copies of StarCraft to my closest friends.
Wow.
Lending about 200 copies of StarCraft to my closest friends.
Wow.
And lending copies of Final Fantasy IX to about 100 of my closest friends. And because the FF9 takes extra discs and I have to spend the extra time burning them, the disc costs like $1. So I guess I'm going to charge like $2 per disc.
Oh, there was no spools back then.
No.
You had to get the individually wrapped cases.
Yeah, so I would have to charge like an extra couple bucks per disc.
Yeah. Don't take a trip up to Frosty's, whatever you do.
Don't fucking do that. Don't go down to Frosty's where there's no tax and no one gives a shit. On the Kanawha Reserve.
Yeah.
Just barely on that reserve so that it counts.
No tax. Yeah. So I had a similar hustle that I was able to run that, again, the most lucrative of all of these endeavors for me was my self-propelled entrepreneurship.
Yes.
My vehicle into lugging a 24 case of cola to my locker.
Yeah.
And selling sodas out of my locker.
All right, Randy.
Yeah. Because straight up, there were no vending machines in my school.
Yeah, can't have vending machines in the schools. It'll make the kids fat.
Yeah, no vending machines in my school. And they did not sell like anything besides like water, juice, milk, type of thing. So soda was at a premium.
Yeah.
And guess who wants fucking soda?
Kids.
Everybody.
Yeah, you're
at
right.
recess.
Everybody.
So I made like, it was quite simple. I'm like, hey mom, can you, next time we do the grocery run, can you get me a case of the mix? You get the mix with the root beer on one side, the crush, the cream soda, all that, whatever, the variety pack.
Yeah.
And then, I'm lugging that to my locker, and that was fucking good.
Yeah.
That worked out nice. And of course,
What kind of premium you charge on that?
$1.
Okay.
$1, but it was
per day. per $1
item.
per item per day.
Per item per day. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what would end up happening is, in a lot of cases, people would open up a tab, and I'd have no problem with that.
That's good.
So people would come by at recess being like, yo, can I get one? I'm like, yeah. And tab you up.
I'm just going to write it down.
Can I get one at lunch? Yeah. Got you.
Yeah, got
tab
you.
it up. And then come Friday.
And then you own them.
Yeah. Come Friday. That's a fucking healthy.
Were you always like a tall, you played football in high school, right?
I played football.
So you didn't have any trouble getting your shit back?
No.
No. I'm not saying that you used your size to either intimidate or acquire.
No.
I'm saying you were a larger child so that people would go, I don't want to owe the larger child money.
I did not have any issues getting what I was owed. What I did have issues with was our school provided us with these fucking blue locks. And these fucking blue locks were the kind where all you have to do is take them, hold them sideways, right? So you imagine if your locker is hanging with a lock on it, right?
Yeah,
Take
a combination lock.
Combination lock, right? You take it and then rotate it so that the combination is facing the sky.
Yeah.
Now turn it so that it is facing, like once it's facing the sky, you pull on the locker handle so that it tightens up and stays there.
Yeah.
And then you rotate it to the right. You understand? So now it's facing the sky, and the right side of the combination lock is touching the door of the locker.
Yeah.
Now you're pulling the locker door so that it is taut against it. You take another one of those lockers, smack it right on the left side that's facing you. That shit goes open fucking like nothing.
You know what's funny is that's really hilarious. We didn't have those locks. We had the shittiest master lock locks money could buy. And the funniest thing about the shittiest master lock locks money can buy back in '97 is that you didn't have to do that. You just took your shoe off and then hit it once.
Wow.
And it opened.
So yeah.
And you're like, why? And so the thing that people would do is they wouldn't go into your locker. They would just take their shoe off, smash it, and then put the lock backwards and upside down so that it would be a massive pain in the ass to open legitimately.
Yes.
And that's it.
Now, this was post-lost Game Boy. So I already had this data and was a fool, right? But I just didn't anyway.
Theft exists.
So you come back to the locker and what the fuck? A bunch of drinks are missing, right? And then I'm like, okay.
All right.
Let's see who's drinking soda today.
Yeah.
You know? And I didn't see anyone on that floor drinking soda, but I did see a spilled can down by the calf. And I'm like, there's only like, so whoever had it went and drank it down there
and then ran
away from me. And then, so that, you know, and I'm like,
smart.
And that shit happened. And like the first time they did it, they just took one or two, so I didn't even notice the dip.
Yeah.
And then by the third time, bold. It was like, oh, now you're feeling yourself.
It blows me away.
So that was the problem. It wasn't direct not paying me back. It was the fucking break-in.
You know what blows me away? We had cameras in the hallways of my high school.
Yeah.
To down the long ass hallways and down all the hallways that had lockers in them had a camera pointing down. I don't think they were ever used once to determine who robbed somebody's locker.
Ever, yeah.
And all anyone could ever think of, because it was common, is you would go to the principal or the security guard, the one guy they have that's like halftime, a maintenance man, halftime security guy, and be like, "Can you just check the camera? It was
right there.
It was 10 minutes ago."
Yeah. And they fucking refuse.
And they go, no, I can't do that.
And exactly. So a lot of the times you'd get answers like that. You get answers like to the effects of, we can't, right? And when my fucking, so I got my Game Boy stolen. Got no help on that. I got my fucking my Zelda money stolen. Got no help on that.
Yeah.
Right. So it just became these cameras don't work. This is just a lie. And then when dude we knew got expelled, actually got kicked out of our school because he got caught getting a blowjob around the corner somewhere.
Right.
And then they had the footage of that they were able to show to Faroum. Like, oh, these cameras do work.
Yeah, they do work.
They just refuse to turn them on for anything or to use or get the footage for anything, I suppose, unless it goes.
What are we gonna do? Help every kid that has a problem?
Yeah. Clearly.
Do you remember when my fucking...
Let's pull this illegal, now basically child porn.
Do you remember when my DS got lifted out of my pocket in Alexis Neon?
When was that?
That was, we were in college, and I was on my break, and it was, I'd say 2004. And I was playing Ace Attorney at the time. It was like the week after I got Ace Attorney. You remember I was being an asshole yelling objection in the fucking club space?
Yeah, okay.
I got my fucking DS Lite lifted out of my pocket, out of my coat pocket while I was eating lunch. And I noticed it relatively fast because I almost finished lunch and I'm like, oh shit. So I ran into the security office, which they have at the Alexis Neon. I'm like, dude, somebody just lifted my DS. It's worth like $200. they're probably still here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just check the camera and then you guys can go get them? It's like, no, I can't do that without a police report. I'm like, no, I'm not asking to see it. I don't care. But can you look and go? Can't do that without a police report. So what are you here for?
To collect a paycheck. Yeah.
But
like you could
do your job.
Like,
just do it.
If this happened to you, would you not want to stop the
Of course.
But no, doesn't matter. Fuck you. Yeah.
Yeah. The security in that building was so fucking bad because that's the grocery store where I used to work was in that building. Yeah. They were so fucking awful that we had to call the cops half the time for shit that the security in the building was supposed to be able to do, which was usually eject ne'er-do-wells.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, no, we're not doing that. And you're like, what?
Yeah. I'm here to laugh at you.
All right.
This is
all right, you people are awful. Everything about that area was fucking weird. You remember when I found a shotgun shell on the fucking pavement? I found it was right out front. You know where the coffee shop was, the one that faces the metro? Fucking shell, just right there on the pavement by itself. I picked it up. I'm like, oh, this is a real shotgun shell. Okay, and then I'm like, wait, the fuck do I do with this?
Yeah, yeah. We live in French Canada, bro.
Yeah, what?
That shouldn't be.
So I ended up taking it to that same security office, and they went, what the fuck do you want me to do with this? And I went, I don't know. It's your problem now.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Now, I know to our American audiences, this may not sound shocking to find ammunition on the ground, but I don't. That is rare.
It is an extremely uncommon occurrence, probably indicative of something nefarious.
Yeah.
If that were to happen here,
because the Garda guys, those guys that come in to get the safes and shit, they don't carry shotguns.
No, they carry gigantic like
pistols.
Right? Yeah, that's what they have.
Like, so who's walking around downtown Montreal with a shotgun?
Yeah.
Who's getting out of their car on a hunting trip and going, yeah, I'm what the fuck?
Opening it.
Yeah, and there's loose shells.
Right. Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, I like that. I remember my brother told me about when he almost accidentally crossed paths with a Garda refill that was happening.
I don't
on, like, a
care
bank
for
machine.
them. They're twitchy. And
like he had his headphones in and he just wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
And like so he just walked past the barrier point.
Yeah.
And then like was kind of just not paying attention until he came face to face with someone going. He heard like, and he was like, whatever. And then he's like, what? And he looks up and the dude's like, you stop! And he has his hand out like this, other hand on the weapon.
Yeah.
Guy who's at the machine is paused, right? And like he's like, what? Huh? What? And just like the full-on daydream type of thing. And it's just like, are you about to die? You know?
Yeah.
Not, like type of, and it's like, okay.
Those guys were really jumpy. Like the instant they walk out of that car, they seem terrified. They seem terrified in the business that they're taking the safe out of. And you're like, what? Somebody's gonna jump you because they would come to the store, and you're like, they're gonna jump you in the store.
Well, it's
what the fuck you expect?
It's PMC behavior, right?
Yeah,
it's a bit. It's not exactly the same as like the.
They're not cops.
They're not cops. Guards. They're not cops. They're guards. But it's private military behavior where you're on the extra jump to be like extra.
Now, granted, they were carrying around very significant sums of cash.
Certainly, and they clearly do have the right to do what is necessary to defend that.
Yeah.
You know, however, like there is a twitchiness in general. There is a bit of
today the day. Is today the day, Wooly? Like, you know, that's what they're thinking of every time they get out of bed.
Or was it? I forgot. It's a gift from so long ago. But is it like someone opens a door and sees a bunch of clowns? And then they stop and then turn and slowly look at the person. And then the person closes the door. Does that ring a bell?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Just like, okay, whatever. It's just one of those things where it's like, they're very much like if you are in that area, if you are all even trying to cross the street or whatever, the Garda people are like, you are Z-targeted right now.
Yeah.
You can tell when it's active and when it's not, you know? Anyway.
Getting thefted sucks.
Not good. Not good. I had a question
hustling is good though.
I had a question from way back at the beginning of the conversation.
What a terrible lesson the adults in our school system taught us.
Exploit the kids.
Don't work hard at a real job. Either invent your own or get on the hustle if you want to make any money. What a terrible lesson.
Well,
that teacher set you up to sell those sodas.
So here's the thing, right? While you're learning how to be a productive member of society in school, the real secret lesson is what they show you along the way with behavior.
Yeah.
And yeah, that soda trek was like,
there's a bunch of little middle spots in this system that I can just
you find
get
the
a
holes,
dollar.
You find the holes and it works out. And that was lucrative as fuck, like I said. Especially when kids who did have a much larger allowance than me would just kind of come over and be like, okay, so yeah, that was this week, here's your 10. And I'd be like, fuck yeah, off of one person. But anyway, that lock thing,
outrageous.
Yeah, after catching that, that's when you switch to, you know, the spherical bad boys that are underneath the arcade cabinets.
Yeah.
Those fat fuckers. We get one of those bitches up on the locker, and it's like, yeah, you know what? This is gonna be a pain in the ass for me to open every time because the thickness of the bar barely fits through my locker hole.
Yeah.
But you are not getting in there.
No, we're just getting in.
And that solved that problem nice and quick.
You weren't allowed to bring your own custom lock at my school.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck
and then everyone's like, why do we even have locks then?
Yeah.
What is the actual
we
point
need
here?
the school needs to be able to break in if need be.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
Fuck
and
you.
it's like they never caught anyone searching their locker. Nobody who was pulling dirt was stupid enough to put it in their fucking locker that anyone could get into and steal from. Like,
yeah. You know what else I learned too? I learned about the hustle that comes from the kid a few lockers down buying his cans of pop.
Yeah.
And bringing them to be like, hey, yo, who wants a can of soda for 75 cents?
Are you serious?
Who wants a can of soda for 75 cents? Like, Gavin, you son of a bitch!
This is my racket.
How dare you!
This is my racket. God damn it!
You coming in on my turf? Yo.
Don't you have the decency to go to the other side of the school?
Yo, this is my corner.
Oh, this is bullshit.
This is my corner. He rolled in with his own fucking case,
fucking
right?
bullshit.
But you know what he didn't have? He didn't have the variety.
Oh my god!
He just bought the small 12 case, right? I was rolling the 24s in with the variety. And this motherfucker was rolling in with the 12s of just default Coke.
Oh, give me a break.
Right? Coming in with just that.
Like, I'll get a default Coke for 75 cents, but like...
And he did not have what it took to carry that giant thing on the bus to school on a regular basis.
Oh, so he didn't always have it?
He didn't. No, it was just work to carry it in. He was like, "Ah, fuck that."
Dumbass.
I was bringing my fucking.
If you're
I was
gonna
doing
hustle,
the work.
you gotta hustle, man.
That's what the pay is for.
Yeah.
The struggle of getting it to the school is why you're making the money.
That's the human labor that equal the money.
But he stepped into the market. I remember. You learn so much more outside of class. You learn so much more about the way the world works, you know? And that was a situation where it's like, okay, at that point, what do I do? Do I drop to 75?
No.
Do I move? Do I budge? Do I intimidate? Right? What do I? And he's just like, I'm like, I see what you're trying to do here. Okay, bro. Right?
Do you just buy out his 75 cent?
I mean, at that point, no, not necessarily,
not
right? And he was a friend.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that's okay. I see what, and it's like, hey, man. We gotta eat, right?
You offer to do him a favor so that he makes it go away?
I offer a better product.
Oh, yeah. You just offer a better product.
I offer you variety on a day-to-day basis, consistency, because guess what? Oh, what's that? He didn't bring the Coke this week? Oh, well, who did?
People, this conversation is going to be wild to listen to half attentively.
Perhaps, yes. But he didn't bring it this week because he didn't have the wherewithal. Yeah. I did. And I got 4 choices for you. What, you want your grape soda?
I would like a grape soda.
I got your grape soda hookup right here. You know what it is every time.
I mean, I had a tropical punch monster, but I would have preferred a grape monster.
The problem with it, of course, was not many people are fans of cream soda.
Yeah.
So
cream soda sucks ass.
Cream soda didn't move.
Yeah.
But the others did.
Yeah. So you just don't buy extra cream sodas. You just leave them.
I mean, you'd always have a bunch of cream sodas left at the end, and I'd bring those home, and it was what it was. It was what it was. It was a pack of...
What, you're eating your own supply of cream soda?
No, they weren't moving.
Yeah, they weren't moving.
What are you going to do, you know? What I probably should have done was sold them cheaper.
Yeah.
I should have been moving those for 50 cents.
50 cents. And then people who didn't have the dollar would be like, fuck, I'll take a cream soda.
Yeah. Or you get 2 for $1.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you do something with it. You got to get a move. But I didn't, at the time, you know, we were just figuring it out on our own. But that's how it worked, man. That's how it worked. See, at a certain point, of course, I imagine everybody's enjoying their copies of StarCraft.
At my school, nobody had the amount of money they needed to actually play the games they wanted to play. Nobody. I didn't either. So, you would lend to your friends quite often.
Yeah.
That era of StarCraft pre-CD key required for online play was the fucking absolute, like...
You never really went over to Shamedy for any reason, did you?
Shamedy? No, I don't.
Okay.
I barely even know where that is.
It's in Laval.
Fuck Laval.
Because I grew up in Laval, but fuck Laval.
Yeah.
But we had our shopping center with Oz in it, and Oz was the only video game rental store that still rented PC games.
Wow. That's crazy.
A long time. Like, literally, I think they stopped in, like, the aughts.
That's crazy.
Where they would rent out a bunch of shit, right? Super Video Schwa shut down.
Yeah.
Videotron shut down.
Yeah.
Blockbusters were starting to move on in by the time, but that was way after I had left. But Oz would rent out PC games.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's fucking actually
so... You fucking infer what you need to from that information, and they didn't fucking care. They were making their money. But it was really just like, okay, is this what you want to... Yeah.
Sure, fuck it.
So, like, you combine a little bit of that with you know...
The guys at my local
model.
microplay were quite aware of the hustle that was ongoing with the 10, 15 to 20-year-olds that would rent a dozen PS2 games for them for one day.
Yes.
And then come back with all of those PS2 games and go, thanks, man. They got it.
Yeah.
They didn't care because rentals were high.
Yeah.
Rentals were fucking high at that microplay.
It was really weird watching so we had the microplay near us where there was a microplay, there was Cosmic's comic shop, and then there was the Mira arcade, right? Mm-hmm. And there was also like another comic shop up the street. And these businesses all, like, they kept grass is greener theory applying in droves, because the microplay is like, okay, these kids going up the street, they're going in and they're paying a bunch of quarters into these arcade machines. Those people are making out like bandits.
Yeah.
We need to put consoles in and charge $2 for half an hour to play any console.
That's a terrible rate. But
well, that's what they did.
That's bad for them.
And they put in 3 setups, and people came and played.
Yeah.
People came and played instead of going to the arcade. They did that, right? And then fucking comic shop up the street is like, how about you come check out our consoles, and you can get $5 for an hour.
That's crazy,
right?
And you watch them all drive each other into the dirt.
But you can switch games up as much as you want.
Oh shit!
So you can switch games up, and you can play with your friends together because it's the console. It's not one player, right? And you're like, oh, okay. And like they started implementing that, and then suddenly Microplay is like, yo, these comic guys are fucking. They're making bank on these Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
We got to start rolling, and they start clearing out shelf space.
Oh my god!
And putting cards up, and start. You know what I mean? And then you just
everyone
start seeing,
becomes the same shitty
because
store.
they all think that they're making bank on these other things, and you're like, what are you?
I just perused a comment that showed up in the chat that cracked me up, which was a fellow hustler that in their high school experience went to the store, bought League of Legends currency cards, and then would sell them to their classmates at enormous markups because those kids didn't have credit cards.
Okay.
Because you need a credit card to buy in-game currency.
Yeah. I feel like that would still work for any...
Hey man, you want an iPhone game?
Anything that needs a credit card to get your fucking.
Hey man, I'll buy it for you, but you'll have to pay me twice as much.
Yeah.
Dad, can I use your credit card? I will pay you back with interest. Really? Okay. Whatever, hustler kid.
You gotta work. You gotta work within the framework you're given.
What do you got? What can you use?
That being said, if you're not creating a tech startup in grade 9, what's the fucking point of you?
I don't know.
Just, you've already failed, if you're not talking to Silicon Valley. So the bar is a little bit higher. But at the time, that taught me the value of the dollar.
I turned the fact that I was too poor to buy video games into the ability to buy a high-end PC around Diablo 2's launch. Well, I'm too poor. I can't play video games. What am I going to do? I'll figure it out somehow.
Fuck picking dandelions. I'll tell you that much. Yeah. The
real alpha move would have been to get your soda money, and then when your dad offers you the fucking dandelion shit again, you fucking pay somebody garbage to do the dandelion shit for you.
That would have been hilarious. He was long gone by then.
That's depressing.
If the time, but what are you gonna do? It's the timeline. But if the timelines lined up, that certainly would have been interesting. I wouldn't have minded it. I was gonna say early on that is there on the nature of the hustle game? Like, I feel like the whole thing where, it's like we were talking earlier about someone handing off the bag, and the moment it touches your hands, it's contaminated. It's gone. Yeah. Or again, like, is it almost like entering the area around your door, like in Death Stranding, where as soon as you enter the field, it is automatically now considered.
It's the passage.
It's the pass off, right? Yeah. So, like, at that point, why wouldn't, if these Uber Eats stealers and thieves...
Oh my God.
Right? If these food delivery thieves, like, why not even just be like, hey, look, you're going to get your proper food, but that's pointless. I'll take that. And why not even run your scam in a way where at the very least it would be... You understand what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't you be able to, like... Isn't there a hustle somewhere in there?
No. There's no hustle in there.
I'm
hungry, I'm going to take this person's food.
Because you, like, can't you be less of a piece of shit?
No. No.
Where at the very least, if it's in a situation where it's already fucked.
Stealing food, I don't know why. Maybe it's because food is a personal thing when you eat it or whatever. Feels like so outrageous. It causes like food rage. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, well, right. It's fucking with you on a personal level.
It's like it's not actually happening, but it feels like you were about to eat a bite of a sandwich and somebody just gingerly grabbed it and just went no.
Maybe because it's the source of everything your reptilian brain is telling you to fucking worry about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's because literally sustenance being taken from you by another creature is the core cause of your being.
Let me ask you a question. Does Punch Mom just reach across onto your plate and just pick a piece of food off your plate? And that sounds nice. That sounds nice.
No, she usually asks.
To be able to sit there and have your food in front of you and not have to worry about somebody just going, oh, that looks good. Oh, it's mine now.
Yeah. She will often gingerly ask, at which point I can give an overblown, get the fuck out of here. Should have ordered your own if you wanted it.
You remember that tweet that was going around a million years ago, which is a photo of a restaurant menu, and the restaurant order was "My girlfriend isn't hungry," and it was whatever your order was plus an extra side of fries and like a side. They would stack up your plate with slightly extra.
That's good.
So that when she would reach across and steal like a third of your fucking plate, it would work out.
That's smart. Yeah. But no, it really is. It's tripping a wire in your brain that is absolutely just like, oh, it's time to kill for this food.
I want my food
and
mine.
And
my food.
I didn't think it could get any worse until I saw the video of the guy somewhere. I think it was like a delivery in India where a dude was opening the bag up and eating the top layer and then patting it back down and then resealing it. And
No!
And that was like everybody's brains lit up. Like the lights were just like, oh, this is
a universal reaction.
This is war.
Oh no!
You go to war for less.
I'm getting creepy head tingles on this side of my head. I don't like it.
And it like that thing flew up, and the person was recording them. This guy sitting at a red light or sitting at a break, whatever he's doing, going in the bag, and then he'd eat a little bit more, and then he'd pat the top down so that the top layer looked like it was,
fine.
And then did the reseal on it, and he had the tape to put it back around, and you're just like, it really triggers something primal.
You know what? You know what also does? This blew up on the social media, I think, last month, which was a guy, one of those guys, he got a like pretty regular suburban home, but he's got a camera facing out from inside his house behind the screen door towards the porch, right? And it videotapes a UPS or FedEx guy in the truck for a couple minutes, who then sprints to the door to slap the sticker on the door.
Awesome.
Except when he goes to slap the sticker on the door, the guy pulls the door open.
Yeah!
And goes, "Do you have something for me?"
Yeah!
And then the guy leans forward, slaps the sticker, and goes, "No." And just sprints away. And he goes, "Are you sure?" Like, "Nope, don't have anything."
Wait,
yeah, what are you supposed to do? You gotta just get out of there.
Wow.
And then that blew up on social media, and then I think it was FedEx is like, "Can you please contact us with the information of the..." It's like,
because I always make reference to the Duckman joke. Because the Duckman joke is like, "Hey, Duckman, can you leave?" And he's like, "I can't, waiting on a package."
Yeah.
And he's like, "I know those fuckers are out there. I know." He's looking around out the window. And then Cornfed convinces him to leave his house, and he leaves. And the moment he walks off his block step, the UPS guy leans out of the bushes, goes, "Sorry you weren't here," slaps it on the door, and jumps back into the bushes. So like the brazenness when you're caught to keep it going. I guess you just have no escape plan.
Because what are you going to do? Go back to the truck and say, "Yeah, actually, you caught me"?
That's amazing. That's fucking... That is.
But you watch it and you laugh, and then just you feel it bubble in your stomach. just like...
The deep rage, yeah.
Because
it's like, what are you doing?
Because
that, you almost want to chase him.
Yeah!
Like, running back to the truck, you almost want to just go full on fucking leopard to antelope. As if the package is inside his guts.
I thought about it a lot, and I was able to pinpoint the internal core thought that makes people so angry, and it's holding the slip. And you hold the slip and you look at it and you imagine the delivery driver and you go, "You're a liar. You're a liar.
Yeah.
This didn't happen.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
You are lying and I'm not lying, but you're lying, so fuck you."
Why? Just what? Like, what is... Did you just forget it? Did you load it up and...
No, there's a real reason why that occurs. The guys who do those deliveries don't have enough hours in the day to do the deliveries. They just literally don't have enough time. But some of those guys take that to a slightly larger extreme than others. Because ideally, if you don't have enough time, don't even bother driving to the fucking spot. Just make the deliveries you can fucking make and make them. Except then the corporate goes, "Well, you only hit an X amount of your daily quota." But it's fucked.
And I was just like, I feel like Death Stranding is making me warm up to the delivery game a little bit.
Yeah, but that's noble deliveries.
And I saw there was a nice little video of somebody who put out a bag of like treats that said like, "Here's some snacks for dear UPS or Amazon or whoever delivery people. Please enjoy and thanks for doing all your hard work." And the person comes over and he's like, it's like, "Oh, this is nice," and then picks out a couple and then looks back and is like, "Oh," and then takes a few more and then walks away. And then like, because there's a camera set up, and just while he's walking away with a handful of treats, just starts doing a little soft sea walk. Just starts crip walking a little bit on the way back to the truck, and you're like, yeah,
Yeah,
that's wholesome.
Yeah, I would suspect
Wholesome crip walking.
I would expect that the flood of those videos a few weeks ago were in direct response to the video that I'm talking about.
Perhaps.
Because did you notice that all of a sudden there were all these wholesome delivery man videos out of nowhere for weeks?
Were
yeah,
there?
There totally were.
I did not.
There totally were. You can't be cynical enough anymore. It sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
Did you see something nice happen? I bet somebody did it for some bullshit reason.
Maybe.
Like my favorite, my absolute...
I mean, at the last...
my absolute favorite is when a grocery store asks you, hey, would you like to donate money to the UNICEF or whatever? You know, that shit? Or the kids with the no heads or whatever the fuck it is.
Sure.
You know why that is? That's so that the company, like IGA or Sobeys or whatever, can take that money and donate it on behalf of charity themselves and get the tax break for it.
Okay.
So you're not paying for the kids.
So there's always a
you're paying for your grocery store's tax break.
To break. Yeah. Okay. Always a sinister reason.
Always.
But next you're going to tell me that all those Canadian Tire monies that you put into the box at the end of Canadian Tire...
They're burned.
they're just in front of the homeless.
They just get recycled back into the fucking... They don't do anything with that shit. Also, Canadian Tire money is like laughably worthless.
It's laughably worthless, but you just assume that it's like, oh, well, don't they convert this into some of their own money? And
no, they convert it into fuel for burning.
Fuck. Well, anyway, I don't know. I think... the relevant news at the time was that fucked story of the dude who got in the middle of the crossfire of this crazy shootout, that UPS guy that got hit. So you're like, I thought it might have had to do
it could have had to do with
something
that as well.
with that, because that was
please don't shoot our delivery people
for nothing.
Yeah,
especially in a hostage situation. But I
what
thought
if that hostage taker needed a Coke,
or was yeah.
Dude, you look stressed, parched even. Would you like $1 Coke? It's only $1.
He's suggesting that he put a tag on the door.
I'm suggesting that high stakes environments are a good place to sell refreshments, because people there are stressed and probably want something to drink.
Bro, exam period. Light it up. Light it up. Everybody's taking a fucking drink in exam period.
Yeah.
Damn.
I didn't know anyone personally, but I had friends tell me that they had buddies who had prescribed Adderall from their doctors.
Come
that was real, right? Who would then go, hey, you want to get good on your exams?
Yeah.
And sell that shit for crazy
So
dollars.
that's university college level 100% guaranteed.
Yeah.
Right? But high school level.
No, not high school.
Oh, okay.
Not high school.
Oh,
Not
okay,
high school.
okay. I was about to say, what the fuck?
No, because you said exam period.
Okay.
For some reason, my brain, when you say exams, makes me say university.
Can we give a shout out to the ultimate school entrepreneur in the
government?
No, in
Sorry.
In all of Montreal history,
Yeah.
there is one name that everyone who's ever went to school here will be familiar with.
What's that?
The copy doctor.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if they're still around, but at the time, I'm pretty sure she was in business for a while. And that was hey, your university's got textbooks?
Yeah.
Yeah, how much are those textbooks?
A lot.
Yeah.
$110, $120.
Come see me, I got photocopies.
Yeah.
Okay. Meet on this park bench over here.
Uh-huh.
Literally.
Yeah.
Here's your stack of papers.
Mm-hmm.
Couple bucks.
So I didn't...
Give me a couple bucks.
I didn't deal with the copy doctor.
Copy doctor was legit as fuck, and literally everyone that I knew, and then everyone that Punch Bomb knew, and
Yeah.
all like the network was vast.
Yeah, when I didn't do the copy doctor route, I just had it most of the time. I had that group of friends like that Fuggins was part of, like that whole gang, and we were all in the same class. It was like 10, 12 people.
Oh, so you just got lucky.
It was like, okay, well, Jessica, get down there. You do the economics one.
Yeah.
Hey Dan, you want to do the fucking math one?
Yeah.
And hey, I'll go get the history one. And everybody does the fucking afternoon of bullshit that it is to scan these fucking things in.
Yeah. Some people already had figured out the PDF situation and were doing it that way, but that doesn't work when you're in a situation where you want it physically on you to help with your studying.
So my favorite part was that the teachers was like, well, you need the CD because there's lesson plans in the CD.
Yeah.
And people would go, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
This year's specific copy of the CD.
You know what? That's fine. I think I'll manage.
And they and then the bookstore downstairs is like, oh, sell us your old textbooks back. We'll whatever give you whatever.
We'll pay you shit.
What a garbage rate on them.
Yeah.
And then we'll take them, relaminate them, and put them back on the shelf. Cool.
What a great racket. Textbooks in school. Oh man.
Everyone makes bank.
Everybody made money.
Yep.
I made money off textbooks in school.
It was like like it is the ultimate wedding of beaks.
The only people not making money off of textbooks in school are the people too stupid to make money off of textbooks in school.
Yeah, you'd honestly think a mafia would get involved. On the textbook racket.
They might have been
hundreds.
You don't even know that they
hundreds of dollars, just milking students every single year. Everyone gets their cut. School gets their cut. Bookstore gets their cut. Student gets their cut.
The company that does the bullshit.
Everything. Everyone gets their.
The only person that didn't get their cut
is the student in debt,
who was like, "Oh man, I need to buy all these textbooks.
Time to ruin my life." Or you go see Doc Copy.
You know, let's see Doc Copy.
And she hooks you up. That is a hero.
Yes.
And a true noble savior.
Democratizing education. In an education system that should already be democratized.
Or just, like, addressing the clear problem that is, fuck you.
Well, how about this?
For these pieces of paper.
Hey, income tax is a high, and sales tax is like 15 fucking %. Why is it so high? Holy shit. Well, because it subsidizes your higher education. Every single part of higher education, except for the $1,000 of books you have to buy every semester.
Yeah.
Which dwarfs the cost of everything else that you're doing.
Yeah. In my case, it was the like 6-foot long receipt from Omer Dessert and the other UCAM art store.
Oh, fuck yeah. You were in a fucking art program.
I bought an airbrush, dude, with a compressor and tools to switch out different thicknesses on the airbrush.
That's not required
for that class. Totally is.
That's so stupid. That's such overkill.
Like, buy a fucking airbrush and air compressor.
That's so stupid.
As one of the tools you will be needing. You know, you don't know how much a fucking brush costs until you see the markup on them. It's wild, bro. Yeah. Anyway.
I remember I got somebody one of them posing like Robaxaset dolls.
Yeah.
For like she was getting into
dolls,
animation stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm a Secret Santa. I don't want to get this girl. Okay, I'll get her this thing. And it was like $22. It's like it's made out of plywood, man. Like what the fuck?
$22. That's a steal.
Oh, is it?
That is a steal.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Anyway,
everything's a scam.
Every scam's a thing.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, what's your favorite hustle ever that you've ever heard?
Oh, God.
Because there's one that like jumps into my fucking brain so hard.
There's a lot of them. I mean, I don't have it on the. I don't have.
All right, I'll give you mine, and maybe something will pop in your brain. My favorite scam that I ever heard, because it scammed Disney and fuck Disney, was the handicapped access scam at Disney World. You ever hear about this racket?
Don't think so.
Fucking simple as shit. Do you have a visible disability, i.e. amputation, decreased movement, wheelchair, cane, whatever, right? Something that you can see from far away.
Yeah.
You know what you can do? You can hang out at the fucking entrance to Disney World And when people come in with their families, go, hey, you pay me a couple $100, I'm your new aunt. We skip every line in Disney World.
Wow.
Because
That's
Disney
amazing.
World has a fucking policy about anybody with impaired movement or disability right to the fucking front of the line. Because why would you make somebody with a disability stand in the back of the line? That's terrible. It's inhumane.
That's pretty strong.
It's such a good hustle.
Yeah, you see the problem is
Who loses?
Yeah. See that's the thing is in most hustles there is a clear loser where you're like, no, you don't want to have that. Like, yeah, it's hard to think of the hustle where you're like, oh no, this is win all around. That's pretty good. Copy Doctor's pretty good.
Yeah.
I have favorite hustle result.
Okay.
I suppose, and that is where a certain Transformer fanatic
fucking Jesus
was possibly involved in the swapping of price stickers on toys.
That's a bad racket. Don't
where you would go to the toy aisle and take some little thing like dumb ball or like child's Tonka toy, and put it on
expensive Optimus Prime,
a gigantic Primus figure of some kind, and try to roll out there and have the person who's paid minimum wage just go beep.
As somebody,
I don't give a fuck.
As somebody who was a guy who was paid minimum wage and who was occasionally tasked with checking those stickers, guess what? Some people don't give a fuck. Some people love giving a fuck about that shit.
Oh yeah,
love it.
Oh yeah, and
I loved. Catching people for that shit gave me a thrill in my day.
And the stickering hustle that continued amongst that community until eventually an acquaintance was attempting to buy a toy legitimately, and then was pulled into a room and asked a couple questions about the toy.
Yeah.
And then asked if they identified anybody in this book of faces, which featured some fanatics and fans of certain franchises.
So the funniest
that you might, I don't know.
That we probably know.
Maybe know.
And so here's the thing.
I mean, you got a mugshot for Transformers, bro.
I have known a lot of people who have tried a lot of hustles, and there is a wide difference between a hustle and a scam.
Mm-hmm.
A hustle might be a little sneaky, but it's all good. A scam, someone along the way is getting ripped off. Now, if you pull a hustle, you'll probably be fine unless people get mad at you for the hustle. Like, old school pool hustling, for example, is a really good example, right? You pull a scam, and there's
Jeffrey Breakout
there's
Lucille.
the word legal involved in your scam.
Yep.
To my knowledge, I don't know anyone who didn't eventually get caught.
Yeah.
Ever.
At a certain point, it's advanced theft.
Yeah.
It's not quite a scam as much as it is like, if your thing is go to the Walmart returns line with a receipt for a product that you did not purchase and get the cash back on it.
Now, at best, you'll get caught in the way where they say, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
At worst, they'll say, you hold on 1 second. And if you're running a scam like that and you have a nice manager tell you, can you hold on 1 second? We just need to check something. It's probably in your best interest to haul ass.
I've heard of the scumbag one of like going to whatever store and like start consuming a product off the shelf and then come to the cash with it. And then if they ask about it, then you pay for it. But if they don't, then hey, it was there.
Tell you right now.
Of course.
That barely works.
Of course.
That very rarely works.
I remember like I came from one store where I had something in my pocket and then like was just buying something else, and then the cash person said, "Hey, I'm sorry, it's just my job. I have to ask what that is."
Yeah.
Right? And I was like, "Oh yeah, no, it's my thing here. Here's the receipt, whatever. It's fine." But like knowing that they have to ask.
Yeah.
Like, unless the person is not giving a fuck and they're like, I'm about to check out, I don't care.
People work in retail, like, scanning millions of
trying to
products
option select the line.
Over
the
shit.
Fucking,
like, guess what?
Yeah.
Those people are bored, and if they see you eating something, they can tell by, like, the side view of the wrapper that, like, we sell that here.
Sure.
In fact, only we sell that here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, and also the people in the aisles. Hey, here's a shocker, guys. When you're in a grocery store or a Walmart or a Toys R Us, there's one person in that store that is there to watch you steal something. Always. Always. There's somebody with 5 to 10 items in their cart, and they're very interested in the back of the box of some pasta or some shit.
Yeah.
And they're taking they're taking like 15 minutes per aisle, because if they went back and forth, up and down, up and down, up and down, you'd recognize them. And they rotate out per store, and it's a different guy every day. That's how 99% of shoplifters get caught, is that there is someone standing right next to them as they take it off the shelf and put it in their coat.
Yeah, I can't think of.
Oh, there's a person in our chat goes, I was that guy.
Yeah.
That's a good job, by the way. That pays well.
The secret shopper?
Yeah. With one downside. You're by far the most likely person in the store to get stabbed.
Right.
By far.
Because you're
by like 1,000 times.
You're front lines. You're on the front lines.
Because you're the person who stops a criminal at the front that goes, don't, no, bad crime, no.
Mm-hmm. Hey, here's a question. You weren't around when the 10-cent bag charge started, right?
I was, absolutely. That was the worst time I ever worked.
Because now you got the self-serve checkouts.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, how many bags did you use? I'm like, fuck you.
So
that's how many.
So it used to be a 0-cent bag charge, and then it became a 5-cent bag charge.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone over the age of 40 was going to tell you, cashier or grocery bagger, this is outrageous. And you're like, dude, what
can you do?
Do you want one or not?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you want me to? You want me to pay for? Or me to pay for your fucking? I don't care.
Yeah.
The fun part was watching the people who tried to pick up their groceries that they clearly intended to bag in their arms and try and walk out with it, and then come back and like angrily throw down a nickel. And it's like, what is this even as a function of your hourly salary? A nickel, right? Say you're working minimum wage. What is that, like 20 seconds? 5 seconds of labor? It took you longer to walk out of the store. Fucking chill, bro. It's a plastic bag. Also, you can keep them. They're good for the little trash cans. They're good for picking up dog shit. There are lots of things you can do with a plastic bag you keep at home. You could even bring them back the next time. You know that?
Well, see, some stores would have the durable bag that'd be like, hey, just buy one of these. But then who the fuck would walk with it? Some people do, but a lot of people wouldn't.
Everybody over the age of 40.
And then you end up buying them again, and you're like, you have a bunch of these durable plastic bags at home, or durable cloth bags or hemp bags at home.
Yeah.
That you just never bring back.
But those bags are pretty. I like the blue one.
I like the black and green one. It was nice.
Yeah.
It was nice. Last thing is, I remember there was a video I guess I saw of, like, it was more of an alert to the fact that there was a hustle.
Yeah.
And this was just like straight up fast talking, and it works best in America where like a lot of where all the currency is bills, right? But it basically was like someone walking in and going, hey,
I got a story about that.
It was
in a while.
There was someone going in and going, hey, can I get
change for 20?
Can I get change for 20? Exactly. Yeah. You know the deal, right?
Yeah. Can I get change for the 20?
And it's like, actually, wait, can you give me ones and a 10?
Oh, shit, I actually don't have a 20. I actually have 10. Can you give me 2 5s back?
Yeah, and then you're holding the money they handed you.
Yeah,
and then
it's a script and it's a rigmarole.
And you walk out there, you walk away with $30, and you handed them $20.
Yeah,
and like anybody that is just like, wait, what? The fast math.
Yeah,
you just lose track of it, and you're like, you switch gears.
So
cashiers are trained in such a way that like they're like there's a part of it where like cashier training can be exploited.
So here's the part that fails. Now, this is my personal experience. That thing has at least a 65% failure rate. And the reason why is because if anybody came up, so here's the hustle, right? Hey, man, can I get change for a 20? Mm-hmm. No. Mm-hmm. That's the end of the hustle. You know why? Because I don't have enough toonies. I don't have enough 5s.
Yeah.
I don't have enough 10s.
I need them.
I need to finish. I'm finishing in 2 hours. I need these. I don't want to open up another pack.
Totally.
That will only work on people at like 9 in the morning when their cache is still filled with 10s and 5s and stuff like that.
Yeah. Also, we don't have singles.
Yeah.
It just
which means that it'll break immediately because you can't. The coins are going to activate a different thing.
It activates a different thing. When you look at 2 toonies and a loony, you're like, oh yeah, that's a 5, and it's a different counter, you know. But yeah, I saw like a video about that, and then the guy comes back and goes, hey, actually,
I had a really bizarre situation when we were in
this is what it was.
at MagFest where I kept getting American change back, and I'm like, I don't know what to do with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's like I walked out of MagFest with like, I don't know, $2.30 in quarters and dimes, American quarters and dimes. Like, the fuck am I supposed to do with this?
And that's the problem.
I can't even turn it into like a toonie.
That's the problem with Japan.
Oh yeah, it is.
You need those coins.
You do.
They're real money.
They are real money used for real things.
That is $5 on that coin. Yeah. You walking around sloshing a bag.
Yeah.
You know. And I mean, like, it would be fine if you could still get the fucking, you know, like the 10,000, the big car, like Mon, you know, like that thing. That would be cool to fucking pull some of those out.
Coin.
Yeah, like ridiculous old school shampoo fucking money, you know. But yeah, no, you're walking around with coins and you need them, which means you have to sit there and count them at the cash. Fortunately, everyone who tends to work cash in Japan appears, at the very least, to be extremely patient.
Yes.
Because they're aware and
they're being crushed by the expectations of their conservative society.
They're also aware of the fact that you need to count up these fucking coins, and they have a calculator right there. Yeah.
And you got a little. I love this thing, the little fucking change box. The money box.
You put the money box. Money's dirty.
I like that thing.
Money's dirty. The filth is contained in the box.
Yeah.
It is not transferred from me to you.
I really like that thing.
By putting the money down here, this little plastic thing sucks all the gross out, and then you get a fresh bill.
Yeah.
No shit, piss, and come on that.
No cocaine.
Definitely no cocaine on the Japanese yen.
Yeah,
no cocaine on that.
Hell no.
Fuck out of here.
Who would do that?
You crazy?
No way.
What?
What is it? You mean, is that short for Coca? Is that long for Coca-Cola? Technically, yes, but whatever.
Get out of here, Pierre.
Get out of here. You can play a criminal on the video game, but no criminal.
Video games.
Yeah, this. I saw a comment last week that cracked me up, which was like, when we were talking about, you know, eating people's butts, and not like sexually, I mean like chewing into their butt meat for sustenance.
Bad way.
Yeah, somebody said, ostensibly, this is a video game podcast.
Yeah.
Ostensibly. I also saw a really fun one. Was like, oh, I can't. Thank God for these timestamps. I fucking can't handle another fucking hour of them talking about their shit cum piss monster cannibal shit another month. Goddamn it, fucking goddamn. And I'm like, it's only gonna get worse from here, brother.
We finally started talking about ass eating, and we actually meant cannibalism.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to this podcast.
Yeah.
By the way, my name is Pat.
Hi, I'm Wooly.
You ever have that moment where you're like 4 hours into the stupidest discussion ever, and you're like, I don't think we've said our names once?
Perhaps not.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you play video games?
I did play video games a little bit. I actually had a fucking raucous week. Raucous? Is that what I want? But I had a lot of stupid shit happen that is of value to this podcast, because 2 of them are feline based. But before that, yeah, I can see it on your face. Before that, I did play a video game. Oh, it'll be fun to talk about the felines, I tell you what.
I'll talk about cats.
Yeah, but what about cats?
Oh. Oh, that's where this is going.
All right.
Okay.
So number 1, I did play a video game. I played Iceborne on its release.
Yeah.
Iceborne on its release on PC is fucked up!
So I heard.
Man!
Yeah.
It is so fucked up!
Yeah.
It was so fucked up that it overloaded my backup battery for my PC and turned half of my living room off.
Wait, you had a surge from the game?
So I use, now that I'm 24-hour streaming, whatever, I have surge protectors that double as battery backups. So that if I lose power for 1 second, the battery backup kicks on and nothing turns off.
Okay.
So that, we get brownouts in the city. They last like 5 minutes.
There was a hailstorm a couple days ago that was flickering my shit.
Right. So I'm playing Iceborne. And Iceborne is hitting my CPU and my GPU so hard that it pulled more than 600 watts out of the battery surge protector. And it's rated for 510 watts.
Okay.
So it would go, fuck! And turn everything off as like a circuit breaker. Literally never happened before, ever. Right? I had a buddy of mine tell me that when he starts up Iceborne, his house lights dim.
What the
Because you're running an 810 950 power supply CPU PC, and Iceborne is kicking on so hard that it is hitting like 900 watts in a second.
Is this a known issue?
This is absolutely a known issue. And here's why. So there's, ironically enough, 2 reasons why this is happening. One is the one people figured out right away. The review build of Iceborne, which I played and had great performance, did not have anti-cheat on it. Why would it? It's a review build for reviewers.
Okay.
The build they released did have anti-cheat on it. However, not only did it have Monster Hunter World's anti-cheat, it also had Iceborne's anti-cheat, which would run simultaneously on each other. And it would scan every file in the folder every second during operation.
Okay.
So there's 40% of your CPU. I have an i7.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
In addition, there's a bug or some shit where that level of activity triggers Windows Defender to think it's some Trojan fuck.
It's attack, yeah.
And so now Windows Defender is scanning everything in the Monster Hunter folder every second. So I have an i7 7700. I hit 95% CPU utilization on like the main menu. I have friends that picked it up or even upgraded their PCs that are like, that played Monster Hunter World before Iceborne comes out. They're like, I can't play it now. The game's dropping below like 15 frames. I can't. It's busted. So it's pretty clear that the anti-cheat is default. Except it's slightly stupider than that. That is the result of many of the performance issues, and it is causing CPU problems and memory leaks. But on top of that, the Monster Hunter World Iceborne modding community has dug a little deeper and found out that there is a function in the game's code that has not been adequately turned off. And that function is to ping the home server 1,000 times a second for verification of data or some shit like that. Which is weird because that would only be present on a debug build. Which means that the version that they released as the final build is actually a debug build. Which is why it has all of these fucked up issues in it. We were not given a proper release candidate.
Whoa.
The build of Iceborne that is on PC right now, for all intents and purposes, from everything that people digging around in it can find, is not the actual proper release candidate. So when they say, hey, we're going to get a patch out to you in the next couple days, which they said yesterday, I believe them. Because I believe they're going to go through version control and find out, oops,
they pushed the
wrong one out.
Build, and that wasn't the RC.
And they'll likely disable Monster Hunter World's anti-cheat because Iceborne's anti-cheat is on, which will drop it further. There'll probably be a performance loss over World in general, but it won't be the 1,000% performance loss that people are seeing.
Okay.
I spoke to a developer friend of mine who told me that people have been fired from his place of employment for pushing out the wrong version.
Literally, that's what I'm trying to get at, because I'm trying to wrap my head around that, right? And it's like, okay, step one is your pre-mastering person is literally hired to control versions and make sure things like this don't happen. But oftentimes, there will be a situation where the person in charge of PC stuff is an entirely different department, company, person, individual. They're not handling that. They're handling console and everything, and then this PC stuff is just not an afterthought as much as you guys go figure this out.
Yeah.
So they don't do the same versioning / they don't have the same checks in place. and they just upload the wrong folder to a thing.
Yep.
But usually the name of the build, like the full name of the SKU,
Yeah, well,
would include those errors.
I don't know, man.
So someone with eyeballs would look and go,
Dude,
"That's not the right one."
So it's this weird thing where I did a stream a couple weeks before Iceborne on PC came out and went, yeah, the performance is a little better. It looks really good. These graphical options work really well. And then the day that the game came out, I pulled off the review build because the review build can only play with other people with the review build.
Yeah.
To the main build, and my performance tanked. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Unless the RC had a fix that broke other things,
Maybe.
and then they went, "Fuck that, just roll it back." And
So-
then they're like, "Okay, rolling it back means just going back to the previous version, which was this." So they just go, "This is now our new RC."
I haven't even gotten to the
Could be that.
I haven't even gotten to the best part.
Okay.
Willie, how much time did you spend getting to the end of Monster Hunter World? Ballpark it.
Oh God.
The broad estimate. Doesn't matter.
20, 30,
20?
20?
Okay.
I don't know.
If you played a lot of Monster Hunter World when it came out, did endgame stuff, you probably hit like 80, maybe 100, maybe 150, right?
Okay.
Well, if on PC you hadn't played since before last summer, you would have missed the patch that updated the save file format to a slightly different save file format.
Oh,
Therefore, when you load up Iceborne, it'll go
incompatible.
no save games detected. And you go, huh? And if you click next on that screen, it will create a new blank save data.
Overriding.
And then when you back out of the game, it will upload that save data to the cloud and kill your old save data. And then the cloud save will download back onto your computer and overwrite the original save. And that shit will be gone. And there is currently no fix for that. So, if you are interested in Monster Hunter World Iceborne,
wow,
turn that game on and it says no save data detected, you Alt F4 that motherfucker right then.
Yeah.
They took 5 extra months specifically so that the PC version could catch up in terms of features and parity and hey man, it'll be a lot better this time. The Monster Hunter World development team is not good on the PC.
This conversation will never end. The PC version problem conversation that has been most of my adult life is not going away.
So here's the thing. It kind of will eventually, but it's up to the upper echelon of Capcom.
Are you saying when the next generation of consoles become PCs?
No. The thing is, Capcom was actually very blunt about this. The reason why the Monster Hunter World PC stuff was always so delayed is because all their PC geniuses, all the people who fucking know how to develop a PC game,
Sure.
were working on Resident Evil 2 Remake
Yeah.
and Devil May Cry 5. And those ports are fucking sick. They're fantastic.
But I thought Monster Hunter and its team were like the highest priority Capcom thing.
On consoles. Sure. Monster Hunter has no history on PC. The other franchises absolutely do.
Right, but
and those are parts of those teams. Like the Resident Evil team, they're tech guys. A lot of those people know how to make a PC build. Like they're not like learning how to do it like the world people are. So at some point, Capcom's going to take this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy from DMC and Resident Evil when their PC versions are done or not currently being worked on and go here. And then they'll teach that team how to fucking do it.
So your options are those people, or you get a fucking rootkit on your installation.
Yeah, it's a
and
bummer.
there's no in between.
It's fucked up.
Got it.
It's fucked up.
Thanks.
It's so stupid. Disaster. And the biggest bummer is I have a PC strong enough that like I can kind of ignore a lot of these problems.
Yeah.
And so I'm playing it and I'm enjoying it, but I'm like, I am not blind to the fact that tons of people either lost their progress or, just have the version fucked up. Also, the anti-cheat doesn't work. It's already been bypassed.
Of course.
People are already got the transmog mod back in. People already have importable save files to help the people that fucking lost their save file, etc. Right? Doesn't work. Just take it out. It was bypassed within like 6 hours. And it's really fucked because now if you undo the anti-cheat, which is explicitly against the rules, you gain like a 40% performance boost. Like it's crazy. It's like getting a new video card.
So what's like who's running a successful anti-cheat solution that
No
doesn't?
one ever. Online games like League and Fortnite, they're running mostly successful because they have entire buildings dedicated to it.
Yeah. Okay.
And those guys are working every day real hard.
Okay.
Right? And they ban them in these massive waves, and they have all this technology to detect that shit. You know, it's not perfect, but it's something. Monster Hunter, who even cares? So what? There were cheaters on the 3DS version. You'd go into a room, and a guy would shoot a monster once and would die. And then you would carve it, and you're like, okay.
Right, but of course the fear is save corruption. You know.
So fix it with the save editor. like who cares? Like it doesn't matter. It's stupid.
Yeah, you don't want to go from soft on it, right?
Ugh. From the worst implementation of anti-cheat ever.
So you're trying to avoid
get invaded by somebody and they stab you with a knife and you get banned.
Fuck you forever.
Unbelievable.
Like,
unbelievable.
So
let's see. So I played that video game, which while I'm having fun is it's a huge disappointment.
Here's the question now, actually, before you jump off of that.
Yeah.
Do you just stop and wait? Or
if you are somebody who got it and it's fucked up, which is most people, don't stop and wait. Hit them with a refund.
Okay. Do you grab the console version?
No, that's not. If you have all your shit on the PC version, it's not like hopping over to the console version isn't a solution. It's wait and complain.
Okay.
Because complaining works. Also, refunds scare publishers. They don't like it. They don't like it. Oh, you know what? I also played No Man's Sky after the Internet Historian video about the ingoodening of No Man's Sky.
So this is patched up and all.
This is very, 10 patch expansions or whatever.
What was it called again?
There's a lot. There's Beyond, there's Synthesis, there's Foundation, they all have names.
Okay.
Good. It's much better. Much more enjoyable. It's like, I don't want to say Minecraft, but Starbound or Terraria, something like that more like now. Build bases, see other people.
Yeah, but are you playing it kind of thinking like, yeah, but Outer Wilds, though?
That's not fair. That's not fair at all.
No, it's not. But I'm sorry that creativity...
That's the least fair ever.
Creativity, pushes your enjoyment so much further than an impressive, visual canon.
It's not about visual. It's about scale. And the biggest problem No Man's Sky had when it came out was that there was nothing to do. Now there are many things to do, and many of them are enjoyable.
But do you remember what we said, where it was like, could you imagine the tech of No Man's Sky with the idea of Outer Wilds?
It'd be impossible. It's a nonsensical thing that doesn't even make any sense. Because everything in Outer Wilds is good because it's designed.
It's to small scale.
Yeah. I remember, I forget which planet I was on, but you could jump and hit the jetpack, and you would crest the horizon in a way that would speed you up and make you feel very uncomfortable. The moon. It was the moon. You could jump and jet, and you would clearly move farther away from the planet and thus pick up speed. Oh, it's fucky.
So you had fun?
I did.
New save?
Yeah.
Okay.
The old one is fucked up. The old one that I had from 2016, I loaded in and I was inside the floor of a space station. It was unusable. So it's kind of funny because I played it. That save file dated back to August of 2016 when the game came out. And I'm like, well, here's that experience that I had, and here's this one. Big improvement. Don't know if it's still a great game, but it's pretty close to what was promised. And I very much enjoyed my time with it when I streamed it, and afterwards I played some more.
Did you excavate, fight, discover?
Yeah,
life,
totally.
All that.
Yeah, I named a planet Estus because it had orange oceans.
Okay.
Looked like Tang.
Did it feel like the promised video?
Yes, it did.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
There's way more plant and animal life and variation in topography than by 1,000 times from what it was in 2016. It was good.
And did you go to a space station?
I did. You have the ability to talk to way more of the aliens now, and they
Yeah.
all teach you a part of their language instead of just having to scour the fucking planet.
Was it actually interesting?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, very much enjoyed it.
100%. Okay.
And also the materials research upgrade loop was a lot better planned out.
So what was that video then?
It's by Internet Historian, who's a big-ass, super good YouTuber, and it's called The Ingoodening of No Man's Sky. It is 53 minutes long. One of those minutes is the credits and the Patreon stuff that he does. The first 26 minutes are, here's how No Man's Sky became the biggest disaster ever. And then the second 26 minutes are same story, another side. And it goes into what it was like to build that game behind the scenes and what contributed to all those fucked up interviews. And then, well, game's out. It's fucked up. What do we do? And the answer is, shut the fuck up and work on it. And it's a fascinating video. I would recommend anybody watch it. That being said, a lot of people already watched that video. That is a populous, big hit number video view.
Well, it definitely feels like at least in terms of industry press, like we saw all the updates as they came, and then there was sort of a like, yeah, they made it good now, but then I never really heard people like player-wise talking about.
It's really fascinating because you go to the Steam page, and the Steam page is all reviews mixed. Because
mixture of old and new.
Because when you hit overwhelmingly negative, I think the highest you can get all time is mixed.
Right.
And then recent reviews, overwhelmingly positive. And you're like, really? Weird. Huh. Cool.
I respect the work ethic.
You know what's weird but not cool? Cats.
Now,
do you know about jellicle cats?
Yes, I do.
What about categorical cats?
No.
Statistical cats.
I know about
political cats.
I know about the fact that apparently cats that live horrible lives.
That's right.
All want to die.
They want to die
really badly.
They want to go to the Heaviside Lair,
but only one can get reborn.
All right. So here's the deal. It's late at night, and Paige is like, "Oh my god, I want to see cats."
Okay, but how are you going to see it unpatched?
You just go to the theater.
Okay.
Because the one they're playing is unpatched.
Wonderful.
Boy, is it unpatched.
Wonderful.
And Paige being a fucking musical theater nerd and knows the songs from Cats.
I hear Memories is legit good.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And the performance in the show is good. So we're off to Cats. All right. So you read a tweet about Cats a little while ago.
Read a tweet about Cats.
That was real. That was dead on. So I'm not going to skim the contents of that.
I've since gotten more details too.
The size of Cats is nightmarish, inconsistent, terrifying. From shot to shot to shot. Cats teleport in scenes. Everything looks like shit.
So
everything looks like shit.
I heard that the team, the CGI team working on this had 6 months to do it.
I bet.
And they were pushing this fur tech that fucking
doesn't work.
Didn't work at all.
Yeah.
And that on the red carpet, the director said, "Yeah, we finished it yesterday."
Yep, he did say that.
And the version that critics saw prior to that red carpet screening had green screen shots in it.
Yeah, it was pre-patch.
Because they literally had to air a version where they did not have anything but the green screen raw footage.
That's right.
In the cut.
So,
just fucking delay it.
No, you don't delay movies.
It's a Christmas movie. We need it for
You don't delay movies. Sonic broke new ground. So, all right, let's break it down. The musical Cats sucks ass. There is no story to this fucking story. I'm this kind of cat. No, I'm this kind of cat. I'm magic. I'm fat. I'm grumpy. Fucking whatever. That's the whole movie.
Yeah, but I heard
that's the whole movie.
But the magic of Broadway is that they're hanging off your chair.
Yeah, and they're in the crowd.
So it's like the stage is part of it.
Yeah, that doesn't play in a fucking movie theater.
Yeah, no.
It's so I put a tweet out that was like, I would review Cats, but I think it's better summed up by the fact that a gentleman walked into our theater that only had 6 people in it, which were all 3 of them couples whose boyfriends were dragged there by their girlfriends. And this person, upon cresting, you come out of the little hallway and you crest on the seats, whole theater stank of weed. Just bam, bam. It is 10:30 at night.
Yep.
I'm going to see Cats. I'm high as fuck.
Can you blame them?
No. Well, you know what else I can't blame? That 15 minutes in, when the second song started, they got up and fucking walked out and never came back.
Oh man, no! You gotta be at this late in the game. You know what you're in for.
So I got confirmation on this of Twitter of people who went to see it high. It is terrifying. It is anxiety inducing. It is not good.
Okay.
It is bad
to
see
all right.
on the under the influence.
You know what? Fair enough.
It wouldn't be so bad that you can see Judi Dench's obviously human hands coming out of her fur coat.
Yeah.
If Judi Dench did not have one of the most large golden wedding rings that I've ever seen a person. It's a solid gold band that is flat to do like a symbol.
Yeah.
It catches the light. Like, it's so obvious. You've got characters in the background wearing sneakers or ballet shoes or what, like, just unfinished top to bottom.
Yeah, it's the flesh peeling that I'm more concerned with.
So let's talk about the flesh peeling.
Because everyone really glosses over the idea that someone peels their flesh off.
Yeah, it's nightmarish. It's really bad. You know what's weirder? So McCavity, the character played by Idris Elba, is a feral cat. He's a street cat.
Yep.
Right? He's evil. He's magic. And he's going to zap people away so that he can be the one to win the Jellicle Ball and go up to the Heaviside Lair. Which is apparently death. It appears to be a metaphor for death. Well, they changed his design, which fine, right? In the show, he's like black and orange with like a lot of white, and he's like scary looking, like a scary clown, I guess. In the movie, it's Idris Elba with cat ears in like a cool like hat.
He's got the hat
and like a trench coat.
He's got the coat,
which I think is a much cooler look, except when it gets to his song at the end of the movie, he takes the hat and the coat off, and Idris Elba's fur has been color corrected to be the exact same shade as his skin tone. So he just looks like fuzzy, naked Idris Elba.
It's brown.
It's fucking so creepy.
That sounds...
Because none of the other characters look like this. Because they all have like traditionally like Caucasian faces or whatever, or maybe they're painted up, and they have like cat skin tone, it's like orange or white and black or whatever for their fur. But Idris Elba is just black and furry, brown and furry, and
flesh colored fur.
I'm just gonna pull up and it looks like Idris Elba like did himself up in fur.
Oh.
And is like he looks naked.
Oh.
Like you've seen the photos of the cats.
Yeah.
He looks naked, man, and he's doing a dance number, and he is fucking okay.
Don't they all look naked to some degree?
Yeah, to some degree, but none of them are wearing like suits and hats before that, or they take them off early in their shots. So I'm gonna walk over to Wooly and show Wooly two pictures.
Okay.
This is what Idris Elba looks like when he's got his
right,
outfit on.
right, with the suit and the thing. Yeah, he looks like the tough guy. He's got the big tough guy hat.
This is what he looks like when he takes it off.
Oh, that's fucking horrifying. That is fucked. It's got the sheen on it. He's got the sheen on it. The sheen fur. Oh, that's bad.
So this is a watching where like you're just like you're bored to tears because it's just songs about cats, and then you're taken so hard out of it that you're just squealing with laughter. It's really bad. It's really bad. Also, Taylor Swift apparently cost too much money, so two characters were combined into one character that could be Taylor Swift. She does her song and then disappears from the movie. Gone.
I'm hearing One for the Ages might be screened for years to come.
Rocky Horror Picture Show, Last Airbender.
But Rocky Horror was good.
Yeah, Rocky Horror is good. This will live on. And I will say that this movie almost actually killed me, because in the theater production, the way that the cat wins the Jellicle Ball is they get chosen and they get onto a chandelier, and the chandelier's on the stage, and the chandelier rises up into the rafters of the stage.
Yep.
And they disappear. But it's a movie.
Yeah.
So there's no like so they're in a theater, I guess it's a little, and the cat gets onto the chandelier and it rises up through the roof. And then it turns into, it was actually a hot air balloon. And she floats away. And all the cats look at her and see her float away. And then she's drifting into the clouds, into the sun. And as she reaches the sun, the balloon and the cat just fade away like Marty McFly. just fade away. Because the cat goes to heaven.
And they wanted to give you more
and it is
than they needed.
It is not just like poorly shot. It is also the shittiest effect ever. Like the shittiest fade ever. And it comes after a sequence in which like Judi Dench like looks at the camera to talk to the audience. And the combination creates the laugh that is all air out, no air in. Just the wheezing, maniacal, I can't handle this stupid shit laugh. And I laughed so hard that I looked up to see the rest of the movie, and the movie was dark. And the movie was dark because I was blacking out. And that's when you go, okay, stop laughing.
Yeah.
I have not breathed for 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
Gotta calm it down. Gotta calm it down. And then it was over.
The problem,
you have to go see this garbage. It's astonishing.
It's made its way over to me. It's in the sphere. Of the impact sphere. But I definitely do feel that this one's different. This one hits a little different because of the amount of names attached to it.
Everyone's a giant star.
It's ridiculously star-studded.
And the Victoria, the main cat, I'm not familiar with her actress, but I'm to assume that she is a pro ballet dancer, because apparently they have to be to play that role. And she's doing all sorts of crazy ballet shit, right? Doing the little flips and the points with the feets. And it's like, that's a talented lady. She sings quite well. Some of the songs, like the performances by the actors, are great. The songs are terrible, but the people singing them are doing a really good job.
Yeah.
And it's just like everybody's a name. And it's even doing that thing where like, I don't know who this is, but they're a big British star.
Clearly, yeah.
You know?
Everyone's part of fucking Cats. It's Cats.
Oh, wow, it's Cats.
And like, didn't this happen last time? Or like, I don't know, Les Mis got done.
Yeah, and same director.
Right? Yeah, that's what I was trying to think, right? So this was just kind of following up on that, right? And that was a big deal. Big stink. Les Mis.
It defies belief. And again, the animation and everything that goes into the visual production of this movie, this is on the level of astonishingly bad production as The Last Airbender.
On the level.
No, fuck it. It's worse.
See,
but it's the only thing I can compare it to.
Did you bother?
Bother what?
Watching The Last Airbender?
In theaters. Day it came out.
Okay.
It was the first thing I ever saw about Avatar.
Okay.
And I went, well, now I got to watch this show because there's no way it's as bad as this shit.
Okay.
Fuck. So Cats is...
High recommend.
Over animated, I would say. Way too much money went into its anime. It would have been a better movie if it was like filming dynamic camera shots of people on a fucking stage. Like of the stage production.
Of the musical. Musical.
You know, like you ever see there's the movie version of Phantom of the Opera?
Yeah.
And it's you fucking videotaping the stage.
Yeah.
That would have been way better movie. Like, easy. And in fact, there used to be a Cats movie back in the 90s that was just that.
They just filmed it.
And that's why I got popular with the, us plebs that don't go to the theater. Right?
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, there's been adaptations that work, but I guess they had more than 6 months in post to figure the shit out.
I guess. Why'd you put the date so close?
Well, anyway, I at the very least, like, I would have. It's the type of story you hear about, and you go with all the names attached. You would think that they would, like, see it in the screener or whatever.
You sign that contract, I don't think you can bail.
Not bail, but use your power and influence to clout your way into delaying the movie.
Yeah.
You'd think all those names could clout a delay so that they could finish the fucking thing instead of having just throwing it out there for studio like panic. Because how could it possibly be worth it to become known as one of the worst movies ever? but we got to hit that date though. Like on like what possible logic does it make where you're like
it doesn't.
It's still worth it for this to not be delayed, for it to come out now.
I don't know. Stupid.
By what metric on your calendar? Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's no reason I can think of where this is a favorable result to not giving it more time.
Yeah.
The only thing this is more favorable than is it never coming out, but that's only in the like wasted money sense.
Yeah.
Because then at least this has a chance to earn.
It's not. Boy, is it not. That was an empty ass theater. The only people who were in that theater were seeing it for lulz.
Which is why I'm surprised to hear that dude walked out and never came back. Cause
there were probably no lulls to be had. He was probably having like a fucking bad trip. All right, so there's that.
Yeah.
Cats was overdone on every extreme. Now let's talk about something that's half-baked.
The thunderous variety?
The thunderous variety. It's funny, because I sound like a genius talking about this show because it's so bad. There are 2 episodes out of Thundercats Roar, which I keep wanting to say Thundercats Go.
I literally was going to call it Thundercats Go.
Yeah. All right.
If you didn't say Roar just now.
So, everybody getting all weird and shitty about, it's Cal Arts, it's Steven Universe Adventure, fucking whatever. Doesn't even matter. Not even important. Right? Here's what's important. The show, the writing feels like we have an afternoon to write this episode. Desperate, fast, like, do it, right? I would say that out of 2 episodes they put out, I smiled once, tops, right? But beyond that, the production on this screams, oh man, they didn't give these people dick to work with.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, because I haven't seen any of it. I saw the trailer for it, and I assumed that it would be aiming for that Teen Titans Go, OK Go,
One Hit,
OKKO,
Adventure Time,
etc.
Flapjack, etc.
Yeah, which is lovely.
So
those things are great. And
they're going
and
on a super chibi kind of Cal Arts art style, like very super deformed, very squat. You know, they're going for backgrounds that are completely detail-less, so that they don't have to draw them. Absolute minimum amount of keyframes you could possibly get away with. The concept of even being on model is like a joke. Like every single frame is like off model to some degree, meaning that it has no consistency from shot to shot. Characters are like, I'm somewhat familiar with animation principles such as squash and stretch and smear and all that. This is not being done for style. This is being done for efficiency. Because it feels like they had like a week to make this show. So
we like all the stuff that like those examples that just came out there are like those are examples of pretty good shows.
Yes.
Right.
And every show that I would have mentioned, I would say at least their animation is good.
But even the stuff that like I never delved super deep into because I only saw it when I'd like visit America. But like they had like other shows like Gumball is great.
Gumball's great.
Gumball's great. I was gonna say like there's stuff like Clarence.
Yeah.
And I forgot what the other one is that looks a bit like it, and it's a kind of new Cartoon Network era type stuff where it seems to be like still fine.
Yeah.
In all those.
Yeah,
metrics.
I never watched Clarence and went, that looks like shit. That was the whole time watching this. And a friend of mine pointed out that there's one series of backgrounds that has a lot of detail put into it, and it's the base that they hang out at. And all I can think of is like, well, those were drawn first before the rest of the show had to be animated.
Okay.
So I don't want to go too much into detail. The show sucks ass, top to bottom. It's visually uninteresting. It animates like shit. The voice acting's really good, but the lines they were given are god awful.
Do you have any connection to the old Thundercats at all?
No, never even seen them.
Okay.
Don't care at all. I think Thundercats are probably dumb, but this shit is super, super dumb. On top of that,
the coolest thing they had was the logo.
Yeah.
It's
on top of that,
it's one of those cases.
there was a little weird hiccup in that we're in Canada.
Yeah.
And they don't want us to watch it.
Oh, okay.
So it's only available on the Cartoon Network app, which doesn't exist in Canada.
Okay.
So got a hold of it somehow.
Okay.
Watched it, and I was like, that's weird about the app. So I reached some tendrils out and was like, hey, what's up with this shit? Turns out Cartoon Network has legal obligations to play anything Warner Brothers sends them.
Okay.
Somewhere. And the show's second season was canceled before it even finished production.
Of
Thundercats Roar, yeah.
Oh.
Because everybody working on it has updated their profiles to working on something else.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
So it appears that Cartoon Network went, this is garbage, and are hiding it in the app.
It just started airing, though, right? Okay. See, the weird part is that when Thundercats came back 9 or 10 years ago, I heard good shit.
Yeah, that thing apparently animated really well.
And so I guess I didn't follow through to find out, like, why didn't they kind of keep that going if it was a success? But maybe it was just not.
Supposedly the toy sales were bad.
Okay, well, that's
which is weird because there weren't toys.
What? Because I was gonna say, like, if the metric it
didn't increase toy sales despite it having no specific toys of its own.
Because if it was one of those situations where it's like it was super good but it made no money, then that's the death knell.
So from what I can tell, now I might be wrong. I mean these are sources that I'm just personally trusting, but they seem to know what they're talking about. This is something that Warner Brothers tried to make with no money because they had a license. Gave it to Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network went, this sucks ass. Dumped it on their app so that as few people can see it as possible.
That's the only place to watch it?
Right now it is.
Okay.
And then well,
it might just be like a pre-marketing thing.
Maybe. And then everybody involved with it got shit canned or the project got killed and they're all working on different shit. And season 2 of that show is not going to happen. So I think the weirdest thing is that there are people who defend this because it's like, oh, the CalArt style is good. I was like, I don't think that's the point at all. I think the fact that this show sucks, you're defending a show that no one who worked on it defends it, and the company that ordered it made killed it, and the company that's supposed to broadcast it hides it. No one's going to bat for it. So why would you?
Well, because
it's got Mum-Ra in it.
I guess sometimes you're gonna swing and you miss. I heard good things about, like I said, like the old reboot. I've heard good things about when Voltron came back, and then She-Ra and stuff like that. So sometimes it's just you're gonna swing and the ball.
I think it's hilarious that I had this moment of like, wait, can I not watch it? But why?
If anything, though, I'm definitely I'm curious, but I'm also continuing to be more curious about I'm like, fuck, I should go back and watch that 2011 series.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I want to see the final episode of this to see if the animation got sparser and sparser as the show went on, just less and less frames in general. Shit's crazy.
Although the only thing I will say is I saw a list of shows with bad endings as a metric recently on it was a movie Reddit, and it was kind of here's a bunch of shows where the view ratings and views for the average season was high, and then the last season dips to lower than half.
Yeah.
And they had things up there, they had it was like a top 10 list or whatever, and obviously Game of Thrones and whatchamacallit, How I Met Your Mother.
Oh, man.
And all that shit was up there. All the expected ones.
Legendary, Barney.
All the expected ones were up there, but Thundercats was up there too. Not Thundercats, sorry. Voltron was up there. So apparently at some point the last season
shit's
doesn't
ass,
go good. Yeah, and I remember being like, oh, that's a shame, you know. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fucked. And the last funny story that I have to tell is, first of all, I want to apologize to everybody. I delayed the podcast this week. This one's on mine because on Monday I had to make a court appearance. Now, before you make the connection with the fact that we just spent 2 hours talking about hustling people, no, I did not go because I got arrested or I'm in trouble. I just made a statement. But when's the last time you were in court?
When those fuckers broke my third strike.
Okay. I've never been in court. It's fucking weird. It's so weird. The lawyers wearing the robes, the old-timey robes, and the judge wearing the robe with the little red ribbon. It feels not real. It feels like a joke. And granted, that's my fault for watching so much Law and Order and not being in touch with my Canadian heritage. But it's like, are you motherfucker? Are you serious? Are you like, really? You look some of the guys and girls, they look actually pretty hot in it. Like it's a cool.
No, we're still doing the goofy thing.
Yeah.
We still have the law wizards.
Now I want to point out to our Americans, no, they don't wear the powdered wigs. That is not real. Maybe in England they do. English people? No? Okay, whatever. But the best part was that I went down there and I spent all day down there. And they're like, oh, did you take work off for this? I go, yeah, I totally did. And they're like, okay, well, let's write you a subpoena and then you can get a refund. No, not a refund. You can get a reimbursement from the government, for your time. And I go down there and they go, okay, sir, did you take the day off of work here? I'm like, yes, I did. And I write my information and they go, okay, here, sir. And they come out and the lady takes a stack of bills and goes 1, 2, 3, and then throws a toonie on and hands me $52 in cash. And I don't know why, but the fact that it was cash really weirds me out. I thought I would get a check. It feels so goofy. And also, I don't mean to sound like an asshole here, but like, wow, $52. I bet everyone loves to take work off and come to, even when I worked at the grocery store.
Better than nothing.
Better than nothing.
That is weird.
I went out and I had breakfast at a nice place. But like, it's just, everything about that building is so fucking bizarre. And I went to the wrong building first. That was fucking embarrassing. But yeah, courts and the legal people, you know what else? They all sound like aliens. They all sound like weirdos. Everyone in that building sounds like somebody from LA with a French accent.
A government worker?
Like a government worker.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you like, you want to ask them, it's like, are you scum deep in your heart, lawyer person?
Or they want really good benefits.
I think they might be scum.
I have a friend that works for the government and you get amazing benefits.
Yeah. But that was it.
Yeah.
It was just fascinating to go down there and have that experience.
I just want to touch the podcast delay thing a little bit because obviously, like, Wednesdays comes up.
Wednesdays as usual, yes.
Yeah, Wednesdays has come up based on like pushes needing to occur and stuff.
Yeah.
But like, I guess because it was unclear, there was just sort of a feeling of, since there was a bunch of specific delays and some of them were based on like me going to like a tournament, for example. It's sort of just this indefinite feeling of like, we don't know. This is the new thing. This is how it is now. And it's like, there's a season of Sam Show tournaments that started in September. That
is that what's
ends in about February.
Yeah.
So this is a very temporary
Yeah, so let's
thing.
break down exactly what happens. Wooly often gets back Monday afternoon or night from whatever.
Flying out on Sundays is
right?
Yeah.
Or you're
doesn't
fucked
work out.
on Monday. And I have shit that I have to do on Tuesdays that I can't move. So,
Yeah.
like, that's that.
Now, once upon a time, there was no stream. It was just a record and
So
put
we
it
could
out.
do it whenever the
So
fuck.
it doesn't matter. You
Yeah.
just you make it happen whenever. But now, of course, that's not the case. But all that to say that it's like, there's a couple other things I do want to go to, like they just announced a Combo Breaker and some other stuff. But for the most part, on the regular, like it still is like just a temp situation. And not on top of that, like Mondays is the days that it works for my schedule.
Yeah.
Kicking into Wednesdays overlaps with other things and obligations I have in my life that
It's not optimal.
it's not optimal. So even though it's like these delays kind of happen from time to time, and like you don't notice when it's not delayed. Like when a Monday comes in and we just have a normal episode, you're not going to notice because it's just
Well, of
normal.
course not, because that only happens like twice a month.
It's when the changes happen, right? And so when that sort of thing's happening, but you don't really know what the timeline is on it, like it might just feel like it's forever, and it's like, why not change it permanently to that day? And it's like,
Well, because then we'll fuck that day up too.
But ultimately, it's also to say that like the whole like, for me at least, I'm not going to be traveling this way forever. I am participating in a current season of a thing that is close to ending.
And I'm looking to change my Tuesday thing as soon as I can, but it takes forever.
But ultimately,
So then we could do it on Tuesdays, but
and like there are things where it's like, yeah, but there's news announcements that change and move in different days.
we've gotten really lucky with that every time it gets delayed like this, something happens on Tuesday.
But like there was a perception that it's like out of a weird sense of tradition, and it was like, no, this is really just the day that works in an extremely busy week.
Also, I don't know if you guys know this. I'm going to tell everybody at home a secret. Everybody ready for the secret? We're fuck-ups.
Sure.
You know, this isn't like a real job, right? This is like a fake thing we tricked everybody into.
Yeah, kind of, but I still make it.
Yeah, we still do it now.
I still upload an MP3. You
want to hear some nightmare shit that I just popped in my head? Talking to my fucking sister. She's talking. I got the nephew in school.
Well, hold on.
You know what the kids want to be now?
What? Oh, they want to be
YouTubers
yeah,
and
yeah,
podcasters.
Yeah. That comes up all the time.
Holy shit!
No,
that's
I know.
terrifying.
Yeah, we get that. That does come up a lot.
I want to be like Ninja. Oh my god!
But all this to say that like when I go to Frosty Fostings this weekend,
Yeah.
I'm doing some commentary for Samurai Showdown. I'm going to be flying back on Monday.
Can you get that? Can you get the video of you marking out to Faust's reveal from the crowd?
I saw the teaser of.
No, but I mean the full, and then they'll show off Zappa.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have that, but
Okay.
but that's what's going to happen. And then there's another one happening in 2 weeks' time. That's like the final one for the season. And then after that, assuming that I guess probably not making it to the fucking grand finals in Japan. So,
Hey man, come on.
But all that to say that like
You
in theory, like it should then return to being a normal thing.
You don't know that.
So
You could become a big pro.
I think information helps people understand the situation a little bit better, and I'm hoping
I had a really similar thing.
this clarifies that.
Where I change my schedule constantly. Everybody hates my stream schedule because I change it all the time.
Yeah.
And almost every day that I change it, I get a bunch of smart Alex. And I was like, I guess I feel like it. I don't care. You can just show up and watch no matter what I do because you just love me so much.
Well, I didn't announce a schedule this week, for example,
Nailed
because this podcast is the end of the schedule.
Oh, yes, that's true. Yes,
Because I'm
Yeah.
leaving tomorrow. But I did have a week of looking at stuff.
Yeah.
And
Can you hold that? I have to pee.
Go ahead.
Or yeah, well, actually, don't hold it. I guess talk about something.
No. Do your thing.
But
Okay.
I gotta. It's everywhere. No, it's not everywhere. It's not everywhere. But shut up, you people.
Yeah. So, anyway, that's more or less the deal in terms of like scheduling and why that kind of goes on the way it does. Of course, as usual, if you are hearing this and you are not sure where to get updates and like what is happening and so on and so forth, the best place to get any updates is to go to my Twitter, to go to Woolly Wolves on Twitter, and you can check my tweets, because I will usually I'll usually pin a schedule, but I'll often, if there's anything abnormal happening about the podcast, we'll have a tweet about it in my most recent ones, right? So that's the way you can find out. It's like, oh, is there like when, so I know some folks like show up on the Twitch and they're like, is anything happening today? Or some people are kind of wondering as they're looking at their RSS feeds and stuff. Yeah, I will if I don't say anything, then it's going to be Monday at 1 p.m. and is going to be the stream, and then Tuesdays at noon is the MP3 release officially. And otherwise, if there is anything different, then I'll let you know. So, yeah. Anyway, I think for as far as like the traveling thing goes too, they just announced Combo Breaker, which looks. I've always heard amazing things about it, so I kind of want to go see what the deal is, because I'm being told like you are an idiot that is missing out on so much if you don't go to that. It's Evo outside. It's Evo outside of Evo. So I'll probably go and check that out a little later on, and then there might be a couple other obligations. But for the most part, I expect things to be a little bit more normal as of about 2 weeks or so from now.
Unless you win all your matches.
No, that has nothing to do with Combo Breaker.
I tried.
You tried.
I was peeing.
Okay. So, yeah, I did have a week where I checked some stuff out. I'll take the baton if that's all right.
Wooly, here's the baton. Oh, by the way, before I throw that, can you toss me the baton back?
There you go.
Oh, here it is. If you want to check out me streaming Resident Evil games, and it's a lot of Resident Evil because Resident Evil 3 is coming up. It's going to be CVX this week. Mm-hmm. But I'm going to be doing those at 3 p.m. this week over at Twitch. That's Eastern. Over at twitch.tv/angriestpat, because I need to... I was talking to Susie about this, and she said she was streaming CVX, and she had to stop because she was falling asleep. So damn. I'm gonna have to be streaming CVX in the middle of the day for, the ability to stay awake.
That bad?
That game's it's really long, and it's just not as good as any of the games surrounding it. But people want to see it, so they'll see it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern over at twitch.tv/angriestpat. Okay, baton back. Oh.
Okay, so I did a couple things, checked out some stuff and whatnot this week. But off the bat, I'll say what I did do with the schedule yesterday. Played some more Death Stranding. I'm really enjoying my downtime driving and tasks.
Isn't
and
that
stuff.
Weird?
I'm enjoying it a lot. It's becoming my activity of preference. Like I've rebuilt the roads.
Yeah. And
I'm now in the mountains, and I'm ziplining the mountains again. And even though I can't progress until the next
there's plenty of work
LP
to
session,
be done.
There's plenty to do, and I legit enjoy it while kicking a podcast on.
Yeah, isn't it just nice and relaxing?
Very much.
And you
so.
look, and you stand on top of a mountain and you look at the network that you made, and you're like, yeah, we're getting there.
And most you always have to have a low level of of attention for what you're doing.
Yeah.
You can't just drive mindlessly.
You'll die.
Yeah, this is not the car from FF15.
No.
You're going to fly off the side of the road and die. If you don't cross that mountain gap properly, you will fall and die. Mm-hmm. But while you're doing it, while you're out and about, you can always make a more efficient zipline placement.
Yeah.
You can always erase a bad structure that the network put in your way. Mm-hmm. There's always something that you can tighten up on your map.
Just tighten it up a little.
Yep. And that has been a satisfying thing to do in the meantime while waiting to move forward in the
talk to Heartman,
the progress.
And whatnot, yeah.
So I'm enjoying that. But yesterday I decided to take another foray into a world I've always been fascinated by, but one that I've never been able to penetrate.
Eyebrows are raised out here.
I cracked open the old car ball game.
The
old car ball sport.
Oh no, the soccer, but with cars.
The Rocket League.
The footy.
But I dare not call what we did Rocket League.
Yeah,
because what we played was car ball.
That game has a learning curve.
So, you know when you start the thing and you don't even know what your bearings are, much less how to get them?
I do know that because I had a very similar experience when I think Liam and I did a Rocket League video on the channel, and it is abominable.
It is crazy how difficult it feels when you're playing, especially with people that know what they're doing.
It's been out for a bit.
Yeah. It's crazy how the sky, because it's a physics-based game, so the sky's the limit, and with your sense of control, timing, and direction, and momentum, you can hit the ball in any direction from any angle at any point and make it go anywhere.
Yeah, you see videos of people playing it, you're like, cool, and then you play it, and you're like, fuck.
And it's a ton of fun while having zero ability to affect the game whatsoever.
And while you are actually affecting the game in a way.
Yeah, you're reducing your team's ability to do anything. So I felt like when I first played soccer back in the day as a kid, that like, you know, and running around as a little chubby kid trying to chase the ball.
I'm going to kick that ball.
And like you're just trying to keep up.
Yeah.
You're just ball chasing.
Yeah.
And the first while was spent just driving after the ball, hoping to maybe
I can touch it.
Maybe I can touch it. And maybe I can touch it in the direction that is away from my goal. Team. And that's it. That's all you want to do.
Maybe I could do that.
And it escaped from me so hard right away.
All right, Mothman has a weird statement, which I'm going to take to us.
Yes.
Which is that Rocket League is the fighting game of video games.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
That's a good statement, Moth.
But it's just a very, very difficult starting line, and you can see that the ceiling is in space.
Yeah. Because
it's open physics, you know, and your ability to master that, like pool, for example, is but pool still involves hitting the ball on a 2D plane.
Yeah.
And rolling it and spinning it on a 2D plane,
whereas a 3D plane.
Here it's a 3D plane, and then you have the boost, and then you have the ability to literally goon the other team.
When are we going to get Rocket League at the Olympics?
It's not the worst idea.
I'd rather watch that than the soccer games they have.
I really didn't know about the gooning aspect, where you can literally just go blow up the other teammates, and that's an efficient thing you can help.
A good sports game has gooning.
Yeah, you can help out your team by doing that, right? You can run different styles of defense and offense and all this crazy shit. But all this to say that I was having a blast with it. I just couldn't for the life of me get anything done.
Yeah.
You know, and then after playing a little bit online, I played did some training and then played 1v1 with Reggie.
Yeah.
And got to at least be forced into a situation where you're going to have to control the ball a little more often. Mm-hmm. And then got a little bit of the hang of it, but got blown the fuck out in those games. And then we started doing 2v2s online. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, okay. And by the end of the session, it was far from decent.
No, I don't imagine.
But I was able to, on at least 2 or 3 occasions, control the ball, dribble it, make a nice little setup, and then score.
I hit the ball. Yeah, I did it.
Yeah. And I was also able to throw my car in the way of the ball and stop it from getting in the net a couple times.
Good.
And I was like, yeah, okay. Those victories, they feel so good when you make them happen, because you're doing it in spite of how difficult it is to get mastery over this timing.
Yeah, because it's a weird game in which when I played it, I moving my car is simple mechanically, but not technique-wise.
No.
Technique-wise, it's actually laughably difficult.
Yes, because all you have to do is drive towards the ball.
No.
But in terms of actual proper play, you are spending most of your time in the air.
Yeah.
You are airborne, and you are using your second jump to boost in any direction, and then using your boost to actually continue moving in that direction and trying to spin or hit the ball perfectly towards that net. And
it's crazy.
It's fucking nuts, man. It's immediately understandable how it became such a big esport.
It's wild because when we did the video, Liam pointed out to me that the game already came out with a really stupid title,
Supersonic, fucking crazy
whatever the
car.
Back on the PS2.
Yeah,
had no online play.
Yeah,
and so they tuned it up a little bit,
and just made it again,
more or less the same game.
Yep,
but it had online play.
Yep,
giant phenomenon.
That's it.
That's it. That's all it took.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's all the little decals and Sweet Tooth from Twisted Metal's in it.
Yeah.
And I know there was like a Metroid car at one point. You put your flags on and whatever.
Yeah.
You know, doesn't matter. Drive the car. Hit the ball.
Drive it.
Hit the ball.
No.
Ball floats high.
Yeah.
You got to float higher. Use momentum.
Mm-hmm.
Play. Hit. Yeah. It really fucking... Like, I can just see how much time you have to put in to getting decent at making, like, plays with a team, and I have so much respect for that.
And then there's the team. There's you, and then there's the team. Two separate ladders of skill progression.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Right?
Like any sport.
Yeah.
Like any sport.
Other than, like, boxing or MMA or
yeah,
whatever.
And I definitely, I don't remember the last time I felt the ceiling immediately, like first second, because
wow, look at that.
Yeah, and I played it before, and it's just been a while since I popped it in and sort of touched it, But like looking at it now in this post esport world, where you're just like, oh yeah, everything immediately you can see everything you cannot and won't be doing. Mm-hmm. You can feel it right away. And I guess the goal is to not be too intimidated by that.
Yeah.
And kind of just keep at it until you understand. Like, every time I jumped, you can double jump and do a flip to speed yourself up. It's a bit like Uniracers.
Yeah.
And how you speed up by doing like a flip and moving forward. But every time I jumped, it was way too early for where the ball was going to be. Mm-hmm. And then there was a couple other times where, like, I have a habit of, like, waiting to analyze the situation and then doing something. And by the time you do that, it's too late.
It's funny because a lot of people, and it's probably the only time you're ever going to hear me say this, so get ready. A lot of people de facto think of athletes as dum-dums, because big man, big strong man, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. Hitting a moving object that's traveling at a fast speed is actually a lot of really complicated physics. It's hard.
Yes.
Hitting a ball is hard.
Yes.
It's hard because your brain.
Now, doing that while someone is actively trying to stop you from doing it, so finding a way to confuse and fake that person out, while hitting that ball that's traveling very
that means
fast.
that your physics part that's going to be like this, where ball hit swing, that's in the background. That's locked in. Now I'm doing my big brain, like,
outplay the person
guy
in front of me, and then automatically hit the ball.
I bet sports players would be good stand battlers.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
because the hitting the ball part has to be automatic.
Yeah.
Right? That can't be...
You know what's funny? I rember reading
taking any of your brain power.
This breakdown of the physics of baseball, because, well, fuck it, I'll read this. And the math on it came out that if a baseball is fast enough, the math on the human reaction time doesn't work. You're like, that doesn't make sense. They have to be swinging before they see the ball release.
Yeah.
Therefore, they're making micro adjustments.
Yeah.
And
with invisible data.
They're also ballparking just based on the arm.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's crazy. That's nuts.
That's reacting to the button input as opposed to the actual animation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is.
I heard this motherfucker do a super next to me at the cab.
Yeah. It is quite insane. It is quite insane. And I feel like that's why those moments where there's a dude in a hockey game, I think he was on the Bruins or something, or Boston, I don't know, he was whatever, and he was like skating in a shootout, and then like he skated and then he completely missed the puck in the shootout, and it was like, that's news, because like
that doesn't happen.
That's supposed to be automatic. And that
you should have actually done that a million times.
And it was 5-5, and they ended up losing or whatever. So.
And then on the flip side, you have that animated GIF of a guy in some hockey game last week just picking up the puck on his stick, just dancing it around, bopping it.
Little girl standing on a skateboard on top of a ball, bouncing it, like balancing and doing left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right drills.
I remember way back in the day when local Montreal hero Mario Lemieux, I fucked that up, Mario Lemieux, whatever, Super Mario, landed a goal doing that. Breakaway, picks the fucking puck up on his stick and starts bouncing it towards the goalie, and then just pops it out of the air into the net.
Yeah.
And it's like, what are you? Come on.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
No, I saw a college shot where someone, he like almost did like the splits and then like picked the puck up on the stick and moved it around his back and did one of these.
And dunked it in the upper corner.
And it's just impossible.
There's nothing you can do to stop that.
That's an
It's like you picked it up with your hand and put it in the back of the net.
It's just not happening. There's nothing that could be done. At the end of Rocket League, when a game is when the buzzer goes, as long as the ball doesn't hit the ground.
Oh yeah, I didn't know about this. This is awesome.
The play keeps going.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. That's fun.
Yep. So Reggie's like, okay, keep it in the air. And I'm like, shut your whore mouth. I can barely drive. What do you mean keep it in the air? He's like, nah, dude, bounce.
Just do it.
Just keep the bounce going. You can get a goal. You know, if it's 2-1, you can tie it up as long as you drive and bounce and then shoot and score. You know, but you got to do the most fucking amazing setups as a team.
There's something about do it. What? No, just do it.
Like
that is a really frustrating.
I was so mad at like what was being asked of me while I'm squinting at the fucking parking brake.
Yeah.
You know, trying to figure out how to hit the clutch. Rocket League is wild. Rocket League is great. It is great. We're gonna be doing that. I played it for a while with him and some other random people on the chat and stuff. So that's gonna be a 3-parter at least because we looked at it for like almost 4 hours. So yeah, we did a big night of it. So that's gonna be a couple parts, but like, please understand that the first episode,
Baby's first Rocket League,
is horrible, as we know nothing and get nothing and do nothing.
Yeah,
it's rough. So just we're gonna warm up. We get a little bit better at the end of it. But it starts bad because we don't know what we're doing.
I mean, that's how it goes, man.
Just keep that in mind. And I definitely wouldn't mind revisiting that a little bit more and feeling if I can move up that 0.001% that I did that night.
Yeah.
Every time I touch it, that's satisfying enough for me.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll hit 1% one day.
Maybe. Well, you fucking crushed it on Teppen, so who knows?
Teppen is it's still like all your learning is happening outside of gameplay almost. No, that's not true. How do I put that? It's different when
there's book knowledge to Teppen, whereas
it's not
Rocket League's all practical application.
Yes, but exactly. Yes, that's a big
learn it by feel.
You learn it by feel, and it's timing, and it's inputs, and it's precision. And at the end of the day, a card game is still mostly strategy.
Yeah.
There's a bit of timing to it.
Sure.
But it's mostly book, theory, and then you pass the exam.
Throw this punch 1,000,000 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Teppen is passing the exam.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, it's like fucking mastering the timing.
Hey, if this guy's going at 35 miles an hour down the left side lane, puts his turn signal on, it's a 4-way stop in Albuquerque, do you just keep going or you just fucking... that's Teppen. It's like, can you park the car at all?
Whereas in this case...
that's Rocket League.
In this case, if he's putting his turn signal on, do you boost over him
Can you hit his car before he turns?
And then air dodge sideways and hit the ball with the bottom of your back wheel?
I mean, yeah. Because
you can put a spin on it.
Yeah. You can put a spin on the ball, right?
You can put a spin on the ball. Like, dude, there was a play where
stupid.
I think it was like either Wool or Solis, one of the people that we were playing with. Like, I went up and I hit the ball with like from my side, and they hit it from their side, and like it totally had a spin as it fucking went towards the net.
That's too much.
Physics are super like happening.
Turn down real life physics. I'm done with this.
Oh, but it floats like a motherfucker.
I'd like less friction in the world, please.
Okay, so I did that. Also, we had a salt party and took a look at some fucking good ass salt inducing games. Such as Duck Game, which is a good time. Ultimate Chicken Horse.
Yeah.
A lot of fun with that. Always solid. And also Speedrunners, which doesn't get a lot of play. Doesn't come up very often.
Other than me asking, what's the music to this again? And you go, it's from Speedrunners.
But that game, that should be a genre. That should be a thing. Like, it only exists in the form of that game, and I think Rascals is kind of close. In a way where it's like platform racer, right? There's a little bit of it back in the Sonic 3 Versus mode. There was a little bit of it back in the new Super Mario Brothers on 2DS.
Game that I can think of called like Ultimate Super Truck or something, Truckpocalypse, where you're jumping on the backs of semis and you're racing. Can't remember the name of it, but it was similar.
But like platform racing, it's with laps. Is really something I really have a lot of fun with.
Cluster Truck. That's
Cluster Truck. Yeah. I remember Cluster Truck. Yeah. This is not that.
No.
But I really do wish that like this was like a thing.
Unfortunate title, because when you would go to look it up on YouTube, you type in Speedrunner.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Very difficult. Very difficult.
Okay, wait. Speedrunners game.
Tiny build Speedrunners.
Like, shit.
Fantastic music. Just fun game design, and something that I wish there was genres of. If I had the ability to, I would love to design my own game that was similar in that nature, with some good old platforming abilities. But yeah, that's all Salt Party stuff. So yeah, that'll be popping up.
Well, it's a lot more minimalistic than I thought it was.
Yeah, pretty simple. All it really consists of is you're running laps on a large platform stage with boosts, and you have a grappling hook, you have a turbo, you have a couple of items you run past, right? Mm-hmm. And then if you are good at jumping and swinging at the perfect time, then you get a lot of momentum. And your goal is to run the screen past everybody.
And kill them with the edge of the screen?
The edge of the screen is what kills you.
Oh, that's great.
So as long as you are keeping up, you're fine. But when you're so far ahead of the rest of the pack that they get pushed off the screen, they die.
That's great. Reminds me of like an N+ Meat Boy.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah, totally. And memorization for what's coming up next, even though it's off screen, is a huge part of that.
That's cool.
So you can't see what's coming next, but if you remember, jump right here, grappling hook, and then fall down that little speed well, and then the screen will fly to track where you're going, and everyone behind you is fucking dead. Mm-hmm. And there's little bits and pieces you can do, like you have an item that lets you grapple onto someone and slingshot you past them. You have a missile. You have a defensive shield. You have all kinds of crazy shit. So it's a really, really fun game. I'm glad they at least ported it up to PS4 from the 360 era. But yeah. So those videos are coming out on the channel probably a little bit later this week, alongside the Death Stranding stuff and the Rocket League stuff. I'm going to be starting a new LP soon as well. What I did do is I got a tweet at some point earlier this week, and the tweet was pretty straightforward. I get these every once in a while, and God bless your soul, individual who wrote in and simply said, "Hey, My Hero is about to hit one of those episodes. The kind that you might not be able to avoid.
Catch up now.
This is the week to do it." And I was like, fuck yes.
That tweet was accurate.
Thank you.
That tweet was very accurate.
I live for that, because that is exactly what I need in my life, this is the week.
Here's your time limit.
Got it. Appreciate it. Love you. So I caught up in My Hero to...
this arc is good.
To Season 4. This is a very good arc.
Very good villain.
And I feel that My Hero is really like... So it's interesting in the sense that it's like you can tell when the arc is going to be all the way on the side. In the sense that it's like time to introduce a bunch of people that were not around at all a minute ago.
Yeah.
But they matter, you know, for at least...
And we'll leave them later.
For the growth of the characters, yeah. But the other thing is, like, and I knew this was going to happen too, is you can tell how My Hero, it shows you step 1 and then says step 2 and 3, yeah, you can imagine this will happen, but then the next step it actually shows you is step 10.
Yeah.
And it's done this every season, and it works every time. It lays groundwork, and it puts the bricks down and says, the next thing you expect to see is
this.
Yeah. You know, you expect to see the jump from Kaioken times 1 to Kaioken times 5.
Oh, wow.
And then someone...
Then Goku eats that fucking tree of life fruit.
And goes Ultra
Kaioken
Instinct.
100, Kaioken 100 or Super Saiyan.
Goes Ultra Instinct on it.
Yeah.
And then you're like, It's that stratosphere jump, you know? They did it with All Might. They did it with Deku. They did it with a lot of the cast, you know? And then there's also the bit where it's at now. Like, they introduced that really cool character, Lemillion.
Yeah, he good.
I like him a lot. I like that he looks like
Speed
he's from a
racer
bande dessinée. I like that he looks like he's from a French...
Tintin.
Yep. Love it.
Dude.
Really cool character. And then they also...
He acts like he's from one too.
He does. He does. And they walk you through the thing where it's like, his ability is very difficult to use and only becomes insanely dangerous when you put your mind to it.
Also, it sucks to use.
Yeah. But if you do the work, it can do a lot of good things, like any good stand.
Yeah.
You always appreciate that. But then you also see, like, a bunch of the other classmates where you're like, okay, but at the end of the day, what else are you going to be able...
What do they got?
What can you do, you know? And, like, they're doing it a little bit.
You got a cool new look.
You can do something. You can do something. I kind of like you. So I'm interested in seeing, I guess, what high-level tape elbows looks like. Because what the fuck are you going to do with tape elbows,
down
man?
Your throat and choke you with it.
I don't know, you know? But, like, that's all I look at is I look at the cast that doesn't have incredible abilities to begin with.
The people who don't have S-rank potential on their stand chart.
Busted quirks.
Yeah.
You people without busted quirks, finding ways to use them in busted ways, if possible. That's what I really want to see.
Well, one of my favorites is fucking Uraraka or Uravity or whatever.
Uravity, yeah.
And it's like, if she got into a fight with most villains, just touch him and just nudge him a little.
There's that.
Just nudge him a little up. And that problem is solved.
But she's always been shown working best with combos.
Sure.
Right? She does the touch, someone else does the carry.
That's not a very heroic thing to do, is to just go, boop, boop. Oh, see ya!
Yeah.
Bye!
Yeah. And yeah, no, I legitimately, that's the part of the show that I think I want to see more of, because your main characters get that growth. But, like, I want to see people with fucking sticky hair. Yeah. I want to see Mineta figure out something to do with that.
Now, if this has happened in the manga, please don't confirm for me, please. But I saw the idea floated that the reason Mineta exists is to be, like, he's on the team, but he's also, like, the scummy pervert.
Yeah.
So he's the one that so-and-so will just kill outright to be like, the stakes are real on this side. Mineta's dead. I can't believe it.
The Shigechi, yeah, okay, sure.
I can't, oh my god.
Yeah. He's the disposable fucking gross
No one will miss him.
Ugh, yeah, okay. But no, that is what I'm very interested in seeing, is, like, can the author figure out a way, now that they've, like, laid out what the basics of these abilities are, and they've already shown them going to the training wall, and, like, you know, figuring out level 2.
Yeah.
But can you get them to level 5?
So I'm in this really weird space where Google recommends things to me, and it will often recommend, like, Anime News Network or whatever the fuck, going like, the newest Hero Academia chapter shows off a crazy new ability for an old favorite, and I'm like, yeah, I'll click on it. Fuck it. And every time I've seen that, I've been like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. The other thing too is as soon as a new villain is introduced in any context,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, how broken is your shit?
All right, what anime are you representing?
What?
Oh, Full Metal Alchemist. Cool.
And like, how broken is your shit? It's got to be and then at what point are you going to start doing things where right there, got it.
Oh yeah,
okay.
all right away.
Yeah.
That part where you touched that person and they died instantly.
Yeah. It's like, okay, that's the threat, got it. And it's like, no, it gets a little bit more complicated than that, and then you can start doing other things with that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Word. I see. Suddenly, those League of Villains fucks look a lot less interesting by comparison.
It's that moment where you're like, oh, you guys are all losers. You guys are dumb. And you're like, I don't know. You look kind of dumb with this mask. Oh!
Yeah. Yeah. It'll always, basically what I'm saying is every time someone invents a new move off of a limited power set, it'll be a pop every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we will all be like, oh yeah, okay, yeah.
It's also a fun thing because this is the arc where you get to see who's popular.
Mm-hmm.
Who was not intended to be popular, but ended up being popular.
Sure.
Mr. Red Riot.
Sure. Sure.
Who gets to hang out even though they were clearly never intended to be
People
cool.
seem to be very fond of Deadpool and Violent Schoolgirl.
Yes.
People like those characters.
She's great.
They're great.
Yeah.
They are fun.
Twice is also great. Everything about him is the best.
I kept saying double, but it's twice.
Yeah.
So and then the one other thought was I don't know how long they're going to telegraph this like passing of the torch timeline on the story, but like I feel like All Might is hitting emotional peaks that you already know, but I guess it's like it's still working because of like I think the music is swelling in such a right way.
The music use in this week's episode, I would term A+.
It's the music is swelling in just the right way where you're like, I fucking know that. Oh, but it's good though.
I love you, All Might. Oh man.
Oh, it's good. And then they can cut back as many times as they need to of kids watching All Might be in there.
How many times?
I'm not tired of it.
Are we gonna flash back to a different character watching YouTube going, man, All Might's the shit, I can't believe it, oh my god, I'm a hero.
Yeah.
Like, it's a cheap trick, but I mark out for it every time.
It works. It does work. That's what I was gonna say. Shout outs to the My Hero Academia version of Choji being way cooler.
Way cooler than Choji.
I like that
Way
a lot more.
Cooler than Choji.
Yep. Fat power.
Much better fat power.
Can be done better than that. I like that a lot.
Very good. Appreciated.
What is it? Fat gum?
Fat gum?
Fat gum.
Yeah, that's right.
That was all right.
That was all right.
That was definitely cool. Yeah. So that season, I imagine it has like one or two left.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Because right now, this is the episode where the pop-off occurs.
Yeah.
So whatever that one was.
So I went back and watched the finale of One Punch Season Man 1. Good, yes.
Got it.
And there's a lot of shots in this episode of Hero Aka that look like shots from that final fight. And I wonder if it's homage or the manga homaged it. Because there's the one shot with the raised fist and the hair with the sun.
Yeah.
That looks like a completely different person.
Yeah.
That I'm like, oh man, that was cool.
Yeah. Certainly.
With the hair.
And you know what else I like too? I was paying attention early in the seasons. Every time Midoriya would
same animator.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it turns out that's what the peeps in our chats are saying.
Ah.
Well, that would explain why it feels the same.
Okay. Well, as a fan of the passage of time in my stories,
yes,
I thoroughly remember and appreciate that scene from season 1 where main character says, "This is how I became the greatest hero."
Yeah.
And you're hearing adult voice.
Yeah.
And then hard cut to kid.
Yeah. And
then the next season, "This is how I became big hero man." And then again adult voice. and then it cuts back away, and then you go, whatever. And this time around, the narration in the beginning of every episode of this season was adult voice.
Yeah.
So adult voice is becoming more of a present thing, which might mean nothing, but I like the idea of that playing more of a role, because you know the carrot on the stick.
Yeah.
You want to hope it's not the end.
And the whole point of the reason why everybody's so big excited is that you got to nibble on the carrot this week.
Yeah.
You got to have a little fucking...
Which is the same, and this is the formula that it's always been, right?
Yeah.
The promise of the time skip that'll give you everything you want, which it never does, but it gets you like excited for potential, because all you ever want to see is potential realized.
Yeah.
And it's very satisfying when you know that, like, we've got the narrator already telling you, you just haven't seen it yet.
Oh, it's gonna be super cool, man.
When it gets there, it's gonna be fucking
Oh, it's gonna be
rad.
so cool.
Who the hell do you think I am?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you know, like,
I remember watching
Every
Gurren
Light in the
Lagann,
Stars
and like by the
is an
time
anime.
the second part rolled around, I completely forgot about that intro.
yeah, I always pay attention to it. Like nowadays, it's a thing I like. So every time something starts out where it's like, this is where we're going, I'm gonna be like, and I'm gonna hold you to that, because you've made a promise. Show me what this means, and don't make it half-assed and nonsensical.
Really excited for that Attack on Titan one to come around.
Sure am.
That one's gonna be a dunker if it gets dunked.
And you don't have
Nailed it, Pat.
And while the thought process is like, yo, time skip to the cool shit, you don't
No.
have to do that.
You gotta edge yourself to the cool
Iron
shit.
Fist Chimney. A fun old manga about a kung fu kid learning his martial arts that he ages on the spine of the book. Every book. And he gets a little bit older.
Oh, cool.
And you see it happen. You don't skip time. You watch it grow.
That's cool.
Vagabond.
Judge Dredd is the one that pops into my mind.
You watch it happen.
Or Judge Dredd takes place in real time. And Judge Dredd is in his like 80s now, apparently.
That's crazy. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, man. You don't have to do the time skip. You can just show it.
Yeah.
You know? And then
If you want to write a lot.
Sure. And, you know, if the voice actor has the range to go from adult voice to kid voice that easy, then they can...
Yeah, great.
They can hit the gradients in between. No problem. Anyway. My Hero. Yay. Glad I caught back up on that.
That
Anyway,
music's really good.
And
you know what? Hey, fuck it. I want to take a second. You know what's the best thing you can do? Have a track play for like 75 episodes in a row and then give it lyrics. That's good. That's a good little trick. Because you're like, oh, the song is oh no, it's so much more important and emotional now. Because there's a lady singing.
Yeah, the revengeance trick. You know. It's new layers, totally. And it swells every time. You know, it gets you. But it's not just all about whatever goes with everything.
Guile. You Say Run.
It's not just about You Say
They
Run.
dumped that after the first season. That shit never came back.
But that was, you know what I mean? Like it's the full fucking, it's everything. Anyway, so yeah, enjoying My Hero. Yeah, that's whatever. That's about it.
All right, where would people check out Wooly stuff?
So if you head on over to Wooly Versus on YouTube, or if you check me out on Wooly Versus on Twitch, you can check out, like I said, we did some Rocket League. There's Salt Party that's going to be coming out. I'm going to be gone to Frosty Fostings this weekend. I'm going to be doing some commentary for Samurai Showdown, top 16 and possibly top 8. So if you're interested in that, you can check that out. And I'm also going to be dropping at some point a new episode of Wooly Will Figure It Out is going to come out this week.
What are you figuring out? This one.
Just a couple general things. Took some questions and
Okay.
Sitting down with Punch Bomb actually, and yeah, gonna be doing that more often.
Every time you say I'm gonna do a We'll Figure It Out episode, I want to ask you, hey, what are you figuring out this week? And you're like, how to build a table.
Yep.
Or something really, really banal.
Usually not, but
Okay.
nonetheless, Wooly Will Figure It Out is back and is going to be happening regularly as well. So, new schedule's working out all right. So yeah, that's all over at Wooly Versus.
And this is the part where we move over after 3 hours to the video game part.
I had fun in that first conversation.
I had a ton of fun in that first conversation.
I don't regret having fun in that conversation.
No, me either. But I think it's really funny because
it is.
There is actually news this week.
There is news this week.
Yeah, one of which made poor Max extremely, extremely sad. Poor Max.
Yeah,
and also poor everyone else who works in this business.
But first, a word from our sponsors.
Let's do that.
And I don't know what to tell you, man. If I'm having fun with a conversation, I don't regret it.
Oh, no, me either. I just
Okay.
think it's funny.
Yeah.
If I want to check out, I'll just be like, I don't care about this anymore. Fuck this.
No, but
I don't do that. So.
Okay, but if this podcast is the Montreal Gazette and you're opening it up and like you're
Listen,
looking,
I think we have higher standards than the Montreal Gazette on this podcast.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, if I had to name a rag,
Yeah.
I named our local rag.
Yeah. Couldn't say something good like Le Devoir.
What's that fucking one called?
Globe and Mail.
No, it's the Quebec garbage.
La Presse.
La Presse, esti.
Yeah, fucking Presse.
We could have gone for La Presse. Yeah, anyway. And then you were like,
They're all trash, dude.
and you were like, yeah, top story buried on like page 6.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. There's a lot of rambling to get through before you get to page 6.
I think that rambling's important. People got to know the kids are hustling.
I mean, they do. But more importantly...
What else do they got to know about?
I don't know how to say this in a non-dickish way. I think it's important that we have fun when we talk.
Oh, no.
And I think that if we don't have fun when we talk, that will hurt things.
Now, an uncharitable person would say, well, Wooly, I'm glad that we're going to be going into the news, the part where we don't have fun.
But that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Certainly. That's the wrong way to take it. That's the wrong way to take it.
No, I'm sorry. The real part is the emails. That's where we don't have fun. I saw a thread that was like, fellow bad email writers, what was your question? And it cracked me the fuck up. Don't assume that just because your email doesn't get read that it's bad. There's a lot of emails.
There's a lot of them. No. Yeah, it's all for the sake of enjoyment. And I think it was actually fellow bad email writers. What were you going to call them?
Oh yeah, that's true. What were you gonna call them? What's your like? Hey, Super Beast Castle fucks.
Barf, 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 barf.
That's one of my favorites.
At barfmail.barf.
Yeah, at barfmail.barf. There it is.
Okay.
All right. Quick word from our sponsor.
Yes. This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Manscaped, who, as you should know, are all about making sure that you stay nice and fresh. Sometimes you wanna hit that F5 button on your junk. Because did I get that wrong?
It's
F5.
refresh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get it wrong. I'm right.
Okay. Yeah.
You want to
hit
the?
I interpreted it wrongly.
No, you want to hit not Alt F4.
No.
Do not Alt F4.
No, that's
your
not what
junk.
I was thinking.
You want to F5.
I thought you meant like restate it to its like generic default state, which is not.
No. You want it to be a new, uncluttered by memory leaks.
Yeah, you don't want
you don't
want any. You don't want any speed bumps.
Slow down
that'll slow your junk down.
No,
your junk needs to go fast.
You don't want all that garbage that like all those pop-ups.
Yeah.
The people.
Like here's the thing.
Unwanted.
If you have a significant pubic mound of hairs, there's always the possibility that food gets lost in there, and that's not appealing. So just get rid of all that shit. No food stuck in your genitals. Guaranteed.
So, anyway. you wanna clean it all up with Manscaped. It's pretty simple. They got a bunch of tools to help you basically just address the problem. Deal with the troubles.
Yeah.
They've got the redesigned electric trimmer, the Lawnmower 2.0. It's got proprietary skin-safe technology, so it won't nick or snag your nuts. You make those accidents a thing of the past. Don't use the same trimmer on your face that you use on your balls. That's nasty.
Yeah,
That's
just
nasty.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
Nah,
I can't believe we have to tell you this, but
you don't want to get ball flakes on your chins.
The Crop Preserver, an anti-chafing ball deodorant and moisturizer. You put it on your armpits. You put deodorant on your armpits, so why not put deodorant on the smelliest part of your body? It works.
Your asshole?
Nope. Those nuts.
All right.
Deodorize them. It works. It's good. And if it's ultimately in the package, there's lots of other little goodies and things.
Yeah, you had an extra one. I took one home. There's a million fucking things.
Little great things in there, and you got the travel bag, and you can travel with if you need to do the manscaping. So you can get 20% off plus free shipping with the code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. Start your year off right with the best tools for the job. Get your balls to thank you. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. That's 20% off at manscaped.com with free shipping using code SUPERBEAST. Thank you.
Thank you, Manscaped.
Castle Super Beast also sponsored this week by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what's up?
Pretty straightforward. Your food. That's what's up. Straight to you.
I can tell you with 100% certainty, I have never used DoorDash, and they have stolen my food.
There you go.
I said that weird. I've never had DoorDash people steal my food, is
there you
what
go.
I'm wanting to say.
You want to phrase things correctly.
I said it completely backwards. I don't know why I said it like that.
Well, what's not completely backwards is getting your food dropped to you. That's completely forwards.
Yes.
That is so forwards. It's future.
Future food.
Future food now.
In the
route.
present.
In the present. Food from the future brought to the present at your door. DoorDash. What are you going to do? You going to pack your lunch?
Fuck that.
Get out of here.
I don't have time for that shit. I got video games to play.
You're gonna interrupt your important day with going to where you want to fight. You got work to do. You got levels.
You're an
to
important
beat.
person. You have important things to do.
You got very important things to do. You got raids waiting on you. You have commitments in your life.
Yeah.
Don't make the food getting part of things more of a pain than it needs to be. Get all your favorite restaurants to bring your food to you. All you got to do is open the DoorDash app, choose what you want to eat, and it'll show up to you wherever you are. And not only do they have your favorite pizza joint, they've got over 340,000 restaurants in 3,300 cities.
Those are big numbers.
They're always the biggest, most craziest numbers because that means, guess what? Something you want to eat, probably in that.
Probably in there.
Probably in there. Door-to-door delivery in all 50 states and Canada. Order from your local go-tos or your favorite national restaurants. Don't worry about dinner. Let dinner come to you with DoorDash. So right now, our listeners can get $5 off their first order of $15 or more if you download the DoorDash app and enter the promo code CASTLE. That's $5 off your first order when you download the DoorDash app from the App Store and enter the promo code CASTLE. Don't forget promo code CASTLE for $5 off your first order from DoorDash. Thank you, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Last but not least, the podcast is sponsored by Away. We've been over this, but for those who are not aware,
it's possible this is someone's first podcast that they listen to.
If
from us.
so, then you need to know that Away is the perfect suitcase. I've been traveling with it everywhere I've been going, and it is a sturdy, feature-laden suitcase that gets the job done.
It's a positive suitcase experience.
It is the best suitcase experience I've had.
Damn.
They've got a range of essentials, and they basically help make your travel more seamless. So you want to have you don't want to have to stop and worry about what you can fit into your carry-on where's your phone battery at, what's happening with your charge, the wheels, all of that. Like, they have a thoughtfully designed, very durable suitcase. It lets you fit everything in tight, and it's got space organizers so you can strap in your shit and like compress it. It's got a very, again, sturdy, hard outside case, easy to carry up and down stairs because it's lightweight, minimal design. Wheels don't stick. It's got a laundry bag included, so if you have dirty clothes while you're traveling, you can put them in a separate zipped bag and contain all your filth. It's got a built-in lock that the TSA won't question. The way the suitcase is constructed solves a lot for the little headaches that you've learned to live with when you travel. And of course, Away will fix or replace your suitcase ASAP if anything breaks, so you don't have to worry about your luggage. And I know that, like, I've basically stopped worrying about my phone charge entirely when I've been traveling because they've got the battery inside that lets you hook up your phone. I've gotten more than a couple full charges off of it.
That's crazy, man.
No more racing to find a seat
which is impossible.
Next to the plug.
It was not going to happen.
Yeah, fuck that. I don't care about that anymore. You want to race and fight to the death over that plug? Enjoy it.
Have at it.
I've got my battery.
I have a plug at home that I can plug my thing into, and then the battery will stay charged.
It's great.
Done.
Done and done. So, with all that, you can get your suitcase and shop other travel essentials by visiting awaytravel.com/beast. So, you can check out all of the available suitcase options. They've got a 100-day trial on everything they make. And of course, free shipping and returns. You can check that all out by heading down to awaytravel.com/beast. Thank you.
Thanks, Aware.
So yes, as you stated, there was in fact news this week.
Sad news for everyone.
I think it's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. You can't...
What news are we talking about?
I'm sorry. Are we so... Is it the problem of once a timeline has been established, even though it has been...
We're talking about the Final Fantasy VII Remake being delayed until April 10th, after having previously had a release date in March.
Dear God, 1 month. Whatever
now,
will we do?
It's not the delay that upsets me personally.
Oh, okay.
The problem is that delay puts it on motherfucking April 10th.
Which means it's right next to
Which means
Cyberpunk?
Resident Evil 3 comes out on April 3rd. And Cyberpunk comes out on April 16th.
Gotcha.
Fuck!
Gotcha.
Man.
Yeah.
I got a lot of hours to put in on my birthday month.
That tightens it up. That tightens it up.
Since when is April the death month for video games?
Well, since they decided to delay it for quality reasons.
Now,
right?
yeah, 5 weeks. That is, let's polish up this thing or whatever. It's not a failed submission.
Now, if you happen to overlap with all three of those things, then that's going to make things tricky. That's going to make it difficult. You're going to have to make some decisions. Make some big boy adult decisions.
No, I don't want to.
Well, you don't have much of a choice.
And Kakarot comes out tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's a mess.
Okay. That's fine. See, I thought for a second that you were just like, boo, it's not. Yeah.
Oh, no.
And I was like, oh, come on.
Because before it was like, oh, it's going to be tight, but we're going to do it. And now it's like, I don't even know when. I beat that whole game in 6 days.
You make your decision which video games to play like a big adult.
No, Wooly, it's not about playing them. It's that I run a fucking live stream schedule now.
Yes, but
it's a unique problem.
Yes, but everyone else
I don't care about them.
I'm talking about them.
No, fuck them. They can play whatever video games whenever they want. They don't need to be on the cutting edge of the hotness.
Well, they also have to pick which one to buy.
Yeah, but it'll be discounted later, so I mean, it's a win-win.
I mean, not everyone's gonna grab them all right away. Certainly.
No, of course not.
So, yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
Whichever ones you don't grab, I'll be playing over at twitch.tv/AngriestPat in the month of April.
In a vacuum, in a white room, in an isolated system.
Yeah. Delays are good.
I'm fine with a delay.
Yeah, polish it up, make it good.
No problem.
They've announced that the next part will come out in 2022
No
as
problem.
well.
But yeah, if it pushes right up against something else you really wanted, then that's tough. That's tough. But hey,
Luckily,
the news itself is that it is. Yeah, as they said, they didn't give any specifics besides saying April 10th and quality reasons is what it is.
That's it.
That's
Just
about it.
Make it better.
They will.
I wonder what they're going to make it better with. You know, like, is it just like add one extra frame or
1 month? 1 month is just bug fixes.
it's just like this is a little
1
fucky
month
on
is
this part.
user path shit. You
Okay.
know, it's bug fixes. It's you're not seeing any fucking features getting getting dropped in there. Like it's really just going through that database and trying to get those numbers down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that database is probably gargantuan.
We really got to get an extra sheen on Red's rocket for that scene. The specular effects on the drip just aren't there.
Drip, he says.
I said it.
So yeah. Can I fucking... Nope, that one's not going away. All right. It's in there. Cheers. Appreciate that.
Just lock that brainworm in.
Yep. And yeah, you know, make some decisions. Make some decisions. You know, I feel like I feel like when it comes down to it, if worse comes to worse, you could always just play them all at the same time. What's the fucking problem? You can't handle Keanu Cloud and Carlos
You did it.
at the same time?
You did it.
Hey.
You could have said Jill, but that's okay.
I stuck with the sound.
Yeah. Yo, that Nemesis trailer came out. Is that on here?
It sure is.
Holy shit, he looks incredible. Did you see it?
No, but I heard there's a mask.
Yeah, he wears a... So remember Mr. X had a hat and he didn't have a hat before.
Yep.
Now Nemesis starts with a full, like, leather mask with only one eye showing.
So you don't see the teeth thing?
Yeah, and as you fuck his ass up, you're tearing off bits and pieces of his outfit.
Oh.
He looks fucking awesome. He's got a flamethrower now. He's bigger than ever. He's gooier. He's tossing people around.
Is he a mechanic or a boss?
It looks like he'll be both.
Was he a mechanic before?
He was both. I beat RE3 last week, so I'm super fresh on it.
Is it similar?
The way well, they haven't gone into super detail, but the way that it worked in RE3 is that there would be parts in the game which you would do a puzzle or whatever, and he would show up, and you'd be like, oh shit, and you could either run, and you'd have to get quite far because he would zone through areas, or you could fight him and get upgrades. It looks like there'll be times where there'll be events where you run from him, and there'll be times where it's like, no, you're locked in. You're going to have this fucking fight.
Oh, so before you could always run away. Now
Run away 9 times out of 10.
And is that the smart thing to do?
It depends. It's hard to kill him, but you get cool upgraded weapons out of him.
Okay, but let's say, like, you're playing it and you're on stream and everyone's like, what, are you going to be a coward?
Yeah, be a coward.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Don't just kill him every time?
It's hard to kill him every time. It
Will
took me an hour and a half to kill him the first time
Oh
on
my
stream the other night.
God.
No, not like sitting there shooting him, but
Trying
like...
and trying again?
Yeah, I died like 7, 8 times in a row.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
it's hard.
And do you make it out of there with, like, no resources?
You make it out with less, but he gives you a piece of a handgun, a second piece of the handgun, which is way better than the regular handgun.
Okay.
Then he gives you a box of first aid sprays, then shotgun parts, a second box of first aid sprays. So that's what it takes one slot in your inventory, but it's 3 sprays.
Okay. Because, yeah, that's all. It's just a question of, like, You will be told to not cower it out, but is it even reasonable?
The thing is, in RE3, you are
consider
drowning in ammunition. There is so much ammo. But the reason for that is because RE3 has way, way, way more enemies, and you see that in the trailer. There's a lot of enemies, and one of the things that is going to make that possible is there's going to be a button, probably circle, that's dodge. Like juke or, duck or whatever the fuck it is.
The mercenaries button?
The mercenaries button?
Didn't mercenaries include that a button that allowed you to do all those crazy ground rolls and flips and shit?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
I remember Liam talking about it a bunch back in the day with the whole, like, you could do way more acrobatic shit in those games than you could in the older system.
I don't remember.
And in this case, it was just in 2, it was just a quick turn, right?
Yeah.
So
here it'll be like a little dodge.
Okay.
So dodge underneath zombie's arms, dodge underneath a hunter's slice, dodge a rocket launcher shot from Nemesis. So he in the trailer he has a flamethrower, and that's cool. That's new. But then a screenshot came out that he also has his rocket launcher. So he'll have a bunch of different shit to come at you, and they show him using his tentacle arm like in a regular fight, which he never did in the original game. So yeah, he's going to be for real. He's going to be great.
And outside of dumping on him, you're still pretty healthy on ammo for the most part in the game.
In RE3, oh, you're drowning in it.
Okay.
It's fucking crazy.
So are you still cleaning out rooms?
Oh yeah, you're
It's just more to do. Okay.
Yeah, there's just more.
Okay.
Like the average zombie per room is much higher in 3. And I assume they will take that forward with this, because one of the things that I really like that RE3 didn't actually do back in the day is that in this RE3, there's people that are alive around. Cool.
I'm thinking about how the new zombies work if they have overwhelming numbers, and like how hard that would get.
Same as before, just more ability to dodge past them.
Yeah. And I guess aim...
And also, takes place entirely in city streets. So...
Oh, no...
there's interiors, but like most of the game is street level.
Yeah. Okay. But whatever. Aim tight and true, and there shouldn't be a problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll make them weaker by comparison, because... Fuck it. I don't know. I hope they keep something that RE3 had that I didn't quite realize just how crazy it was. The original RE3 has lots of random elements. If you went into this room instead of this room, that means a different cutscene will play because you got there later. Sometimes the dogs jump out of this window. Sometimes it's crows. Sometimes a zombie pops out of this car. Sometimes the zombie pops out of that car over there.
Oh.
There are lots. And
zapping type shit within a single...
But within one. And there is lots of variability. And I would love to see like an integrated randomizer of some kind. That would be really cool.
Considering the nature of how they went through the difficulty scale system.
Yeah.
That could be easily done, I imagine.
I don't know about easily, but it'd be nice.
No, sorry, not easily. The
groundwork exists.
They've shown the willingness to do cool
tweak
shit like that.
Yeah.
So that'd be interesting. Okay. Right on.
That game looks really good.
Is it longer?
RE3?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But this one might be. Carlos, you can see Carlos is going to have a new sequence. He never went to the RPD in the original, and he'll be going there this time. Which... I bet he'll fight Nemesis in the RPD because, I mean, you played RE2. There was that shower wall that had gotten fucked up. That looks like somebody punched it down.
A mobility button sounds like a good thing.
Yeah, it's the only way to fix the thing of like, Mr. X was fast enough in that new system. This is a monster that'll be able to sprint.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of other characters as opposed to the handful that you meet in 2.
Yeah, there's a handful you met in 3, but then
Nikolai,
they're also
Mikhail, Tyrell, Murphy.
You met all those guys. The difference is there's a shot of a subway train on this where people are hiding out. In the original, that subway train was just filled with Mikhail and Nikolai, and that's it.
Oh.
And now it's like, no, there's civvies. There's people that are alive that you'll talk to.
Yeah, these are all those Tekken characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll run
Brad.
into like a character from Outbreak. That would be nice.
Brad the Teppen guy.
Yeah. No, he's from RE1.
No, he's Teppen.
Yeah. He gets fucking owned in RE3, man. He gets tentaclesed. It's bad.
Well, it says here that he's a helicopter pilot.
Yeah, his nickname's Chicken Heart.
If you are a helicopter pilot in a horror movie, there is no end for you.
Yeah.
There is no credits for you. You're not making it.
Except for the other helicopter pilot in that story.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I feel like the first thing you have to do is establish that your safest way out of there, which is I'm flying out of this motherfucker, doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's level 1.
So I'll tell
level
you,
1 panic.
The plot of RE3, the entire plot, like the main line is we have to get to a helicopter.
Okay.
There's going to be a helicopter there.
Yeah.
But there's this shit in the way.
Yeah.
We got to get there. I fully expect there will be a twist regarding that helicopter compared to the original.
And it introduces hunters. Right. Okay.
Yeah, the first Resident Evil engine hunters. Which is weird because they're one of the original enemies. They look good.
They had to build past the first
RE1 enemies
to make 2 stuff, and now 3 is going back to 1.
It's weird.
Odd predicament, but hey, they do good. They do good. So yeah, same time as FF7. Just do it. That wasn't the only delay though. They also announced over at Square that Marvel's Avengers is also getting pushed back.
All right, that's just getting pushed back to next gen then.
That's a bigger push because that's going from May 15th to September 4th.
That sounds like a next gen launch title.
Maybe. Crystal D says they're moving the date to September 4th, and blah 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 blah
blah blah blah blah
blah blah. Nothing much, nothing specific. Fine tuning, polish, etc. Yeah, I guess at this point, if it's not attached to any sort of theatrical release, thank God we're out of that phase. Then
for now,
who cares? You can do whatever you want, put it out whenever you want. Whatever.
Once I heard that game was a gas, I gave up.
They're not going to be done with gas until gas is...
Well, gas is a new genre. That's going to be around for a while.
Until gas is no longer profitable, there will always be Squeenix gas.
Damn.
Or at the very least, that's the impression I got when I was still there.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, speaking of next gen...
Yes?
Sony says, fuck E3.
Yeah, I had somebody tell me that this is less about them trying to push their own event and more apparently they had some kind of falling out with the ESA.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. What I did see is that, they're basically going to say, but they didn't do it last year.
They didn't do it last year
So
either.
they're not doing it this year, and they're instead going to go to hundreds of consumer events instead. So...
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
I get it.
Just tell me when you're going to show a cool trailer for something and I'll stream it. Just do that.
That's basically how it goes.
Yeah. One less work day during E3. Woo-woo.
Was last year the first time?
Yeah.
Yeah. So E3 has had a troubled...
Losing relevance every day.
Relevance indeed.
Yeah. Relevance 1.
Oh God, what was
the Destiny?
What was the new Revelatens?
Oh, did you?
Mega Man.
No, Megan Zero.
Megan's
Zero Collection.
Megan Zero Collection.
What is the deal? I asked somebody at Capcom.
Megan Man.
I asked someone, what is the deal? And they never got back to me. Could you believe it?
You know what the deal is. Someone on fucking box duty, sitting there in Photoshop, thinking about lunch. It's as simple as it seems. Capcom presents...
And that game sucked, too. That was for the Steel Battalion Connect game.
Mega Man Zero X Revelatons. Yes.
I want to see, like, Dragon's Dogma 2. You know? Like, just, like... Fucking hilarious sounding shit.
They're the only company that does this, that like we latch onto this hard, because it's always really funny. And if it's not that, it's fucking Okami getting an IGN watermark on
I
it.
know.
So it's always like meme worthy. It's always strong. So yeah, there's that. Hey, here's a fun one that I never realized was not. I didn't realize this was an issue that I guess never was available in any particular way. But Sega Ages is coming out.
Yeah.
With Sonic the Hedgehog 2 featuring Knuckles.
Yeah.
And it was like, right, that's the version of the game you get when you put the lock-on cart.
Right.
But did that ever get ported anywhere?
No.
Yeah. So now it is.
It didn't.
No, yeah.
You could easily emulate it, no problem.
But no, there was never a Sonic 2 on Knuckles.
The version of the game's good.
So now you can play Sonic 2
They
and
did a lot of extra work because you can climb on like Chemical Plant with Knuckles in these areas that look like they're infinitely tall, but they're not because there's
Okay.
rings on top of them.
Yeah, apparently the DS had it. Apparently they
Okay.
dropped it on the DS. Okay. Because I was thinking about that for a second. I'm like, yeah, wait, what about those lock-on versions? Because they just, there's Sonic 3 and then you get the full whatever. But yeah, Sonic and Knuckles. I was like, yeah. So I was like, oh, that's a neat thing.
Has there ever been a more insanely cool gimmick for a game ever? Hey, do you own the prequels? Do you want to fucking slap those prequels into the cart and get extra characters in your old games?
I would say that there hasn't been one as cool since. It's the raddest concept that never went. You know what's all? Okay, no, I got one better.
Yeah.
Old EA Sports games
Yeah.
having a controller port
Yeah.
in the cartridge.
Yeah, that's cool.
Fuck you, that's amazing.
That's cool.
You want to play multiplayer, you want to get extra controllers in, plug it
'em
into
in.
the fucking cartridge.
Yeah, that's cool.
That was sick.
That is cool. You're
Come
right.
on.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. But lock-on cartridges are that's a fun era.
Even the Sonic
thing.
1 gave you like bonus levels for the Sonic 3 minigame.
And everything else was just the mini game.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Sonic 3
Like the funnest thing you could do in like future gens after that was like Monster Rancher shit.
Yeah, which sucked.
And then now we have nothing.
Yeah, we have nothing. Everything's terrible.
Random
Just
seed.
download the DLCs.
Random seed generator.
Yeah, boo.
And
Fart.
how much fun? You can't have that kind of fun anymore.
No, you can't. You're not allowed.
You could type in your name in Worms and get a stage.
Yeah.
But
They'll stop you.
there's no more like
They'll stop you from
how do
having
you
that fun.
physical wasn't there a barcode fucking toy game thing? Come on, hold on. My brain is telling me that there was a series of toys or games that scanned a barcode
I don't remember
on
this.
any barcode, and it used that as a fucking generator for content. What was it? Scanners. You could scan any barcode on any product.
That's stupid.
Yeah. But that's the kind of shit kids love. You want to have like something that exists everywhere in your life where suddenly you can find a game version of it. It's AR before AR.
Hey, I want to point out, I said Monster Rancher sucks. I'll tell the story again. I got the demo for Monster Rancher, and then I put my RE2 copy in the Monster Rancher, and I scanned it, and it gave me some bullshit generic fuck and not a zombie from the game, and I was like, this game sucks. And that is my experience with Monster Rancher. That is my entire experience with Monster Rancher.
Did you not get your mochi?
No. I thought I was going to put that game in and I'd get to play as like Leon or like the Tyrant or something, and I didn't, so it sucks.
Guess
That's
you weren't good enough to get transported to a faraway land.
That's fucking right.
To a world where monsters rule. Played the game like an ace. Now you're in this place to save the monsters from the evil Moo. Sakurai comes out, says, please look forward to my announcement. And the first thing you hear after the cross goes up and lights on fire,
Yeah.
monsters rule.
I don't think that. All right, so let's talk about Mr. Sakurai. And the fact that on Thursday at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, the final number 5 character of the current Smash DLC roster will be revealed. And in the little picture in the bottom right, Sakurai is giving a conspicuous 3 symbol with his hand. What
The
could it
Dante
mean?
fervor is so high that if he is not announced,
It will be a disaster.
it will be a disaster.
Which-
Even though it shouldn't be, because Ultimate is still a ridiculous value
Yeah.
product. But nonetheless,
So-
you cannot escape not announcing Dante without damage because it's at a fever pitch and people won't accept it.
So it's funny because you can blame one person for this, and it's Matt Walker over at Capcom.
Because of his tweet?
Because of his tweets saying, hey, we got a lot of special things coming up. Check out, mark your calendars. And it was mark your calendars, and it was a little I think it was he did it, and then the Devil May Cry Twitter did it, where it was like it was a pizza symbol, and the date's January 16th.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then January 30th, and I think February something.
Yeah. There's a devil emoji, a pizza symbol, and I think a clown face.
Yeah, and it's like, if you put out that tweet for a goddamn me costume, you guys are dumbasses. Like, because here's the thing.
How quickly can we mod a cloud figure into a red coat?
Here's the thing, right? There is another character it could very easily be, because it could be, the 3 could be for Kingdom Hearts 3, for Sora,
But wouldn't it just be Sora, period?
who is, sure, but who is the number 1 Japanese pick for the next character, right? Now they're not nearly as popular out west.
Is the 3 that significant?
Well,
in
because
that
Kingdom
way?
Hearts 3 is
Because-
the last one out.
Certainly, but I guess DMC 3 Dante is like the one you'd expect to show up.
Yeah.
For,
Or maybe it means 3 characters, because it's actually Nero, V, and Dante.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Yeah, or whatever. But or Nero, Virgil, and Dante. Yeah, that's right. It's all 3. I'm confirming it.
Well,
I invented the leak just now.
there's also the question of like Capcom as a representative versus Square as a representative.
Well, I have some friends that are of the belief that Square can't be it because Square's so fucking stingy with their IPs. Cloud got 2 songs. That's stupid.
And a stage, yeah.
Yeah, like, come on. Come on. See how many songs everybody else got? A lot.
I feel like Atlas just gave them the entire
Atlas gave
OST.
them like 80 songs.
They gave them the entire OST. Yeah.
Hero got a shit ton of songs and 4 character models.
Yeah. So yeah, could it be Geno 3?
It could be Geno 3. That's right. The 3rd Geno.
You know, that one. Listen. I honestly, like, as excited as I am for Dante, and as much as it would be a very fun thing for a Devil May Cry reference to show up in Smash Brothers. And at this point, again, the game is so full and packed that it'd just be like, yeah, throw another awesome announcement on the pile. That's rad. I am scared that it won't be because of what will happen and how mad people will get about that.
My favorite part, I hope it's Dante, just so I can just roll around in Twitter threads of like, just another goddamn sword user, always got go, who cares a shit, who is this edgelord? Like, edgelord? Are you, this man loves his pizzas.
Oh, there's a fun little tweet that I liked that was like people excited for Dante and Smash, but fighting game players
Who
be
have
like,
seen Dante in a fighting game.
Dog
And
looking
yeah.
at PTSD.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dante having every move he ever has, because why would they?
That can't happen in Smash.
No, it won't happen in Smash, but they'll find a way to make it still overwhelming. Like Marvel 3 and Marvel Infinite Dante are still insane.
Yeah.
They would never do
Even
that.
Even by versus standards.
But they would definitely give him styles to switch through.
Yeah.
And then force a bunch of extra moves that you otherwise wouldn't have as a regular character onto him. So
He would work like Shulk, and his neutral B would be style switch, and then the style switch would change his moveset.
change his moveset. Yeah.
And it would just maintain.
Yeah. That's pretty much the way to do it.
Yeah.
In a game about having a small tight move list, they bring in the move list nonsense god.
Yeah.
And he'd of course have the ability to cancel and combo all of that. But again, it is my excitement for it is, again, it's very muted because it's already just such a ridiculous roster, and it's turning slowly into nervousness for the anger if they fuck that up.
So here's the question:
and drop anything that is not that. What are you gonna
if
what else
it's
is 3 gonna
Dante,
be?
what is going to be the operative word of Dante something's into the battle? I think it has to be the word style.
Dante styles his way into the battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless they have him on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Style
is way
his
more
genre. It's his mechanic.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, Dante styles his way in. Totally. Yeah, and I guess the other thing is, like, do you just make it top of the Temen Negru? Do you make it his office? Where do you go? Do you make it the statues?
I don't know. Depends what version of Dante we get.
I imagine his office is more iconic than
Yeah, but that would make a weird, shitty stage.
It would. Top of the Tower is a better looking stage. It's a more exciting stage. Bloody Palace is a visually more exciting stage.
So here's what I expect to happen tomorrow. This will be, this is podcast being recorded on Wednesday, January 15th. So we're talking about tomorrow, the 16th. I expect Dante to be announced, but because it is so foreshadowed, I expect them to also announce at least one character that is coming in the next batch of DLC. So Dante would come out like next week or something. And they'll be like, also, like, you remember what they did with Banjo?
We're teasing something else.
Because that's the only way during a Nintendo event you can actually get a real surprise, is go, like, Dante's in the cutscene, and then
something else.
Someone else steps behind and goes, I got this, Dante, whatever.
Here's a question. Do you think that it would be, would it be acceptable / would people be happier if people that only appear as me costumes instead were stages?
Yeah, I'd much prefer that.
Right? So a game with no characters can still be a stage.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would go over well.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it just hit my mind. It just hit my mind what it is.
Get your Halo stage. Get your Doom stage.
Is Dante, and hit Dante's Smash Ball is he turns into, like, he DTs and he becomes a stronger version.
Yeah.
And then it zooms out to, like, Dante, like, in the CG, like, under Castlevania cutscene. You remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
And Dante's doing all demon shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just hear and it's a chainsaw, and out he looks at Dante, and it's Doom Guy, because that's a demon. That's a demon.
Nah. He gets hit from the back with a Geno Whirl.
Oh, and you're right. That'd be so much cooler.
And it says 9999. It's the only way to do it.
No, but for real, if Doom Guy comes in, I want him to come in and be like, blah, 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 blah. And Doom Guy rips and tears his way into the fray or whatever, rips his way in.
If it would have to be sanitized Doom Guy.
Yeah. Just no blood.
Bloodless Doom Guy. Yeah. Over Master Chief.
I love Doom Guy so much.
I know, but
I love him so much.
And I other people clearly do too. But you sound a bit like Kenny and Steve asking for Scorpion in Smash.
You're right.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, you know what? Scorpion in Smash, totally ridiculous now. It's not. It's really not.
It's not. It's not. But Terry Bogart's Japanese, man.
Yeah.
Like, there's something. Here's what it is, I guess. You know what it always is? I guess it's that it just feels like something Western has less of a shot.
It does feel that way.
And now let's look at the roster and see how many Western references are in that.
Banjo with a bullet.
And are we done?
Ridley is a
Captain America.
Yeah,
nope.
You're right.
Banjo. That's it.
Yeah.
Right? Western characters not only don't mean as much.
So we're due for one.
Western characters don't mean as much to Japan, and they also just don't have as much of a shot.
Yeah, but we're due for one though.
Yeah, and I guess you can say Donkey Kong, but not really because it's Donkey Kong.
Yeah,
and K. Rool is you know. It's but we're due, sure.
Okay, but who would you? Hey.
It's not a hard rule that there's no Western. It's just it just feels
these
like
Smash conversations are getting dumber and dumber.
They are. They're terrible.
Because I get really excited and then I buy the character and I download it and play them for 5 minutes and I go, yeah.
Solaire is Japanese.
I was about to say Solaire.
He has a bigger shot.
I was about to ask you.
Solaire has a bigger shot. Because Miyazaki is a couple metro stations away.
So Dante's like doing his lightning stuff, and then a lightning bolt comes off screen and hits him, and then as he's doing this, and you're like,
dude, look how close Toby Fox got, and he still didn't get in. Western shit is not like Sakurai needs to like.
People are pointing out that Slayer also already has an amiibo.
Yeah. Like Sakurai needs to basically, you know, be able to go have udon with you.
Yeah.
You know, and then talk shop and fucking figure it out. But I don't know. It just anytime someone throws out a big old Western character, I just go, like, come on, that doesn't feel like they'd go for it. But you never know.
You never know.
But it just doesn't feel like it. I might get blown up tomorrow. You know, Nathan Drake. Fucking what?
Okay, Google. Set an alarm for 8:30 a.m. All right, I'll see you guys on stream tomorrow for that one then. Fuck it. If there's even a 1% chance I see Solaire or Doom Man, I must be there.
You see that fucking trailer for Morbius, bro?
Oh!
I'm really happy that the trailer for Morbius did the thing I love, where it goes 3, 2, 1, Morbius trailer now. Like, well, what movie am I watching the trailer for? I don't know. I scrolled past it on Twitter and I couldn't read the name. I don't know what it is.
You know what the funniest thing about Morbius is that the Fox Kids standards and practices people were like, okay, you can have Morbius on the TV show with the Spider-Man, but you can't show him drinking blood because that's fucked up and it's violent. No blood in the show. So they're like, okay, what about these nightmarish hand suckers that are 1,000,000 times more traumatizing than just biting your neck and drinking your blood? And they're like, yeah, the hand suckers are fine.
Yeah.
And now every time I think about Michael Morbius, the living vampire, all I can think of is like, man, those hand suckers were terrible. And no other version of the character has that.
Yeah, he's just a vampire, man. See, the problem... Well, here's the thing. The promise years ago was that we were going to get a Sinister Six movie, as well as spin-offs for all of Spider-Man's villains.
Oh, yay.
And that thankfully did not happen.
Why good?
But slowly
it's starting
again.
Anyway.
But this time around, the stakes are higher than ever, because do you watch this trailer?
I did watch the trailer.
Do you see how it ended?
I did see how it ended.
That's the big discussion point that everybody fucking hates now.
What's that?
Is the end of this trailer has a cameo.
Uh-huh.
And a certain fucking vulture from Homecoming is talking shit to Michael Morbius. And you're like, Michael Keaton? But that means...
Did you see that in the...
That means MCU guy.
Did you see that in the background shot of Michael Morbius walking down a alley, you can see a painting of Spider-Man with the tag murderer put over it?
No. I didn't see that.
They're making this an MCU canon film, despite it not being made by Marvel.
Okay, we're playing the trailer and I just saw it. So does this mean then? Could this be because
that Venom is canon?
Well, did the deal that Marvel made to make everything good again, or rather to work with Sony again, involve in forcing their shit into the canon? Because Venom might be canon now. If this is all its other world, because that's stupid.
Spider-Man
is on a wall in the background.
Yeah.
Even if he's not in the movie, clearly
it's the PS4 Spider-Man photo of the Raimi costume.
okay.
That's fucking lame.
But it's a picture of Spider-Man.
Oh, Spider-Man.
In a movie that you'd think would pretend he didn't exist. Whatever.
Venom is so canon.
It's forcing its way in.
Now Venom's got to go hang out with Spider-Man, and what's that actor's name? The guy who played the Venom, Eddie Brock man, the Mad Max man.
Ed Hardy.
Ed Hardy has to use his worst American accent ever to get angry at Peter Parker.
Do you think it's possible that
Tom Hardy, whatever, fuck
Tom
him.
Hardy, excuse me. Ed Hardy's the clothing.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that this is a non-reciprocal relationship?
It does seem that way, doesn't it?
Where these movies, not unlike the Netflix Marvel universe,
Yes, these are going to be called Spider-Man Legends in a few years.
do you think it's possible that they're just going to be like, we're referencing you, and MCU's like,
That's fine.
okay.
That's okay.
How bad? Yeah. Like,
And then they'll have a situation where they're talking to Doctor Strange, and they'll be like, Doctor Strange, have you ever met a vampire? And he'll be like, no. And then he'll look at the camera, because vampires aren't real, and that's stupid. And then he'll look away from the camera. And then he'll throw a Walkman on the floor, and it'll explode.
you ever see that clip of LeVar Burton waiting off stage to try and get Shatner's attention at
I
a
have
con?
not.
It's him waiting off stage to try and get Shatner's attention at a con, and Shatner wants nothing to do with it.
What the hell?
And it's like, it's one of those things where, like, it was. I feel like it was bookended by the clip of him going, oh, I'm sorry, I understand what you're looking for, but I have a mission that I need to do right now. I don't know if you know that clip where LeVar Burton's like, I have a mission that I must complete, and first I need to do it. You're like, no, that's not it, or whatever. So it's just like, it's this thing of like, you have one person trying to interact with him, and he's like, yeah, okay, buddy, sure. Anyway, hey, but Shatner though, and Shatner wants nothing. It's that's MCU to SCU.
The difference is LeVar Burton is genuinely fantastic.
Sir, it's
especially in comparison
not
to
the
Shatner.
point. The
Yeah,
point
I know.
is, it's Geordie LaForge trying to get Kirk's attention,
No, you know what it is?
and Kirk wants
You know what it
fuck
is?
all to do with it.
Sony walks into that fucking frat party, and all the Marvel MCU people are all those sorority girls that turn towards the camera in that photo where they're all like,
Oh yeah, yeah. I think Marvel can probably agree to a one-way relationship. You can reference us, we won't reference you. It is what it is. You can do whatever you want, but we're not giving you shit. Talk about us, show our shit. We can be a news anchor's like box next to their head.
Yeah.
You can show a clip from Endgame if you want.
Yeah, why not? Cool.
We're
But
not
then at the beginning of every MCU movie, they're gonna go, "Hey Thor, whatever happened to Sony?" And Thor will be like, "I don't even know what a Sony is."
yeah, your extended universe.
Back to Fortnite.
Yeah, you don't exist. You do not exist in this world. But Fortnite exists in that world.
It sure does.
And Palpatine exists in Fortnite.
That's sure true.
Therefore, Disney.
You know, do you remember a long time ago on Parks and Rec when Patton Oswalt
He connected all of it.
fucking showed up?
He connected
and
all of it.
Did this insane rant about Star Wars and Marvel shit.
And then the Millennium Falcon shows up.
And how, like, that's getting closer and closer and closer, and it's dumb. That bit was amazing. Good job, Patton.
Kingdom Hearts and Smash Brothers coexisting is already that.
If Sora gets in and he doesn't have an alternate that's just Mickey Mouse, everyone fucked up.
Like his alternate character is just Mickey Mouse?
Yes, like a different model, like Hero.
Wouldn't it turn him into one of the other Kingdom Hearts kids?
I don't care. I just want Mickey Mouse in that fucking game.
Yeah, but you think they just turn Sora into Mickey?
They have the same move, though.
Do I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You think Disney would be okay with that?
No.
Then fuck
Which
off.
is why that I say, if the Sora gets in and not Mickey Mouse, then everyone's screwed up. Just sneak him in. Fuck it. No one will notice.
Hey, you know how Street Fighter V has bad netcode?
Oh, man. I almost sent you a message when this dropped going, I can't wait to talk to you about this on the podcast.
You know how Street Fighter V has bad netcode?
I sure do know that, Wooly.
It's a complicated situation, however.
It sure is.
Because Street Fighter V's bad netcode is not a result of it being delay-based like every other fighting game.
It's a situation where the fact that it was done bad is the problem.
It is rollback. It is bad rollback.
Yes.
I
Rollback,
literally,
if you will.
we were having some conversation I was listening to somewhere. I forget what triggered it, but something made me think. What if a fan? I was thinking about Oddity, and fan-made stuff, and then I thought about like somehow a fan did something recently, and I'm like, what if someone fixed the netcode in Street Fighter V before Capcom did?
Let me roll you back further for context. Do you remember a long time ago when Street Fighter V came out and it didn't properly support many arcade sticks, particularly PS3 arcade sticks?
Yes.
Do you remember when Mike Z went online and said, hey, I made this free 35 lines of code, or whatever the fuck it is.
Yep.
You just plug the fuck in. It's common license.
Yep.
It's open source.
Yep.
In your game, and all these arcade sticks will work perfectly.
If your fighting game does not support old sticks, it's because they don't want to.
And then Capcom went, cool, that's really cool. We'll look into it. And then nothing ever happened.
No, they did.
They did add it?
You can use old sticks, legacy sticks on Street Fighter V.
Did they use that, or did they make up their own solution?
I think they made their own, but I don't know.
And that's where I'm getting at. There was a video that Max put out a few days ago. Yeah, it was last week, in which it was a compilation cut of his stream, in which he was trying to remember a term. And Maximilian remembered the term is did not invent. And it is a business concept that everybody in this room is familiar with, which is, well, we didn't invent rollback netcode.
Yeah.
Or we didn't invent the fix to rollback netcode.
But it's a quality of life feature, and or it is a necessary feature.
We did not invent this feature.
Therefore, yeah.
We'll have to either reinvent it ourselves or nothing.
So all this, right, is you have hold start to fucking pause, all the shit I talk about, pause training mode.
Not invented here, that's the
tap to input buttons, configs,
all that
etc.
shit.
Netcode means people cannot play properly when they fight each other online. And I thought to myself, I wonder if a fan would do this. And then literally the next day, I saw Keats retweet a thing that was just like, yo, Reddit/Street Fighter, some guy took the source code, looked at it, and went, oh yeah, that's the problem.
Found
the problem, fixed it in 2 days. Uploaded it, all you gotta do is drop this into your Street Fighter V folder on Steam, and now your netcode and rollback work perfectly.
So I want to describe the actual problem Street Fighter V has, because it's important before we get into why this is more complicated than you would think. Street Fighter V has rollback netcode. Problem is, for whatever reason, the rollback is all one-sided, or has the very likely potential to become all one-sided, which means one person will have a perfect lag-free experience that will be immaculate, and the other person will have some bullshit teleporting fucking rewind garbage.
Artificial lag.
Yeah.
They'll have lag that's not actually happening because they're trying to reference the simulated game that they're trying to reference the neutral simulated game, but only one person's end is doing that properly. So there's basically a clock desync between both players is the small description of it, and you can go to the Reddit that I've linked to in the docket and read the description as posted by Altimore on the Street Fighter Reddit, and it's a very, very basic, like, here's the download, here's the source code, instructions, extract it to the folder. Why is it needed? This is why it's needed, because of this bug. Does the other player need it to have the fix as well? No, but if they don't have the fix, they can still experience the bug.
Yeah, basically, when you have it and your opponent has it, it becomes much, much, much more likely
you're both stable
for them.
Yes,
that they're the one to eat all the lag.
Yes. And then the final paragraph section is called "Fix Your Shit, Cap Clown," and it says this took over 2 days to make. This took a bit over 2 days to make. Capcom hasn't patched the bug for 4 years.
It's been known. Mike Z was tweeting about the bug existing in the beta.
Yep,
it was found.
Most of that was reverse engineering. It would take more like 30 minutes if with the source code. Mike Z made a tweet pinpointing the cause of the bug during beta, and that's the post.
That's it.
That's the tweet.
Yep. So what's the deal?
So the deal is really simple, right? And again, there's a. I want to say Keats was the one who said this, but it was like there's people going like, man, lazy devs, what the fuck, right? And it's like, and I think he said something to the effect of, it's not devs, it's not lazy devs, it is that this is a low list issue on the priorities of the person who's in charge of deciding what issues to fix.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, looking at a QA database, remembering those days, remembering what was listed as WNF, will not fix, remembering what was listed as deprioritized.
Yeah.
That is absolutely what it feels like.
Yeah, and it's because of a situation which was perfectly exemplified by one of the Redditors on the Best Friends Reddit, who I pulled out and went, sir, you nailed it. I'm going to screenshot your exact point because you killed it. This is by a fan named Pro Dumpster Fire in the thread about this topic last week.
Good name.
I'm actually living in Japan right now.
Oh, yeah.
I play SF5 with cheap apartment Wi-Fi. I have only had one bad match in the last 3 weeks. It is the best experience playing Street Fighter V I have ever had. And that's why it's deprioritized.
Yeah.
Because when you live in the country, it works perfectly.
It's a little bit, it's different from too lazy to do it, right? Because
wait, what's the problem? This is not a big deal.
It is not listed as a thing. And that is what happens when you're not fully in touch. But at the same time, who was it? Was it, oh no? Who tweeted something to the effect of, message heard loud and clear, guys.
Very sorry.
Yeah, because everyone tweeted to
Please
blow.
stop bothering me.
Everyone tweeted to say, hey, look, someone did this type of thing, you know? Yeah, it really is. It really is wild. And like, and it's interesting how the timing of this goes perfectly hand in hand with that whole back to block netcode video.
Yeah.
Because in it, like the description as to how like Street Fighter V does have rollback, it's just not implemented well.
It's bad.
And it's like, oh, but if that's the case, that means that you can make it work. And it's like, yes, you can.
They just won't.
You can go watch side-by-side videos uploaded now of matches between two people and literally see the difference between pre and post patch. And it's fucking working.
Yeah.
You can play Street Fighter V online.
Yep.
In the
same
what
thread,
is there to say?
In the same thread, there was an example of a developer that was actually even more out of touch with their online infrastructure than Capcom, and that was From Software.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was Dark Souls 3 that had this prioritization. Here were the matchmaking regions for online. Japan, fair enough. America, which was the top of the Arctic Circle to the bottom of South America, and everywhere else on the planet. Those were your 3 matchmaking regions. So when you play From Software games online in Japan, it's a very different experience than playing anywhere else.
That's insane.
It sure is.
Okay. How do you even plan that? Anyway, show me.
I want to see the fucked up map where Japan's really big in the center, right? And then it's like the inverse Mercator projection, and like all the other countries are like this a little circle far away.
God. I mean, it's come up a bunch, right? This week we've talked like I've had to reference QA things a couple times.
Yeah.
But I think what this makes me feel, especially when you're thinking about priority, right? And it basically, I'm like, There's a program called Test Track Pro. A lot of places use it as their bug tracker, but other people have different things. But if
Sure.
you were to export that database to an Excel file and send it to me, right?
Yeah.
Show me the database of bugs, and I can tell you the entire story of development.
Yeah, you can see B rank listed bug is Manat's skirt flap gets stuck in her hip on crouching low kicks or whatever, and then C minus class bug is internet don't work in the 95% of the planet.
Originally reported as S class.
Yeah.
Go into the bug, go into the comments, see the update, see the attempted fix failed, regression, fix failed, comment from dev, reprioritizing, now low priority.
Now D
right?
rank bug or whatever.
I can tell you the story of the game's development.
Yeah.
Just seeing that and going in and seeing what that looks like, because it says a lot about it says a lot about the way the game's being made always, right? But when you are making a sequel to something that already knows what it's aiming for, it's especially weird and strange when the people that are like able to look at previous things as reference points don't use those as goalposts.
It's really bizarre because, I mean, we've been talking about the fighting game netcode thing on and off for like 2, 3, 4 months now, right? It keeps coming back up with Guilty Gear, with this, with that. And it's an extra special case in the game biz because I can't think of any other situation in which it occurred this way. There's lots of times where you're like, well, I think that Destiny should be like this. And they go, well, we don't have the money to fucking do it. Or, you know, we don't have the resources. Or you get, I don't think this game should have this DLC. You know, whatever. All sorts of fucked up things.
This is not that.
Right? This is not that. This is... You guys are talented. Clearly. Everybody who works at that company is clearly very talented. And you've made great stuff and you continue to make great stuff. You just refuse to even look at it. You just refuse to look at it once and fix it. Because it's a refusal to improve. It's not an inability. It's a refusal. And that's why it's extra infuriating. Especially for... Oh, you just saw something good?
Please look forward
Oh, fuck off.
to the Championship Edition release, which will patch this exploit out. Could you imagine? Could you fathom removing this from the fucking game via new patch?
It's so...
when Seth drops.
It's so frustrating because... Do you remember all the talk? I mean, you spoke with Daisuke about Guilty Gear and about, you know, changing this or changing there. We want to get a bigger audience, right? And it's like, you know how you would get a bigger audience right away? If you made it so the people in various countries could play the game. That's it.
Shouting at a wall.
You could... And they go, whoop, and there it goes.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things people want to know is like, they want to know how much shit is heard and then what those discussions look like internally. Because after 4 years, it's impossible that it's not.
Well, I can't tell you about these conversations because I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm not even telling you because you already know what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But if you could see the inside of many of these conversations, you would tear your fucking hair out because it is infuriating and it is so stupid because it is people who are talented and intelligent just going, nah, I don't want to listen. But
but everyone asking for something is one thing, but when they do it themselves and this gets released and it's out there and too late, you're fucking clown shoes now.
Well, yeah, because what are they going to do? You know what they're going to do, Wooly? They're going to patch it so that this patch doesn't work anymore and it goes back to the way it was.
Did you not listen to what I was laughing at 5 minutes ago?
What do you mean?
You know how...
I misunderstood. I misunderstood what you meant. This exploit has been... Oh, my God. Yeah, no, they're totally going to do that.
What did you think I meant?
I thought you were referring to an old bug that was in a version... I didn't realize you were talking.
No, I was laughing at the idea of Capcom releasing Seth and patching this fix out of the working game.
They're going to do that 100%. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to re-break it.
That's why I was like, this is... Anyway. So yeah, I really do...
I'd put money down that that's absolutely going to happen.
I don't know. We'll see. But, like, internally, like, this is beyond embarrassing. And you have to imagine that any pushes to action that have not happened to this point, when you look at it like this is now a... Whenever the game gets touched next, right? If it does not include this...
Or something similar.
It's beyond outrageous because now it's there.
It's already in.
It's there, right? And like you cannot... I guess what am I trying to say? Yelling at a building in the hopes that someone in there will hear you, right? You never know. Like maybe that window's open, but you don't know if they... You know what I mean? Like you're yelling and you don't know if they hear you, right? But now... It's like, no, you found the guy on the way to his car, and like you said it to him, and he looked at you
and said it back to you and went, huh?
And then he got in his car and drove away. So like you have confirmation of delivery.
Yeah, because either
the read receipt has been
like either they do absolutely nothing, which would be baffling, right? Because that's the only way you would, or they remove it, which means they know it improved it, and they said no. No, we do things our way out here.
No matter what you do, this corners.
It's forced the question.
Yes, this is it corners you, right? You have 3 choices. You implement your own version of this immediately.
Yeah.
You just use this.
Yeah.
Or you do nothing or ignore it / remove it.
All right, so I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm sure you agree, there's no way in God's green earth that this version of the thing is what they're going to use. They will make their own.
They'll make their own, certainly.
Or not.
But, like...
There's no way.
But you understand what... Like, the hand is forced now. At the very least, on the level of people that are paying attention to this type of stuff. You know, because that day of when Mega Man Cross Street Fighter got like officially sanctioned or whatever,
that was cool.
That was a one and fucking done. That was a one and done. You know, fans don't get to decide how these things roll out. So, your move says Altimore in 2 days. Fix your shit, cap clown.
I wish you were able to just get one of the systems engineers, somebody who would be involved, and just get to talk to them like a normal person for like 10 minutes. Just be like, dude, what the fuck? Just be able to go to somebody, a human, and go, dude, what the fuck?
It's almost a miracle that this even used rollback to begin with.
Yeah.
And they didn't just go delayed based because of comfort, right? Scary new world of rollback. Uncomfortable, we don't want to touch.
Well, I mean, the fear for me now is they go, well, nobody liked our netcode, so back to delay.
But thank God they did at least go this route enough that the solution can be displayed for everyone to see. And then you go, no, it was you. It wasn't the code, it was you. And this is how you do it, and now it's done. So now just do it to make your game work, and then you don't have to have this problem ever again. Until the next time. Your move.
It's so frustrating.
It is a...
I'm getting really ready to get super mad at fighting games for a good long
while. You already
while.
did. You said it the last time.
I know, but this is so infuriating.
This is check. It's not checkmate, but this is check.
This makes the big mad.
Move your king out of the fucking way, bro. Anyway.
I gotta be like this.
That's another hour.
Yeah, it is.
Let's take some letters.
If you want to send in a letter, hey, hustles, some cool hustles, send it into castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Hustles are welcome. Scams are not.
Yeah, that's right. No dick pills. It's big enough. Thank you.
Hustles involve, for the most part, no one gets hurt.
Yeah.
You just make the come up.
Yeah.
Scams get a lot of people hurt.
Somebody has to get hurt in a scam. That's like that's my mental definition breakdown.
I don't respect the scam.
No.
I do respect the hustle.
Yeah.
Josh says, "Dear Super Castle Brothers, I cannot stand censorship no matter what the context. I avoid games that censor themselves as much as possible. In the example, Tokyo Mirage Sessions, many costumes and details of the characters and even dialogue were changed to fit better with the West. What should I care? Why should I care about a game if the people making it or publishing it don't care enough to keep their vision whole? Am I crazy or is this hashtag relatable?"
I feel like you don't understand what the word censorship actually means. Somebody's allowed to change their work as much as they desire. Censorship means that the government is coming down on you and saying that you can't say that or do that or display that or whatever.
So what do you call it when they go from cleavage to no cleavage?
In terms of, say, Tokyo Mirage?
Yep.
Where's it coming from? Is it coming from the parent company?
The dev, internally.
Internally?
Yeah.
That's not censorship. That's a choice. That's a localization change.
Self-censorship.
Sure, whatever. But self-censorship isn't censorship. Censorship is an incredibly specific term that everybody misuses constantly. It's infuriating.
All right, so let's call it self-censorship.
Sure.
How do you feel about self-censorship?
Fucking complain to the devs, I guess. But you look like a baby.
I don't like it. I think if it's pretty harmless in the end, and if it's an oversensitive reaction to your expected target audience, for the most part, there's situations where if it's over the top, like you can see the darkening of the asshole.
Yeah.
Then that's one thing. But if you're dealing with Orihime has a wedding dress and this version stops here where there's some there's cleavage, and this version we got to put her in a turtleneck, I kind of find that silly because it's almost like you're pointing out something and going, "This is protect the children from the neck," and it kind of feels like a silly decision.
So here's my take on that particularly. Let's take Jury from SF5.
Sure.
Who appears to, in her original costume, be in like a latex bodysuit that had lots of big old cleavage and exposed legs and whatnot, right? Which got replaced by black latex covering those bits. And there are a lot of people go, "I can't believe they censored Jury, covered her up." Or, the Tokyo Mirage Sessions one has characters that have boob windows that are just covered in cloth.
Sorry, I know you didn't get to your point yet, but like the Jury thing is more of just a costume change. That's not at all
right, let's
on
say
point. It's more so, if you want to keep it in that realm, it's more so no default Armika costume allowed on main stage.
I mean,
for ESPN.
the example used is Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I mean, I've seen some of these changes. They're like the leggings go higher, so there's less thigh. Or the boob window gets covered in cloth, so it looks like a complete shirt with no cleavage, or something like that. Or the neck is a little higher. The devs chose to do that because of a million possible reasons. There's a reason that...
But modesty is usually the one.
I would think that one of the reasons that people never actually internalize or even think about is that part of the reason for those designs in the first place is because they're catering to an otaku degenerate sex pervert audience.
Sure.
And then maybe want to clean it up when they can. That's possible. I'm not even saying that's even common.
Yeah. No,
but in that case, the original version would have been censored to add more titty. But regardless of that.
Yeah.
Let's take a character that had a big old slutty boob window. See all them tittos, and they cut. That's now cloth, so you see the shape of the tittos, but you don't see the flesh of the tittos, and it's these idol characters in your anime game. I cannot possibly take seriously the idea that anyone would look at that and go, "I can't believe they would steal my waifu tittos from me.
No,
I will not buy it. This is a moral crime."
All right. So, straw man aside, right?
This person literally said they would not buy it because they hate censorship.
Yeah, and that person is ridiculous, as is anybody who is on the extremes of those viewpoints, right?
Yeah,
If you
totally.
grab any person that is like on the wild ass fringes of their outrage, then you're gonna get that ridiculous thing.
Well, sure. The problem with this is that every time this happens, the people on that fringe are the ones that you actually see.
So, like, the tone I take on this, which is as far from that as possible, is one where I look at it and as somebody who 9 times out of 10 prefers like tomboyish looking girls that
Sure.
don't necessarily have
Yeah.
designs that cater in that way, and I look at things like the Sanran Kagura designs and big old titty flops, and it's kind of just goofy,
Yeah.
right? I feel that way most of the time when I see those designs. However, once it's out there, I see the change slash like audio like the like West needs a different version of this thing as a like. It feels like a strange morality play when you didn't have it to begin with, and it feels hollow, right?
So-
if you wanted to make that character design that way from the jump, and it's probably one that I possibly would prefer, I get it, and I'm like, go for it. But when you clearly don't have that interest in mind, but you just make a switch so that you can region lock your
Yeah.
pervy, whatever,
It's funny because
it just looks so
the
silly.
Fire Emblem thing is really, really interesting as a microcosm, because you remember Awakening and Fates had those fucking rub the person's head fucking shits, rub your character, rub your waifu mini games.
I don't.
Okay, they
actually.
did.
Okay.
And it had all that baby shit. Supposedly half the team fucking despised it,
Okay.
and the other half of the team was like, yeah, no, we got to get them titties in there, and like that team is in flux over that shit
Yeah.
all the time.
Now, here's the thing. There's definitely examples out there where I'm like, look, there's a fucking super weird mini game in Ultra Despair Girls, where like after establishing,
Only Fates? All right.
I think we call, the term we used was elementary abuse Chan
Cool.
was a character. And then there's a mini game where you have to more or less recreate her abuse.
Sick.
And it's like, what are you going for here, right?
You know what they're going for.
Yeah, it's super fucking weird, right? In its tone. There's things like that where it's like, this was from the jump a terrible idea.
Yeah.
But there's definitely, and I think everything has its own specific context that you need to judge it on. And I think that is definitely one far cry away from we need the turtleneck on Oribe,
Sure.
right? And I also...
I have to ask, are you actually referring to a real turtleneck?
Yeah.
Okay.
She has a wedding dress. It's cut like a normal wedding dress.
Yeah.
And then they replaced it with her neck being all white so that the wedding dress goes up to her turtleneck. It goes up to
Okay.
the bottom of her neck.
What's the character's name?
Orihime.
Orihime.
No, no, am I thinking of Bleach on that? I think I fucked up
Yeah,
her
you
name.
probably-
Subasa.
Tsubasa.
Yeah.
Fire Emblem. There we go.
And there's a couple of other ones that have these little weird things where they touch it in these ways, right? But I'm like, there's just, in general, there's ways where you can there's times when you can clearly see that it's like, oh, so we're gonna do a core values style cut in on a game like Dead or Alive in a moment where clearly the people making it had one intention, you have another, you want to pretend it's different from what it is, and
Oh my god, these photos are hilarious.
they're the side by
They're like
sides.
they're these minor changes with this big fat censored logo on them, and it's like, here's
It doesn't have to be the screaming "you ruined my waifu" thing. It can definitely be the "come on guys, what are you doing?" You know, that's how I feel about it, and that's how I feel like the sensible version of the discussion goes. Don't listen to anybody that's screaming about their ruined waifus because that's goofy.
That's the only people who are talking about
and
it.
I don't. Well, I'm talking about it right now.
No, I mean this person is literally talking about it.
You know, and like us, like we laugh at core values because it's like, so where's the line? What is this arbitrary line on what's okay and not okay? And you know, my Shiranui's got too many bouncies, and you know, there's all kinds of weird little plays where you're like, I get if you don't want your elementary abuse Chan mini game in the game. I think it's a weird morality play when you're trimming up the thighs.
Yeah, whatever.
You know? They can do what they want,
Sure,
but
they can.
I think it looks hollow and silly.
What do you mean? They just like, why are you assigning like a moral value to this? It could be as simple as somebody going, yeah, let's clean it up for the U.S. release because I'm embarrassed that we hypersexualized this 14-year-old so much.
Because at the same time, right? Well, when you go to the 14-year-old extremes, you get like, yeah, you're getting into that weird territory where.
How old's the character you just mentioned, Tsubasa?
I'm not sure. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But it's within that range, certainly. It's in that range, certainly. But it's not always going to be like that. It's not always that cut and dry, I suppose. Yeah. And I think that, like, yeah, they can do those things for the West, but I also think that, like, again, it almost shows it's not the feeling you're putting on them, where they're like, oh, let's clean this up. It's like, no, they don't feel that way.
I'm not putting that on them. I'm saying it's a possibility.
Okay.
Because the people who complain always assume that it is over some possible moral panic over Western audiences or some shit. Or maybe the game won't sell as well if it has all the titties in it or whatever, which is nonsense.
Or she's aged up and
no game would ever
no
game would ever sell worse because of tittos, right? Everybody likes titties, right? But I have a serious problem with the way this email was originally formed.
Okay.
And that, because you say, oh, you keep talking about the people crying about their waifus, right? It's like, yes, 99% of the time when there is some massive kerfuffle about censorship in games, it is nearly exclusively about a Japanese game where the waifu's bounciness or ages have been changed for the West to make it less overtly creepy. Are you familiar with the game Devotion?
Was that the Bury My Child?
No, Devotion is the sequel.
No, wait, that's Conception.
Is a pseudo-sequel to a game called Detention. It is made by a Taiwanese developer called Red Candles.
Okay, no, I don't
In
know.
Devotion, which is a fantastic game that you could buy on Steam for like 2 days, there is a tiny little hidden message calling the Prime Minister of China a Winnie the Pooh. That company had its business license revoked, and the game had to get fucking pulled from shelves, and you can't buy it anymore ever. That's censorship. And I have seen 1 million people scream and cry that the cleavage on this minor got cut in their anime Make the Girl Pregnant game on the Vita. And I've seen comparatively few complain about what is actually censorship.
Certainly.
And I therefore cannot take this kind of question seriously at all, because it always sounds like, but my titty game, though.
But didn't we clarify it within about a sentence or two, the difference between censorship and self-censorship?
Yes.
Because getting China'd is a super fucked situation that is not the same thing.
And it's the thing that no one complains about.
But that's why, at the very least, but here's the thing, right? If you want to attempt to understand, like, someone has a reasonable point of view, you can't assume it's the completely unreasonable way the entire time.
All right.
So if they're not, if like what they're thinking of is, let's say, the term self-censorship, but they're not correctly using the term, then you can just describe the correct term in the discussion.
All right, fine. I will de-straw man myself and then say, I don't believe choosing to buy a game or not, or watch a movie or not, over minor costume alterations is reasonable. I think it's ridiculous. I think it is on the level of, but Sonic's arms aren't blue, man. Like, it's the most minor deal possible. Unless the theme of Fire Emblem Tokyo Mirage Sessions is that idols wear low-cut dresses or some shit, or that is some way actually important, it's fucking stupid.
I agree that it's completely minor. I 100% agree with you on that. And there's a threshold to which it's even worth discussing, and there's a point at which it becomes not worth discussing because it's so minor. But I think if we're looking at it on the table, especially on the basis of this guy's question, it's the same as when you look at anytime a movie goes different places and has changes made to it in different ways. And I'm not going for the Star Wars.
No, you're talking edits, redubs,
and
whatever,
things like that, right? And you kind of are drawn to try and figure out what the intention was behind this. And if it's a updated release globally that is like, no, this is what I wanted it to be, and this is that, then that's one thing. But when it becomes sort of a region specific thing, I always get a little bit like, okay, so this is what this is what plays here, and what you originally want to do is displayed by your original release. And I think that
maybe,
likely, could be time, who knows, but I think that if it wasn't, and if they wanted things to sort of like play or reflect a little differently, update their tone, then it would probably be a global update as opposed to a region specific.
I think that looking at content like this and screaming from the rooftops about the artist's original intent being sacred,
definitely not screaming.
No, not you. But like, you got to keep it like, and when it's like, in many cases, I assume these people don't give a fuck at one way or the other. They're literally just putting what will sell or help sell in their region.
Yeah, because I think again, when you grab both sides of the slider and you have one side is "but my titties though," and the other side is
ban those titties though.
Like the other side is "fuck off, it's creepy," right? And you're like, yeah, you know what? Both of these are ridiculous, and being reasonable is probably somewhere in the middle where people actually feel. In a lot of cases that are not these wild Twitter screamers and Reddit screamers, where you're like, it's literally me putting my hand up and going, huh? And that's about the end of the gesture. That's about the end of the thought. And at the end of the day, it affects nothing in the game.
I mean, I could break this down to an even simpler degree. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
You sound like a baby, which is what I think I said at the very beginning. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. The things that you're complaining about don't matter. When you're talking censorship, let's talk about plot. Let's talk about themes. Let's talk about characters' races or ages or acts of violence or sexual acts or depiction of these things. But it's like, oh, but the girl wears a I can't see the top 2 inches of her titto. Like
and they're probably still gonna buy it.
Yeah,
most certainly. At the end of the day, if you're making a fucking hard line on it, but yeah. I guess that's the side of it. That's the side of it that I feel like I understand, and I feel like it's very easy to come down on the people that are being ridiculous about it.
It sure is.
But I feel like it's less easy to come down on the people that are being less ridiculous about it.
Yeah.
Because it's like,
I have engaged in this conversation many times.
Yeah.
And I have yet to find somebody who is passionate about this topic that it did not eventually break down to, but my waifus.
Because I guess the part of it is like, I'm curious about what the dev was going for in those moments, and like ultimately you're like, it doesn't matter, who knows, maybe, right? And you're like, it could be this, but who knows?
Yeah, whatever. Trying to ascribe your vision of an author's intent.
I think that's where it kind of just But I'm like. That doesn't stop my curiosity about that. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah, you're right. It doesn't make a difference, but I'm still curious when I see that, in the same way that you see an edit to the Malaysian version of something and you go,
oh, my favorite one.
What was that about?
That somebody pointed me out to that Vinny made popular was McClunky. You hear this shit?
No.
George Lucas's final act was that another edit to the Greedo scene is now in the Disney Plus version of A New Hope.
Oh, yeah.
In which, before he goes to try and shoot Han Solo, it zooms in on Greedo and he goes, McClunky.
Oh, yeah. I did hear about this. Yeah.
And it's like, what the fuck?
Quick question, just before we move on.
Yeah.
Because I feel like at a certain point, I feel like we've talked about it as much as we'd willing to give a shit. But, what would you say if an edit was made to increase the lewdness?
I wouldn't care either.
Okay. So it's not necessarily about the pullback as it is, let's say they de-self-censor and they put it out.
That has happened, in particular with violence. That happens quite often, where the American or North American or European version is way more violent.
Yo, Angry Kirby, bro.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm thinking of Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
You can't show decapitations in the Japanese version.
Oh, okay. So Leon's head.
They just chainsaw him in the neck and he just falls over.
Okay. Do you but like in like full honesty, you feel that like you would have the same tone.
Yeah, I would see the people who would go, "Oh, this is gonna corrupt the children" or whatever. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Who gives a fuck? It's a titty. You'll live. You'll live without. You'll live either without seeing a titty, or you'll live with seeing a titty another day. None of us will die. It's okay.
Yeah, and that tone is exactly kind of where I'm at. Like, you just sounded like what I would want to say.
Yeah.
So you get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anybody who takes a stance on just censorship, it's like, fucking give me a break.
What would you
Give me
say?
a fucking break.
What would you say if the dev did state their intent and it was actually that?
Man, it would make it so much easier if the devs just came out. It's like, yeah, no, we were worried about getting a higher rating in the US because of the rating system. And you go, oh, that sucks. And then download the Japanese version, I guess. Or the Chinese version, which would have the extra, the Hong Kong version that would have the English.
Or if they came out and they said, like, we felt that it was inappropriate. You know, if you got one of those weird things. It would never happen, but, like, would that make it easier to be like, whoa, what are you doing?
Yeah. It would make it a lot easier.
Because then you have their intention.
Then there would be no guess.
Yeah.
Because the most infuriating part of this
agree with that.
Is it's censorship. It's like, you don't even know that. You don't even know if it's self-censorship. Until the devs come out and say, we changed this due to pressure from Sony or our publisher or our perception of American audiences or whatever, you don't even know.
And of course, it's always like, the important thing, too, is that it's always case-by-case basis, as is almost everything in life, right? As easy and comforting as it is to use blankets, there's always scenarios where you get it and it makes a bit more sense. I think the entire history of the character Poison is an incredibly interesting one.
Oh, it's fascinating.
That is representative of, like, literally being aware of
You know what? You're right. You're completely right. That is fascinating. But I just decided that there's another part of this that annoys me.
Okay.
And it annoys me greatly.
Okay.
Every time this censorship comes up or depiction, and it's always the young anime girls, right? Well, 99% of the time. Sometimes the young anime boys. It always comes down to, oh, it's too sexy or it's too raunchy or whatever. And it's always like, how big are their tits? How much of their butt can you see? How low is their skirt? You know? And it's fucking juvenile. Like, it's about sex appeal, and the sex appeal that is being discussed here is, but how big the titty, though? Almost every time I've seen one of these altered designs for the West, I find them to be genuinely more attractive because they're classier.
That's why I said from the jump, that's why I said, like, a lot of the time, like, I'm more for that version of the design,
like,
and I wish it was there from the jump.
Oh, yeah.
But when it's not, I notice that, and I'm curious about
Like,
it.
I don't mean
to
stand on a pedestal here, but sex is more than just seeing how much of your partner's skin you can see.
So Elizabeth in King of Fighters 11 came out and had her open shirt with the titty emphasizer.
Yeah.
And it was wild. And then I think the next version of her, where they switched it from the white shirt to the blue one, she got the thing that Seinfeld hates, the
puffy shirt,
the pirate puffy shirt. She got that thing, and it was like a sanitizing to some degree of the design, and I legitimately think it looks better, right? But it, like I said, like, as somebody who would even vouch for the alternate version, right? It's the process that makes me curious.
It's all like, maybe my disgust or my derision comes from an audience of people that are like, but I need to see the nipple. I have to see it. If I can't see the nipple, it's like the titty ain't there.
No, I remember there was a redesign in something where I forgot what it was, but like, it was like a skin tight suit redesign type thing where I was like, that legitimately looks cooler. I legitimately was like, the redesign here actually looks cooler in this context. But yeah, I think what you're seeing in some cases
it's
is
juvenile. It's like a 14-year-old's idea of what sexy is. Which I guess is appropriate because that's the age of most of these characters.
Of course. I still do think your brain is going to notice, and like anytime it feels like someone is trying to change the way you've perceived something based on where you live or what you might think or feel or whatever the case is, I think people are a little bit sensitive to that. And I think that like in the same way that we kind of would look at, and it's not, it's a false equivalency, I'm sorry, but like I don't want to, because when we talk about like, oh, they're gonna patch the shit out of that Star Wars kiss or things like that, right? And you're kind of just like, don't change shit, right? And I think that sentiment, like I said, it goes both ways, and you kind of can see when, like I said, if it were to become more sexy afterwards, then you'd still be like, man, don't change shit.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not a strong feeling, and it's never worth screaming about, because it's super.
The devotion shit was totally worth screaming about, because that was for real. That company is fucked.
Yeah, we should probably move on though. But
are they getting them pillows ready to hit us, filling their pillows with coins so they can hit us with hard waifus?
I feel like I'm happy with the way I described that, because I feel like it's nuanced.
Yeah.
And it's easy to miss that nuance.
I think the situation has no nuance at all and is filled with morons and children.
Okay.
And I bet you...
Okay.
I bet you anything. I could go to my Twitter right now and there's a guy yelling at me that says, I don't get it, and his avatar is an anime girl. I would bet you.
Well, fuck that guy. I don't want to... I'm not expecting rationality coming out of that guy, certainly.
Let's go try.
Yeah. I think everybody can handily agree that guy who's screaming with the Dakimakura in hand about his lubby chutters needs to fucking stop, But
well, yeah. I'll be damned. Not only am I wrong, but I'm opposite wrong.
What's up?
The only person on my Twitter talking to me about this topic does have an anime avatar, and an anime avatar of like a cute anime girl on their banner, but they're being super reasonable and down to earth. Well, I'll be. I did change the world for the better. You're all welcome.
Was it a good point of view or observation?
Even if I didn't even read the whole thing, but I could tell it wasn't mad.
Does it add to the discussion? I'm curious.
Oh, no, wait. No, it's a shitty take. No, I didn't read it closely enough.
Fuck everything. What are we here for?
Yeah,
just to suffer?
I wonder why I only watch Castle Super Beast whenever I am in the mood to hurt myself.
Oh.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, well, that could be one of many reasons.
No, but then they start talking about the anime censorship shit. And how hypocrite I am.
There's a lot of people that
that I'm a big baby.
There's a lot of people that can't stand.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well,
where things have
gone. I was right after all. Me saying that I was wrong was actually wrong. I'm inverting my stand powers now.
And you lost me in the process.
Well, whatever. Anime fans are trash. Yeah, I watch anime.
So, in conclusion, don't protect the children from the titties.
Protect the titties from the children?
But don't put the titties on the children.
Hey, let me ask you a question. I have a friend of a friend of a friend. And they know somebody who is breastfeeding their kid, right? Pretty normal. How old's too old?
We had a breastfeeding conversation on Death Stranding the other day.
Oh, did you?
Yes, we did. A lot of ground was covered.
Yeah.
I want to say there was an episode of Curb that addressed this.
Yeah.
If you can walk and talk, it's time to stop.
Because the kid's able to ask for the titty.
Yeah. Yeah, that's no good.
Because they're almost 4.
Yeah. There was a YouTube channel that was running that racket for a while.
That seems too old.
And that's a hustle because
Is
technically
it? Who's hustling?
Because that's a nature video that's not counted as anything but a natural thing that a mother does.
Yeah.
And it's like, really? Is that why this has 80 million views?
I don't think it is.
You don't think what is?
That's the reason, I mean. Because it's natural and beautiful and the miracle of life and motherhood.
Oh, well, that's what she's saying.
Well, I mean, people say a lot of things.
People do say a lot of things.
I've said a lot of things today.
You did?
Yeah.
Are they real?
All of them. I am a big baby. That is true.
Does that mean that as a big baby, you want to do big baby things?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
That is not the...
that's not the line we're taking?
No, it's not.
I thought that's where you were going somewhere.
It's not where I would know.
See, the discussion...
I meant that I can be immature and stamp my feet and act like a child.
Okay, not that you
No.
Okay.
No.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit.
Okay.
No.
Because you see, the discussion that we had was pretty much one that went the same way, and it was like, okay, but like life or death emergency situation though.
Yeah.
And then
it's back to cannibalism.
Okay, well, it's just
is that cannibalism? I can't even tell.
No, it's not. But then it's like, what about? Could you do it then? Could you go for it?
You know what might be the? There's a lot of words that turn people off. I can't think of anything that I find less appealing than the reference to a person's udders. You know, you see the anime thing with the girl dressed up like a cow or something? And it's like, no.
Yeah?
Nuh-uh. Man. No thanks.
It ain't great, but it's in there. It's in the lexicon with chest beefers and everything else that's fucking hilarious. Yeah. I mean, here's what I'll say. Not with a straight face, at least.
Yeah.
But that's what they do.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. And in general, you want to keep your distance.
Yeah.
You know. But there are people, and then we had a whole conversation, and it went all over the place, and it did involve even touching on the fact that sometimes there's people that involuntarily have that, even when they're not.
Yeah, just going on.
Apparent.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just happens.
There's people out there for that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody into everything now.
And sometimes it's unintentional.
Sometimes you don't know what's going on. You just got a little leakage.
And you're like, what's up with that?
Yeah. We can do it too, apparently.
Apparently, it's really gross, but yeah, you can.
Yeah, you try. You have to try really hard.
Yep.
You have to believe in the heart of the cards.
Yep.
I'm doing it right now.
Yep. Bitter.
I'd say I'm pretty bitter about it.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
So, anyways,
all right, I stopped. I've mentally turned off the production. There we go. Our podcast is disgusting.
It's really bad, and I don't blame anybody that says I can't listen.
Yeah,
to this
no,
anymore.
like we see the comments of people going like, another week of this, I'm out,
or or just the threads, untagged though they may be. That people send back my way about people just being like, all right, I'm done. I can't do this anymore.
I have to wait for the timestamps because I can't handle a 90-minute discussion about an asshole.
I've seen like people having full-on discussions about the full-on checkout.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, I don't blame you. I get it.
You'll get stronger if you listen, but sometimes you want to stay weak.
I get it. It's it really is a spiraling. As opposed to a journey.
Yeah.
And I think the problem / power comes from the fact, comes from the same source.
Yeah.
Where you're like, this is awful, but is it more funny than it is awful?
And that's going to change depending on the person viewing it.
And the moment and the context that the discussion even entered the vortex to begin with. And can you make it back out by the time you've got this far? It's 4 and a bit hours.
I'm at the point where like I can watch like YouTube videos of like surgeries and just like eat my dinner. I don't give a shit. It doesn't affect me. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever, we're all desensitized and stuff, but there's like all these. You ever see like a tiny thing that just like makes you just, just like
totally.
Yep. That ice cream video, that girl that got arrested with the ice cream. Again, it breaks down to like tampering of food, just like full body shudder.
Well, that's why I talked about the Uber guy.
Yeah, the Uber guy.
Yeah,
like I was kind of trying not to scream. When you were talking about that.
But yeah.
It's so horrible.
Yeah. No, but anyway, the end of the thought was quite simply that I think the longer it goes, the more you become Pat Exponent Pat, and I become Wooly Exponent Wooly.
I see. Yes.
And
that's an interesting form of math you've got going on.
Unbearable in some cases, and I don't even blame. I don't even blame anybody who doesn't want that.
There's a wise man that once said, "Please keep screaming, 'Shut the fuck up' at me. It only makes my opinions worse." And I try to take that to heart every day. That's wisdom.
Correction from... hey, what's up, Rowan? During Death Stranding, you compared Famitsu's editor cameo of Mayor Ebert in Roland Emmerich's 1998 Godzilla film as pure bribery, that this is in fact the opposite case for Godzilla. Mayor Ebert, first of all, is not actually played by Ebert himself and is cast as the buffoonish figure of derision, along with the brown-nosing lackey intended to portray Gene Siskel. This was not a cameo to gain favor. It was a salty fuck you to both of them for their negative reviews of Independence Day and Stargate. This also obviously did not gain any favor with Siskel, as he labeled it one of the worst movies of the year, and Ebert's review said, "One must carefully repress intelligent thought while watching such a film, but my brain rebelled and insisted on applying logic where it was not welcome."
That's a good burn.
That's a really strong burn. So yeah, this is actually not a case of supreme... This is actually a case of supreme saltiness rather than bribery. I did not know that, and I appreciate the correction.
That's so petty. That's so fucked up and petty.
I just remember them in the helicopter and Mary Ebert being all fucking talking shit, and I'm like, I can't believe they cast Siskel and Ebert in this movie.
Wait, do you not know what they look like?
Yeah, and the guy, they were...
Oh, do they look like them?
They cast lookalikes.
Oh, man, that's so petty!
It looks like them.
That's fucked up!
To the point that all these years later, I had no idea it wasn't them.
That sucks.
That's hilarious. Anyway, good. That's a good deet. Lastly, Dear Wooly and Spaceman Pat, I was thinking about Dragon Ball, and it occurred to me that Future Trunks hits nearly every box on the time travel Mary Sue checklist.
Yeah.
He's from a dark, edgy future.
He is.
Nearly all the main characters are dead.
Yep.
He can go Super Saiyan when Goku was thought to be the only one.
That's right.
He defeats Frieza, and then the previous big bad that Goku struggled to defeat in mere seconds.
Got it.
He's the child of two characters that had never shared on-screen time previously.
That's true.
And he's finally got a cool sword.
Yeah.
On paper, Future Trunks should be the most hated character in Dragon Ball that's only seen as blatantly edgy as a Mary Sue. But instead, he's given believable flaws in a character arc and ended up being one of the most popular characters. What's a character that on paper should be one that you absolutely despise, but due to strong writing or hidden depth, you ended up loving? Keep up the good work. From Brett.
On paper, you should despise.
Trunks
fits
that description to the point that I never even realized.
Trunks'
it.
design is great. Like that's the number one that carries it.
Well, he brought in cool hair.
Yeah,
right? He brought in cool hair
he's
to the game.
The yellow, like he's got a bluish hair with the purple jacket, but then he's got yellow with the purple jacket. He's great.
Yeah, I see a lot of Virgil.
I see a lot of Virgil.
I don't. That's not where my brain was going, because on paper, like I love the rival characters almost all the time.
Edge, man.
That's not even it. Like rival characters most of the time end up being in my favor. So. Of relevance recently, fucking Bakugo is... He's pushing it.
So
Bakugo pushes it for me.
The author,
because he's so unlikable.
The author has talked about in recent interviews, because Bakugo is getting more of a spot in the manga now.
Yeah.
And he's like, I really, really wish I could go back and have him not tell Deku to kill himself.
Okay.
Because that singular action as the first thing you ever see the character do, it's like this black mark against him forever.
It makes it really like I want to give him a chance because I want to see
Pat. Fuck you.
Where I want to see the evolution, so to speak, the mentality evolution, and he has sort of one.
Yeah.
But it's layered in. God, you're
He's just such an asshole.
You're so unlikable in not the good way, you know? So I got a better one, I think.
What is the better one?
I'm going to say Persona 4 Culprit.
Yeah, he's great.
Is on paper,
if you were to write it down, this is what the character is and this is what they do.
Fuck that.
It's so lame. And
fuck that.
You're like, oh, this story's dumb. It's awful.
And yet, in execution, and due to
both voice actors,
yes,
and the writer, like,
and then writing and or character motivation, is
on
like,
paper it's so bad, and then in execution it's so good.
One of my favorite things. It's so good.
Yeah,
and I should absolutely despise.
They're one of my favorite villains ever.
I should absolutely
I look at Persona 5 and I go, the villains were okay, but none of them were culprit.
Yeah. The villain from Part 4 is who I think on paper should be awful, but ends up being not due to execution.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Culprit. Yeah. Culprit's great.
Culprit.
All right, podcast is over. We'll see you next week on Monday. We'll talk about the Smash stuff and all sorts of other stuff. The podcast ain't over?
Not Monday.
Oh, not Monday? We're not doing Monday?
I'm going to Frosty.
Oh, you're going to... Okay, next Wednesday we'll see you. Yeah,
we'll see you then.
Like usual.
Not even an attempt at a witty ending, huh?
No. Well, we only have a few minutes to get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Goodbye, everyone.